or material and spiritual, microdialectic is among those that are only loosely related to the macrodialectic. As with the Antigone dialectic, the thesis and antithesis must be transposed for the macrodialectic connection to be seen. The macrodialectic moves from the divine, one, to the human, many, to the synthesis of divine and human, one divine entity, spirit, composed of many separate particulars. 17. The Reign of Terror. The French Revolution and its attendant reign of terror arose as a sort of climax to the Enlightenment. In this development Hegel finds his next microdialectic. Its thesis is what Hegel, borrowing from Rousseau, calls a general will. 74. Representing the concept of universality, the general will amounts to unanimous agreement, one opinion, by all citizens on political matters. Its purpose is the general purpose, its language universal law, its work the universal work. 75. Don't forget, universality is a thesis concept. In the macrodialectic, the potential union of the thesis is the same thing as potential universality. And in the consciousness dialectic explored in Chapter 2, the thesis, developed under the heading sense certainty, is universality. Hegel very specifically states that the universal is the true content of sense certainty. The Reign of Terror microdialectics thesis is universality. Even the universal, however, needs government to accomplish the objectives of the general will. And government requires a specific will, an individual will. That will turns out to be the will of the victorious faction. 76. As it happened, the victorious faction was the 12-man Committee of Public Safety, dominated by Robespierre. We now have Hegel's antithesis, individuality. This individual, particular, entity, the committee, representing only 12 Frenchmen, produced the Reign of Terror. Almost 1,300 persons were beheaded with the guillotine in less than 7 weeks. The dialectical escape from this terror, though not the historical escape, the beheading of Robespierre, occurs when spirit leaves the real world and passes over into the world of thought, specifically, moral thought. For no good reason other than that moral thought comes from humans, who are essentially spirit, and as such are both universal and particular. Hegel implies that his synthesis is both universal and particular, individual. This synthesis, though formally correct, is surely a bit of a stretch. Morality is a theoretical answer to terror, but not a realistic one. The terrorists aren't suddenly going to change and behave morally. Still, this latest dialectical exercise is subconsciously familiarizing consciousness with the workings of dialectics. When consciousness ultimately grasps the technique of thinking dialectically, it will be able to perceive the macrodialectic and its all-important synthesis. The Reign of Terror dialectic. Thesis, the general will, shared by everyone. Antithesis, a particular will, that of the Committee of Public Safety. Synthesis, general will equals particular will. Moral thought, which is of divine origin, is both general and particular when the God one, universal is man many, particular. Although this microdialectic resembles the macrodialectic's one and many variants, there is a difference. In this microdialectic, just one particular, the committee, stands in opposition to the thesis. The concept particular is present, but its corollary, many, is not. 18. Morality, human nature, and conscience. In bringing the Reign of Terror dialectic to its conclusion, Hegel leaves the world of culture, heading 6b, and enters the world of morality, heading 6c. This seems strange, because he has already discussed morality in several contexts. But this time morality becomes German ideas of morality, as expressed primarily in the philosophies of Kant and Fichte. Like the preceding microdialectic, the morality microdialectic bridges more than one section. 2 In this instance of Hegel's outline, 6ca, the moral view of the world, and 6cb, dissemblance or duplicity. Predictably, German morality has a problem. The problem relates to the familiar dichotomies of universality and particularity, one and many, divine and human, and internal and external. Kantian morality revolved around a conflict between two human impulses that operate independently and therefore sometimes conflict. These impulses are, 1. Morality per se, which involves externally imposed universally recognized divine moral laws that consciousness has a duty to obey, and, 2. Nature, man's internally imposed behavioral laws based on personal wants and preferences. The former impulse or personality Kant called homo noumenon, man's godlike self. Noumenal man idealizes himself as virtuous. Because noumenal man thinks in terms of universally shared moral ideas, he represents not only the divine but the concept of universality. The other self, homo phenomenon, is man's human self. This self is guided by natural impulses. These impulses vary from person to person. Phenomenal man thus represents the concepts of human and particularity. Man, in short, has a schizophrenic personality, part godlike, part human. The resulting conflict concerns the relation between the absoluteness of morality and the absoluteness of nature. This relation is based, on the one hand, on the complete indifference and independence of nature towards moral purposes and activity, and, on the other hand, on the consciousness of duty alone as the essential fact. 77 The dialectics thesis becomes moral law, man's godlike or divine impulse. The antithesis is natural behavior, the human impulse. In the section on dissemblance or duplicity, Hegel wanders through various reasons why the thesis-antithesis conflict can't be resolved within a Kantian framework. Hegel summarizes, the moral worldview is, to employ here a Kantian expression where it is most appropriate, a whole nest of thoughtless contractions. 78 Hegel's non-Kantian solution is the Jiminy Cricket solution, always let your conscience be your guide. In Hegel's own words, consciousness becomes the simple spirit that, certain of itself, acts conscientiously regardless of such contradictory ideas, and in this immediacy possesses its truth. 79 Hegel doesn't explain how conscience constitutes a synthesis. He doesn't even explain how conscience differs from man's godlike self, homo noumenon. But the word spirit is all we need to figure out the answers. Conscience resides in a human being. All humans are spirit, because spirit embraces all reality. Spirit is the true divine, the true God. So all humans are divine. Conscience, which is ostensibly of human origin, is therefore also of divine origin. Conscience thus represents both the divine or universal, homo noumenon, and the human or particular, homo phenomenon. In this way, conscience combines is a synthesis of moral law and human nature. Summary. Thesis, moral law, divine, externally imposed. Antithesis, natural impulses, human, internally imposed. Synthesis, conscience, divinely and humanly imposed when divine equals human. An alternative formulation is the following. Thesis, divine, moral law has God as its source. Antithesis, human, natural impulses have man as their source. Synthesis, divine equals human, man is God, so conscience is both divine and human. 19 Duality. Man's conscience, successful in the context of the preceding dialectic, becomes unsuccessful for purposes of the next dialectic. This new microdialectic is one in which universality and particularity, individuality, again clash. The new thesis is conscience, a unique case upholding the old belief that each Hegelian synthesis becomes the thesis of a new dialectic. Conscience, as now described by Hegel, seems to be little more than moral intuition, a moral judgment that comes from within, as opposed to, a. obedience to the externally imposed, universal, moral law of morality and, b. the internally generated, individual, personal, impulses of nature. Its salient feature is freedom from the agonizing conflicts between morality and nature that leave the moralist frustrated, unable to decide, unable to act. Conscience instinctively knows what is right and acts accordingly. The action it takes falls under the rubric particular, no universal moral law comes into play. Conscience is the judgment of a particular individual. Different persons display different judgments, different particulars. This gives us the dialectics thesis, a familiar one, particular. Particular is usually the antithesis, but in this case Hegel transposes universal and particular, making particular the thesis. At this point Hegel gets sidetracked onto a dialectically irrelevant but philosophically popular concept of his era, the beautiful soul. One theory, espoused by Solomon, is that Hegel's beautiful soul is Jesus. I discuss this theory, it is untenable, in chapter 7. But we can ignore the beautiful soul where the duality dialectic is concerned. Because externally imposed moral law has been snubbed, when the act of conscience conflicts with moral law, the moralist, another person, steps in and criticizes the person who acts according to conscience, the antithesis of individuality to other individuals, and to the universal, inevitably comes on the scene 80, who says Hegel never uses the word antithesis when referring to the second stage of a dialectic. The antithesis of conscience thus becomes morality, which represents the concept of universality. The antithesis is again familiar, universal. Universality is usually the thesis, but we still have the opposition of universal and particular. Conscience and morality clash. Each of these two self-certain spirits has no other purpose than establishing the legitimacy of its own pure self. 81 After some delay, both conscience and morality recognize the other's point of view and apologize for their parochialism. Hegel calls this synthesis, this act of reconciliation, duality. The particular, conscience, and the universal, morality, are now one, a duo. This synthesis, duality, is similar to the Antigone synthesis. Both sides are right. It all depends on a person's perspective. Summary. Thesis, conscience, the many particular opinions of conscience are right. Antithesis, morality, the one universal opinion of morality is right. Synthesis, conscience plus morality, both conscience and morality are right. Hidden from view in this synthesis is the now familiar concept of man as God. When man is God, the many particular opinions of man are also opinions of God. Hence both the many particular opinions and the one universal opinion come from God, who is Spirit. Since God is always right, both the particular and the universal are right. 20 Natural religion. Having finished his table of contents outlines general heading 6, Spirit, Philosophy, Hegel turns to heading 7, Religion. What Hegel calls religion goes way beyond conventional concepts. The longest subsection, Religion in the form of art, treats Greek art as religion. This art is broadly conceived to include not only a. sculpture but b. the mystery cults. These aren't art by any stretch of the imagination, and c. the literary arts. Hegel seems to rationalize his calling Greek art religion by noticing that the statues include statues of gods and that the literary tales, epics, tragedies, comedies have gods, often offstage, among their characters. A far less visible reason for using the religion heading is that Hegel is setting up one of the intermediate level dialectics discussed earlier, the dialectic that uses philosophy, man, and religion, God, as thesis and antithesis. That dialectic needs religion for its antithesis. If Hegel were serious about analyzing and criticizing Greek religion, he would base his discussion heavily on Zeus and the rest of the Greek pantheon. Instead, all we get is a seemingly arbitrary selection of the Dionysus cult plus a fleeting reference to the proto-god Titans, who are mentioned only as the antecedents of some statues. Why does Hegel pretend his discussion of Greek art is about Greek religion? The answer is simple: he needs art to represent the concept artificial, which is the antithesis in the natural-artificial intermediate dialectic described earlier in this chapter. Religion has three subsections: a. natural religion, b. religion in the form of art, and c. the revealed religion. The last is overtly Christianity but covertly Hegelian new wine into old wineskins philosophy. The chief old wineskins are God, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and Divine. A. B. and C are the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis of that earlier intermediate dialectic that went from 1. Natural to 2. Artificial to 3. Natural equals artificial, Jesus of Nazareth equals God incarnate. Subsections A and B each have lowercase lettered, ABC, subsections that constitute microdialectics. Subsection C has no lettered subsections but nevertheless has a Father-Son-Spirit microdialectic. We begin with A. Natural religion. The natural religion subsection has A. God as light as its thesis, B. Plant and animal religions as its antithesis, and C. The artificer, the builder of pyramids, the Sphinx, and such as its synthesis. Hegel scholars generally agree that the god of light is the god of Zoroastrianism, the ancient Persian religion. Zoroastrianism featured conflict between light and darkness, specifically, between Ahura Mazda, the god of light, and Angra Mainyu, also called Ahriman, the lord of darkness, an early prototype of Satan. Although chronology suggests otherwise, it is possible that Hegel secondarily had in mind Gnosticism. Gnosticism featured a remote god of light from whom human souls, sparks of light, were separated. Hegel could even be alluding to the quasi-Gnostic theology of the Gospel of John. 82 The concept light represents is abstract, the opposite of concrete, which is essentially the same thing as one. Something abstract is extremely general, vaguely defined, either actually shapeless, in abstract sculpture, or metaphorically shapeless, lacking in identifying detail. Light is shapeless. Hegel even says it has the shape of shapelessness. 83 The dialectics thesis, we can see, has two forms, 1. Abstract, as exemplified by light, and 2. Divine, as exemplified by Ahura Mazda, the god of light. Natural religion's antithesis is plant and animal. Hegel seems to have in mind some gods of ancient India and Egypt, which took the form of various plants and animals. He might also be thinking of earlier forms of primitive animaism, which assumed that spirits were present in plants and animals and, for that matter, even in inanimate objects such as boulders. Plant and animal religions represent the abstract's opposite, concrete, specific rather than vague, identifiable rather than uncertain, a particular member of a general category, furnished with detail. Indirectly, via the concept many, these plant and animal religions also represent the concept human. Hegel uses many to represent humanity in quite a few contexts, including the macrodialectic. Hegel's associating the concept many with plant and animal religion can be seen in several phrases: the numberless multiplicity of weaker and stronger, richer and poorer spirits, animal religions, plural, multiplicity of passive plant forms, and a host of separate, antagonistic national spirits who become conscious of specific forms of animals as their essence. 84 The dialectic's antithesis, like the thesis, has two forms: 1. Concrete, particular, the opposite of abstract, general. And 2. Human, many, the opposite of divine, one. For his synthesis, Hegel focuses on Egypt. There he finds the artificer, a craftsman who creates objects. The artificer's earliest creations are pyramids and obelisks, bigger objects than you would expect from someone called an artificer. These early objects are abstract geometric forms, abstract in the sense that they are highly simplified, lacking detail. Such abstractions can represent anything. 85 Abstractness, the thesis, is thus represented. Abstractness can also be conceptualized as divinity. Abstractness signifies one multifarious entity, analogous to the one God, divinity, of Judaism and Christianity. As time passes, the artificer experiments with plant and animal forms. Best known among these is the half-man, half-animal Sphinx. It represents a godlike mythological creature. These later creations, full of detail, recognizable, and varied, hence concrete, represent concreteness. Concreteness, in turn, describes the many concrete forms something abstract might signify. And many describes humanity. The artificer's creations, viewed collectively, are thus a synthesis of abstraction, pyramids and obelisks, and concreteness, plant and animal forms, such as the Sphinx, or one, abstract, and many, particular. One and many symbolize the divine, one, and the human, many. The dialectic thus takes two forms. Thesis, abstract, universal, one. Thesis, divine, abstract, one. Antithesis, concrete, particular, many. Antithesis, human, concrete, many. Synthesis, abstract and concrete, artificer. Synthesis, divine and human. Once more we see the macrodialectic being imitated. Since abstract and concrete are alternate ways of saying universal and particular, or one and many, several variants of the macrodialectic are covered. And since abstract also describes divinity while concrete describes specific human beings, we also have the macrodialectic's divine-human dichotomy. 21. Religion in the form of art. After natural religion comes heading 7b, religion in the form of art. This section is mostly about Greek art, with just a smattering of attention to genuine Greek religion. The religion that does get attention, the mystery cults, is arbitrarily classified as art for the sole reason that Hegel needed something Greek for an antithesis. The three subsections offer, a thesis called the abstract work of art, b, an antithesis called the living work of art, and c, a synthesis called the spiritual work of art. The word abstract in the first subsection's heading tips us off to what's coming up, a repetition of the abstract-concrete dichotomy from natural religion. The abstract work of art, the microdialectic's thesis, is Greek statues, statues that take the form of the gods, particularly the Titans. 86 Hegel really has to strain to interpret the statues as abstractions. He does so by saying they are shapes which only dimly abstractly recall those Titans, and by also saying that they represent nations. 87 I must admit that using statues with human shapes, vaguely human shapes, to represent nations does qualify as abstraction. We'll just have to take Hegel's word about just how abstract the sculptures are and about the sculptor's intent. For concreteness, the antithesis of abstraction, Hegel turns to the living work of art. This isn't art in any recognizable sense, but, rather, the Greek mystery cults, particularly the cult of Dionysus, also called Bacchus. Dionysus was a wine god, and some of the cult's activity involved drunken revelry. Like Christianity's Christ, Dionysus had a virgin birth, died, and was resurrected. Also like the Christ, he inspired his devotees to eat his flesh and drink his blood in bread and wine, flesh and blood, ceremonies, also found in Roman Mithraism, later incorporated into Christianity. The bread and wine, and the drunken revelers, are where concreteness enters the picture. In the bread and wine, the god ceased to be an abstraction and became concrete reality. Dionysus at first enters into the objective concrete existence of the fruit wine grapes, and then, in the wine, made from the grapes, attains to genuine reality and now roams about as a crowd of frenzied females, the untamed revelry of nature, concreteness in self-conscious human form, my italics. 88 Hegel reinforces the antithesis by alluding to a second god, Helios, the Greek sun god. Helios can be recognized as the light of the risen sun. 89 Just as Dionysus morphs from a spiritual entity to a material, concrete, entity when he becomes wine, Helios does likewise when his sunshine helps produce the grapes from which the wine is made. Although Hegel doesn't say so, I presume Helios also materializes in the grain from which the bread, representing the flesh of Dionysus, is made. As in Christianity, the bread and wine are the flesh and blood of the god, historically consumed by the devotee in order to acquire desired traits of the god. Revving up his dialectical engine, Hegel roars into the dialectic synthesis with something unprecedented, a triple synthesis. The synthesis's subheading is the spiritual work of art. More than anything else, spiritual alludes to the role of Christianity's Holy Spirit as a uniter, synthesizer, of God and man, the abstract and the concrete through spirit possession. Spiritual in this context means unifying, mediating, or synthesizing, words that describe what the Holy Spirit supposedly does when it possesses a human and thereby unites the human with God. The spiritual work subsection centers on Greek literature, epic poems, tragedies, and comedies. Each of these three literary forms displays, in Hegel's dialectical eyes anyhow, a synthesis. The third synthesis is the only one that isn't somewhat forced, but it is truly brilliant. Here are the three synth essays. The Greek epic poems, such as Homer's The Odyssey, featured a minstrel, the poet-narrator, and story characters. The minstrel is one, the abstract, the actual spirit, by whom the story world is born. 90 in turn, the story characters are many, the concrete, the humans in the divine human synthesis, the story. The story reveals the relation of the divine to the human. 91 The story is thus the synthesis. In tragedy, the hero is himself the speaker, counterpart of the epic's symbolically divine minstrel. 92 Hegel's equating the tragedy's hero with the epic's minstrel tips us off that the epic's synthesis is being repeated. The hero speaker, divine, and the other characters, human, are united by the tragedy, the story itself. Tragedy also provides a second abstract concrete, one many, synthesis. In the tragedy Antigone, the subject of an earlier microdialectic, the masculine, the state, one, abstract, and feminine, the family, many, concrete, antagonists are combined on the Greek stage. Comedy is the third Greek literary form. In Greek theater, both tragedy and comedy, the actors traditionally wore masks that identified characters and emotions. In the comedies, a masked actor, representing an external, divine, point of view, mocks everyone and everything in society. Then the actor drops the mask and plays with the mask to reveal himself as the human who is being ridiculed. 93 Thus are the abstract and the concrete, the divine and the human, united in one actor. He alternates between divine, masked, and human, unmasked. The actor is the synthesis. The result of these synth essays, the third, is the one that really counts, is a dialectic that has the same two forms that the preceding microdialectic, natural religion, has. Thesis, abstract. Thesis, divine. Antithesis, concrete. Antithesis, human. Synthesis, abstract and concrete. Synthesis, divine and human. The divine-human pair of concepts again can be found in variants of the macrodialectic. 22 The revealed religion. The 22nd and last microdialectic arrives under heading 7c, the revealed religion. This dialectic brings man close to absolute knowledge, for it adumbrates spirit's macrodialectic of 1. Unconscious, potential, plus union, 2. Conscious, actual, plus separation, 3. Conscious, actual, plus union. The analogous revealed religion microdialectic, identical to variant 16 of the macrodialectic, runs from 1. Potential plus identity, of man and God, 2. Actual plus non-identity, separation of God and man, 2. 3. Actual plus identity. The difference is that, in the revealed religion microdialectic, the God who achieves self-realization is the God of Christianity, not spirit. The world, the community of man, is indeed implicitly reconciled with the divine being, but, this immediate presence, Jesus, God incarnate, still has not the shape of spirit. 94 Nonetheless, this last dialectic prepares man for the redefinition of God that will transform spirit into absolute spirit. I have already analyzed the revealed religion dialectic in considerable detail in Chapter 3 under the Trinity as Revealed Religion heading. Therefore, and although this is easily the most important microdialectic other than master and slave, I will omit much of the detail. The revealed religion microdialectic uses the Trinity Father, Son, and Holy Spirit to represent thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Father, the thesis, stands for the potential identity of man and God that exists in the pre-Christian era, before the Christ is created. In this era, God is still in his pre-incarnation, unseparated state. This state is analogous to Spirit's unconscious, pre-human, unseparated state in the macro-dialectic. I have italicized pre-human to call attention to an important analogy. This analogy relates, a. God in his pre-human, pre-son, thesis status as father to, b. Spirit in the macro-dialectic's pre-human thesis stage of unconscious unity, wherein spirit is not yet separated into particulars because humans, subjects, and their minds are not yet present to perceive and misinterpret objects as things other than themselves, spirit. In the microdialectic's father stage, the identity of man and God is merely potential because theology's God is not the real God, spirit. In addition to using the Trinity symbolism, Hegel conceptualizes God as thought, intangible, non-material, the opposite of substance, tangible, material. Hegel also uses a third concept, essence. Essence refers to what God essentially is, a non-material spirit, as opposed to what he existentially becomes when he is incarnated as Jesus, a material being. Spirit is likewise essentially a non-material entity, but it ultimately becomes existentially incarnated in all material reality, including humanity. Son, the antithesis, the separation of God into two beings stands for the separateness of man and God that results when God is incarnated as a man, the event that leads to Christianity. Man's misperception of God in heaven and God incarnate, Jesus, as two separate beings is analogous to, a. Subject's misperception of objects as entities separate from itself in the macrodialectic's antithesis and, b. The Christian's misperception of God, divine, and humans, also divine, as separate entities. Hegel's second antithesis concept is substance, the opposite of thought. The Son has real physical substance, he is just like every other human in this respect. The third antithesis concept is existence, which describes the non-spiritual, material, form in which God incarnate exists on earth. Jesus is a flesh and blood human, not a non-corporeal spirit. In the Bible's three synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, the Holy Spirit, the synthesis, reunites Father and Son through Spirit possession after the baptism of Jesus. In an alternative version or, we could say, an extended version of the reuniting, the Holy Spirit unites Father and Son in the Trinity after the Son is crucified and resurrected. Either way, the reunion is analogous to Spirit's self-realization in the macrodialectic. In the Trinitarian reuniting, thought, the Father, becomes identical with substance, the Son. Similarly, essence, God, becomes identical with existence, Jesus. Three dialectics result. Thesis, Father. Thesis, thought, Father. Thesis, essence, Father. Antithesis, Son. Antithesis, substance, Son. Antithesis, existence, Son. Synthesis, Holy Spirit. Synthesis, thought equals substance. Synthesis, essence equals existence. The revealed religion microdialectic is the platform from which spirit leaps to self-realization under heading 8, Absolute Knowledge. All it takes is a little reinterpreting of theology. Hegel prepares the way by saying, the death of the mediator Son is the death, also of the abstraction of the divine being, that is, the death of theology's God. 95 The old abstract, imaginary, God must be replaced by a concrete God, a God that includes all humanity instead of just one unique human, Jesus, the Christ. All men must be incarnated as God. This preliminary reinterpretation leads to the main one. Christianity's Holy Spirit, the often out of body and off to earth to possess someone's soul or spirit of early Christianity's highly anthropomorphic God 96 is replaced by Hegel's Spirit. Hegel's Spirit is now the unifier of God and man. Whereas theology's Holy Spirit descended on Jesus alone, when Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist, Hegel's Spirit possesses the whole community of humans. Man and God are still united. But, as in Tillich's yes-no-yes dialectic, the God man's thought identifies with in the synthesis is not the God he worshipped in the thesis, it is Hegel's spirit, whom Hegel often calls God in order to conceal his atheism. This reinterpretation of Holy Spirit brings spirit to maturity and to Hegel's climactic, atheistic insight: he and everything else in the universe, especially the humans, are spirit. Man is God. The old God is dead. In the yes-no-yes dialectical format, the original yes is replaced by a higher yes, the negation of the negation. That is, the yes to the imaginary God created by human thought is replaced by the yes to the true God, which is man, the most important component of spirit, or all reality. In short, the three revealed religion dialectics summarized above all lead to syntheses describing the actual identity of God and man. I said at the beginning of this revealed religion analysis that a microdialectic analogous to the basic macrodialectic and identical to variant 16 was coming up. Those two chapter 3 dialectics, the second of which is another variant of the revealed religion microdialectic, are these. 1. Thesis, unconscious plus unity. Antithesis, conscious plus separation. Synthesis, conscious plus union. 16. Thesis, potential plus identity, of God and man. Antithesis, actual plus non-identity, of God and man. Synthesis, actual plus identity, of God and man. In chapter 6, I discuss the interpretations of other authors who have written about phenomenology. One of these authors is Stanley Rosen. He speaks of Hegel's concept of the identity of identity and non-identity, but he has no idea what this means. 97 Forster also displays confusion about the meaning of this phrase. 98 The confusion is understandable. None of Hegel's interpreters is aware that Hegel is using thesis antithesis synthesis dialectics. Absent such awareness and a concomitant understanding of the identity dialectic, accurate interpretation of the identity of identity and non-identity is impossible. But the above dialectic, variant 16 of the macrodialectic, reveals what Hegel means. We start with the basic macrodialectic, then substitute a. potential for unconscious, b. actual for conscious, c. identity for union, and d. non-identity for separation to get variant 16. The two-part synthesis, actual plus identity, borrows identity from the two-part thesis and actual from the two-part antithesis. In the phrase the identity of identity and non-identity, Hegel uses identity as shorthand for the thesis, non-identity as shorthand for the antithesis, and a second identity as shorthand for the synthesis. The result should be understood as the actual identity synthesis of potential identity thesis and actual non-identity antithesis. In other words, identity in the actual sense is identical to, meaning a synthesis of, 1. identity in the potential sense, the thesis, and 2. actual non-identity, the antithesis. The message of our education in dialectics. Throughout phenomenology, Hegel has been educating spirit, that's us, in his science of dialectics. Recall once more what he said in his introduction he was going to do: the series of configurations dialectics which consciousness goes through along this road, the road to self-realization, is, in reality, the detailed history of the education of consciousness itself. Us again to the standpoint of science dialectics. 99 In presenting the last of his microdialectics, Hegel completes this task of educating us in his science of dialectics. Most of the microdialectics are disguised, sometimes not even disguised, permutations and combinations of the macrodialectic. During our education, Hegel has exposed us to numerous dialectics, both intermediate and micro, many of them closely analogous to the macrodialectic. If we count multiple dialectics ensconced in particular dialectically structured narratives, we have observed 12 intermediate dialectics and 42 microdialectics, or a total of 54 dialectics. Some, such as the third master and slave microdialectic, the unhappy consciousness microdialectic, and the third Faust microdialectic, are identical to variants of the macrodialectic. The structure of dialectics and the divinity of humans have been subtly but repeatedly implanted in our psyches. We are now ready for the major challenge, apprehending the macrodialectic and deducing its structure. We have the tools. We now understand that a Hegelian dialectic indeed does have three stages, not just the two claimed by so many reinterpreters. We also understand that the second stage is the opposite of the first, not just something different. And we understand that the third stage returns to, incorporates, the first stage or to something in the first stage, a fact those authors who have tried unsuccessfully to provide examples of three-stage dialectics haven't understood. Consider, for example, Singer's false example of a history dialectic, wherein the falsely identified thesis is the customary morality of ancient Greece but the synthesis is Prussia, the German society of Hegel's time, where customary morality has been replaced by codified law. 100 That supposed synthesis is not a return to customary morality. We have seen in many examples that, where the return is not to the entire first stage but to just one part of a two-part first stage, the synthesis borrows one part from the thesis and one from the antithesis. Just as important, we have learned that dialectics often lead to, or at least imply, the identity of the divine, universal, one, and the human, particular, many. These insights give us the knowledge we need to recognize the existence of a macrodialectic and to figure out its structure. We, the humans whose minds constitute spirit's mind, are ready to undergo self-realization, wherein spirit comes to know that it is spirit or God. Knowing, as we now do, that self-realization is a dialectical synthesis and is also a return from separation, we can infer that separation is the second stage or antithesis of a dialectic, the stage that immediately precedes the synthesis. Also knowing, as we have always known, that the separation is conscious separation, we can likewise infer that the first stage or thesis is the opposite, the double opposite of conscious plus separation. Ergo, what else can the macrodialectics thesis be but unconscious plus union, where unconscious is the opposite of conscious and union is the opposite of separation? These two inferences tell us that the synthesis includes either, a, the first part of the thesis and the second part of the antithesis, or, b, the second part of the thesis and the first part of the antithesis. So what is the synthesis? A, unconscious plus separation, or, b, conscious plus union? That question is what the younger generation calls a no-brainer. A return from separation can't be a return to separation, and self-realization can't be unconscious, so the correct answer is obviously, b, conscious plus union. We have now deduced that Hegel has a macrodialectic that advances from a thesis of unconscious plus union to an antithesis of conscious plus separation to a synthesis of conscious plus union. The microdialectics have also taught us that union refers to universality, the state of being one, and that separation refers to particularity, the state of being many. Because the macrodialectic synthesis returns spirit to the state of universality, we can further deduce that self-realized spirit is a universal category, which means it is one. The microdialectics have further taught us that one composed of many is a form many syntheses take. Other syntheses have an equivalent form, such as universal, one, composed of particulars, many, or the will or moral viewpoint of the individual, one person, equals the will or moral viewpoint of society, many persons. So if spirit is a universal, it must in its self-realized state be a universe composed of particulars, or one composed of many. Meanwhile, Hegel has told us in several places that self-realization is truth and that this truth is spirit's certainty of being all reality. 101 So we can deduce yet another fact: Hegel's universal is literally the universe all reality, including artificial objects, as we learned in Microdialectic 16 and Intermediate Dialectic 7 ABC. Finally, we have learned from all three of this chapter's intermediate dialectics and from Microdialectics 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 that all reality is the divine, abstracted from theology's one God and metaphysical monism's one absolute, and that spirit is a synthesis of the divine, artificial, created by man, and the human, natural. Conclusion: in the macrodialectic synthesis, the state of self-realization, we, spirit's mind, realize that we humans are, or at least are, part of the divine or God. We humans, not the supernatural being of picture thinking, not the Almighty who sits on a throne in the sky, are God. This conclusion yields one more insight. Contrary to what others have sometimes implied, phenomenology is not a disjointed, randomly arranged series of commentaries on such diverse topics as literal slavery, Greek philosophy, inductive reasoning, phrenology, Faust, Antigone, Romanticism, Kantian philosophy, and Egyptian religion. What Hegel seems to be saying about those topics is just window dressing. Look closely and you will see that Hegel's comments on these subjects, phrenology and Antigone, for example, often express no opinion. The comments are purely descriptive. Where Hegel does offer an opinion, as with skepticism, it usually amounts to 2 or 3 sentences, sometimes worded in cryptic language, has not achieved its consummation as absolute negation, that only dialectically trained insiders can interpret. The reason Hegel's comments are largely descriptive, lacking in detailed critical analysis, is that Hegel has nothing significant to say. Each topic is a facade that hides a dialectic, or sometimes just one stage of a dialectic developed in consecutive topics. The dialectic, not the ostensible topic under discussion, is the whole point of Hegel's discussion. Hegel is educating consciousness, spirit's mind, in the technique of thinking dialectically. He is preparing conscious to undergo self-realization. We readers are consciousness. We will undergo self-realization if and when we humans realize that we are God. Hegel claims he has discovered a pattern in history that guides it to 2 goals, freedom and monarchy. The monarchy goal is intertwined with the idea that the monarch must govern a multiplicity of territories, descriptive of Prussia. This discovery of history's pattern is an inference from the history of the world, an inference that, he says, happens to be known to me, because I have traversed the entire field of history. One Hegel's inference is that history's development has been a rational process, that the history in question has constituted the rational necessary course of the world spirit, that spirit, which unfolds this its one nature in the phenomena of the world's existence. The rational process is dialectics. It is rational because it operates through human minds. Humans do things and make decisions that cause history to develop in a certain way. It all sounds quite metaphysical. A metaphysical force seems to direct history, but Hegel's dialectical history is really nothing more than a pick-and-choose interpretation of history. The picking and choosing is calculated to make history go where Hegel wants it to go. Marx too sees history as unfolding dialectically. His history dialectics, however, are entirely different and imply metaphysical causation. In this chapter I first discuss Hegel's history dialectics. Marx's history dialectics follow. The Marxian dialectics use the Hegelian pattern and prove that Marx, and Engels, understood Hegel's Thesis Antithesis Synthesis Dialectics, which is more than I can say about anyone else except Tillich. Hegel's history dialectics. Hegel has 10 history dialectics. These cover a 3-level hierarchy of time periods, as follows. 2 overall period dialectics. Overarching dialectics cover the full range of history from 1. Oriental despotism, the Thesis period, through 2. Greco-Roman society, the Antithesis period, 2. 3. Hegel's Germanic world, the Protestant nations of Northern Europe, the Synthesis period. 2 subperiod dialectics split the overall period in half. One subperiod runs from Oriental despotism to Rome, the other runs from Rome to the Germanic world. Each subperiod has 3 stages, clearly identified by Hegel. 6 subperiod dialectics split each stage of both subperiods into a thesis, an antithesis, and a synthesis. Each stage has its own dialectic, 3 substages. The result is 2 subperiods times 3 subperiods, each equals 6 dialectics. One of the overall period dialectics and one of the subperiod dialectics lead to freedom. The other 2 first-level and second-level dialectics lead to monarchy, specifically, multi-unit states governed by one monarchy comprising many territories. This is a reprise for the macro-dialectics, one composed of many syntheses. Freedom and monarchy. Prussian-style multistate monarchy are thus, according to Hegel, the two goals of history. Level 1, Hegel's two overall period dialectics. Kaufmann expresses a view that epitomizes the widespread misunderstanding of the structure of Hegel's theory of history. The basic structure of Hegel's philosophy of history furnishes another striking corroboration of our reinterpretation. Nobody could possibly construe it in terms of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, although there are, as usual, three stages. At first, in the ancient Orient, only one, the ruler, is free. The second stage is reached in classical antiquity, the Greek and Roman worlds, where some are free, but not yet the slaves. The third stage is reached in the modern world with the recognition that all men are free, or as Hegel also puts it, and we have these ideas not only in students' lecture notes but also in his own manuscript, Man as Man is Free 3. Here Kaufmann is dreadfully wrong in his poorly contemplated nobody could possibly construe it remark. The movement from 1. Oriental despotism to 2. Greco-Roman slavery to 3. Germanic monarchy is definitely dialectical. And Hegel's three-stage progression of history does culminate in universal freedom. But the three dialectical concepts are not one is free, some are free, and all are free. One all some the second and third concepts transposed would be a dialectic, some is a synthesis of, a sort of compromise between, one and all. Also, the story is much more complicated than that of a three-stage advance to freedom. The overall period freedom dialectic. Hegel says, the history of the world is none other than the progress of the consciousness of freedom, for Friedrich comments that this vision that was Hegel's was most extraordinary. He elaborates, history is seen as the march of freedom through the world. This march of freedom is interpreted as what the world spirit wants, as it seeks to realize itself. And in its effort to realize itself, it employs peoples, world historical peoples, to do its work. 5. Spirit does this by imposing a dialectical pattern on history. Hegel recognizes the dialectical nature of the idea of freedom in general, viz., that it is self-determined, that it assumes successive forms which it successively transcends, and by this very process of transcending its earlier stages, gains an affirmative shape. 6. The affirmative shape alludes to the terminal higher yes in the basic yes-no-yes pattern of dialectics: affirmation, negation, negation of the negation. Tillich affirms that actual freedom is the goal of Hegel's overarching history dialectic, and thereby hints that potential freedom is the thesis. He writes that Hegel made freedom the aim of the universal process of existence. When the non-being of freedom has been conquered, history has come to its end, freedom has become actual. My italics. Point 7. In saying history has come to its end, Tillich does not mean Hegel fails to foresee further developments in history, he means that the dialectical pattern of history is complete, that no further dialectical unfolding will occur. These references surely give us good reason for expecting to find a history dialectic with freedom in its synthesis. Moreover, knowing that a dialectic has a separation and return structure, we can anticipate a dialectic that begins with freedom, separates to freedom's antithesis, bondage, slavery in this case, and then returns to freedom. And that is what we do find. The overall period dialectic that separates from and returns to freedom has the following structure. Thesis, potential plus freedom, Oriental despotism. Antithesis, actual plus bondage, Greco-Roman slavery. Synthesis, actual plus freedom, Germanic monarchy. This dialectic is identical to variant 27 of the macro-dialectic, chapter 3, and to the second of the four master and slave dialectics, chapter 4. It is also identical to the Stoicism and Skepticism micro-dialectics. As in those and many of the other phenomenology dialectics, the synthesis borrows one concept from the two-concept thesis and one from the two-concept antithesis. Also, as in many of the earlier dialectics, the movement is from a potentially ideal situation to an actually ideal situation, from potential to actual essence. How do we get the two-part concept potential freedom from Oriental despotism? Despotism certainly doesn't sound like freedom. but Hegel has a solution, 3 solutions in fact. Hegel's third derivation of freedom is the most important, but let's begin with the first 2. The first derivation of potential freedom begins with the idea that, under Oriental despotism, one is free. The Orientals have not attained the knowledge that spirit man as such is free, and because they do not know this, they are not free. They only know that one is free. 8. The one is, of course, the despot or monarch. Only he is free. But his freedom can potentially spread to all his subjects. The problem here is that the same could be said of the Greco-Roman world with its slavery. The freedom of some, like the freedom of one, could spread to all. Yet Hegel does not conceptualize Greco-Roman slavery as expressing potential freedom. Hegel's second derivation of potential freedom is better but rests on the ridiculous idea that the Oriental people lacked conscience. Hegel draws a distinction between rational freedom and subjective freedom. 9. Rational freedom is that of the despot, who imposes rational laws, laws based on the despot's sense of morality. The people must obey these laws without necessarily agreeing with them. Subjective freedom is realized only in the individual, the monarch's subjects. 10. Subjective freedom is the freedom of citizens to act according to the dictates of conscience. Stated otherwise, subjective freedom is freedom of the monarch's subjects to obey their own moral commands. Both rational freedom and subjective freedom must be present for true freedom to exist. The idea of freedom necessarily implies law and morality, both rational freedom and subjective freedom. 11. Hegel claims, unconvincingly, that rational freedom is realized in the East without advancing to subjective freedom. 12. The alleged reason for the Orient's lack of subjective freedom is that the Oriental people lack that ingrained sense of morality. In the West, this sense of morality supposedly comes from the commands of a heavenly God or gods. But what we call God has not yet in the East been realized in personal consciousness, for our idea of God involves an elevation of the soul to the supersensual, the supernatural. 13. In contrast, the Chinese monarch is a sort of patriarch who substitutes for the Western gods. And the Mongolian monarch, the Lama, is honored as God. 14. But the laws of these Oriental monarchs, though enforced, are not viewed by the people as self-imposed moral laws, akin to conscience. There is no want of a will to command moral actions, but there is lacking the kind of will to perform them which would result from their being commanded from within. 15. Oriental despotism provides no freedom of conscience, no formal freedom. 16. The upshot is that, although subjective freedom does not exist in the Orient, rational freedom, the monarch's laws and edicts, does. This rational freedom represents the potentiality for true freedom's required combination of rational freedom and subjective freedom. That combination will ultimately be realized in Germanic monarchy. The third, and more persuasive, derivation of the idea that Oriental despotism represents potential freedom relates to slavery. This derivation draws a contrast between the Oriental world and the Greco-Roman world. The Oriental world may lack subjective freedom, but none of the citizens is enslaved. This freedom from enslavement establishes the potentiality for true freedom. We can infer that this third derivation is the primary one by remembering that a thesis is the opposite of its antithesis. The antithesis, coming up, is slavery, actual bondage. The thesis must therefore at least imply the absence of slavery. The Orient's lack of slavery constitutes potential freedom, the dialectics thesis. The freedom dialectics antithesis, slavery or bondage, carries the Greco-Roman label. This antithesis emerges in the Greek and Roman world, where some are free. 17. Some are free alludes to slavery. Elsewhere, allusion becomes specific reference. The Greeks had slaves. 18. Hegel later goes into detail. Another circumstance of Greek society that demands special attention here, is the element of slavery. This was a necessary condition of an aesthetic democracy, where it was the right and duty of every citizen to deliver or to listen to orations respecting the management of the state in the place of public assembly, to take part in the exercise of the gymnasia, and to join in the celebration of festivals. It was a necessary condition of such occupations, that the citizens should be freed from handicraft occupations. Consequently, that what among us is performed by free citizens the work of daily life should be done by slaves. 19. The Romans likewise had slavery. Slavery is, in fact, a basic reason why Hegel links the Roman world with the Greek world. Elegance culture was foreign to the Romans per se, they sought to obtain it from the Greeks, and for this purpose a vast number of Greek slaves were brought to Rome. Delos was the center of the slave trade, and it is said that sometimes on a single day, 10,000 slaves were purchased there. To the Romans, Greek slaves were their poets, their authors, the superintendents of their manufactories, the instructors of their children. 20. And so we have the dialectics antithesis, actual bondage. We move on to the freedom dialectics synthesis. It strides under the banner Germanic world. Hegel's Germanic world is more than Hegel's Prussia, it is the Protestant nations of Northern Europe, including Prussia, most of Switzerland, parts of France, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Denmark, and Sweden, which then included Norway. General agreement among Hegel's interpreters exists on this point. For example, Macartney, author of a leading work on Hegel's philosophy of history, asserts that the Germanic peoples are above all the peoples of Protestant Northern Europe, the peoples of the Reformation. 21. Hegel thus claims, the German nations, under the influence of Christianity, were the first to attain the consciousness that man, as man, is free. 22. Man's Germanic freedom arises in two realms, religion and government. Consciousness that man is free arose first, according to Hegel, in religion. His opinion is hardly surprising. Both phenomenology of spirit and the philosophy of history are, more than anything else, subtle and sometimes not so subtle attacks on religion and religious superstition. Religion is the realm where the Protestant Reformation occurred. And it was in the Germanic nations that Protestantism replaced Catholicism. Hegel believed Catholicism represented religion at its worst. As Macartney puts it, the Catholic Middle Ages were, for Hegel, a dark night of the spirit from which humanity was rescued by the Reformation. 23. How did the Reformation produce freedom? The medieval Catholic Church not only embraced corruption, example the sale of indulgences, but, more important, repressed free thought. The Inquisitions, the persecution of heretics, the witch burnings, the Bible, Exodus 22:18, says thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, the pre-burning torture that elicited witch confessions, the churches denying men the right to interpret the Bible, all this constituted denial of free thought. This lack of freedom is perhaps best represented by Galileo's being imprisoned, threatened with permanent imprisonment and possible torture, and then brought, at the age of 70, on his knees before Pope Urban VIII to recant his heresy. That heresy was Galileo's endorsing the heliocentric theory of Copernicus, who held that the earth revolved around the sun. The Church knew better, the sun revolves around the earth. Northern Europe was rescued from this oppression of free thought, though not to the degree claimed by Hegel, when Martin Luther launched the Reformation. He began by attacking church corruption. But he soon was attacking the very authority of the Church. Hegel elucidates, Luther repudiated that authority, and set up in its stead the Bible and the testimony biblical interpretation of the human spirit. Individual men. Henceforth each individual enjoys the right of deriving instruction for himself from it, and of directing his conscience in accordance with it. 24. These words describe what became a Protestant slogan, every man a priest. Luther went on to facilitate freedom of interpretation by translating the Bible into German. Luther's translation was published in 1534. Hegel, though privately a non-believer, maintained his Lutheran facade by extolling the virtue of Luther's work. 25. The newfound religious freedom of the Germanic, Protestant, nations became the chief basis for Hegel's claim that, in the Germanic nations, man's freedom was finally realized. All were now free. 26. Ironically, this Germanic freedom failed to relieve Hegel of the need to conceal his atheism behind obfuscatory verbiage in order to safeguard his professorship. Neither did it stop the execution of witches, sometimes by fire, in lands that had become Protestant. nor did it prevent the establishment of Calvin's theocracy in Geneva. The second realm in which Germanic freedom arose was that of government. Well in advance of reaching favorable conclusions about the Prussian monarchy, Hegel explored the requirements of freedom in relation to political institutions. The goal was to achieve a balance between personal freedom and the needs of government. If personal freedom has no restrictions, he observed, there can be no government, no constitution. Yet people generally recognize the need for government and leadership. This necessitates the selection and separation from the rest of those who have to take the helm in political affairs, to decide concerning them, and to give orders to other citizens, with a view to the execution of their plans. But too much government, too many orders, and too much planning and direction can unduly restrict personal freedom. How is the right balance achieved? It is, however, urged, says Hegel, that the constitution should be at least so framed, that the citizens may obey as little as possible, and the smallest modicum of free volition be left to the commands of the superiors. 27 The evasive words "it is urged" passive voice fail to establish that it is Hegel who is urging this point of view. Yet the opinion seems to be Hegel's, or at least shared by Hegel. It is consonant with Hegel's undeniable belief that governmental rights must be weighed against human rights. Hegel was born in 1770 and died in 1831. He began his teaching career in 1801, at the University of Jena. The Prussian monarchy that took shape in the roughly half-century preceding Hegel's academic career brought Prussia to fruition. But even before this the foundations of Germanic monarchy had been laid. First, feudalism had largely disappeared, certain feudal property rights and titles remained, a weak central government replaced the feudal institutions. Second, the state, which had been subordinated to the Catholic Church, had regained its supremacy. The state no longer occupies a position of real inferiority to the Church, and is no longer subordinate to it. 28 Frederick the Great, King of Prussia from 1740 to 1786, then arrived on the scene. He expanded and consolidated the Prussian realm, strengthened the monarchy, and instituted work on a Prussian code of laws, essentially a constitution. He also established a policy of religious tolerance, an important advance for freedom. In 1794, under Friedrich Wilhelm II, successor to Frederick the Great, his uncle, Prussia completed and adopted the new, modern, liberal code of laws. The right balance of personal freedom and governmental authority seemed to have been achieved. Hegel described the reforms with these words: feudal obligations are abolished, for freedom of property and of person have been recognized as fundamental principles. Offices of state are open to every citizen, talent and adaptation being of course the necessary conditions. Although the personal decision of the monarch constitutes its government's apex, firmly established laws, and a settled organization of the state, mean that what is left to the sole arbitrament of the monarch is, in point of substance, no great matter. 29 Thus did Spirit realize the dialectical goal of history, actual freedom, actual plus freedom in the secular as well as the sectarian realm. An important qualification must now be added. I pointed out in Chapter 3 that Hegel could not have believed Prussia was the first state to place reasonable restrictions on the right of the state to control the rights of persons to act independently. Britain and the United States were far ahead of Prussia in this respect, and Hegel knew it. Hegel used the limited personal freedom found in Prussia to formulate his dialectical description of history. But he privately held that the freedom that arrived with Germanic monarchy was not that of a proper balance between the rights of individuals and the rights of the state. The freedom that was historically realized in Prussia was instead the concept of freedom, contrasted with freedom per se. That concept was phenomenology's concept of freedom, which treats freedom as release from bondage to God, religion, and religious superstition. For Hegel, this release from bondage occurred in the 1780s, when he was a teenager. The release from bondage concept became philosophically official in 1807. That is when Hegel, acting as Spirit's mind, interpreted his own release from bondage as Spirit's self-realization. In effect, Hegel declared himself God. Freedom's triumph in history can thus be seen as a highly egocentric interpretation of history. The overall period monarchy dialectic, preliminary matters. Although Hegel saw the concept of freedom as the primary goal of history, attaining this freedom under monarchy was an important secondary goal. Disagreement exists among Hegel's interpreters concerning whether Hegel's espousal of monarchy was a ploy used by Hegel to ingratiate himself with his sponsors in the Prussian monarchy. Popper is the leading 20th century exponent of the ingratiation thesis. He contends that Hegel wrote with a singleness of purpose, to serve his employer, Frederick William of Prussia. The monarch had made Hegel the official philosopher of the monarchy. Popper continues, my assertion that Hegel's philosophy was inspired by ulterior motives, namely, by his interest in the restoration of the pre-Napoleonic Wars Prussian government of Frederick William III, Prussia's king from 1797 to 1840, is not new. The story was well known to all who knew the political situation, and was freely told by the few who were independent enough to do so. The best witness is Schopenhauer. Schopenhauer, referring to Hegel, wrote that philosophy had become a tool of interests, of state interests from above, of personal interests Hegel's from below. 30 Popper also quotes Schwegler, whom he identifies as an admiring disciple of Hegel's. Schwegler says Hegel acquired, from his connections with the Prussian bureaucracy, political influence for himself as well as the recognition of his system as the official philosophy, not always to the advantage of the inner freedom of his philosophy, or of its moral worth. 31. Popper further supports his position with a telling point. He observes that Hegel divides the third period of the German world into three more subdivisions. The last is the modern times, dating from the end of the last century. 32 Modern times, according to Popper, is therefore 1800 to 30, with 1830 being the last year in which Hegel lectured on history before his death in 1831. This is the period in which spirit, with Hegel's help, in 1807, achieved self-realization and in which the dialectical history of freedom supposedly reached its climax. To repeat, history's reaching its climax doesn't mean history comes to an end, it means the goals of history have been achieved and that dialectical change has come to an end. Those facts suggest that Prussia's monarchy is the culmination of history. Popper comments, I ask whether I was not justified when I said that Hegel presents us with an apology for Prussia, and whether it is not clear that the state which Hegel commands us to worship as the divine idea on earth is not simply Frederick William's Prussia from 1800 to 1830. 33. Two minor corrections of Popper's argument are in order, but they are not much more than quibbles. The first is semantic. Popper has confused modern times, which begin with the Protestant Reformation, 1517, 34 with our own time, which includes the French Revolution. The year 1517 is when Martin Luther posted his 95 Theses on the church door in Wittenberg, launching the Reformation. So, if we allow some getting started years, modern time seems to begin around 1530, it has no precise starting date. The storming of the Bastille, the beginning of the French Revolution, took place in 1789. Our own time therefore might be said to begin around 1785, when Hegel turned 15. 35. For the most part, recent authors of books about Hegel have avoided the ingratiating himself with the king issue. Those who have commented generally express doubts that Hegel's defense of monarchy was designed to curry the monarch's favor. The most detailed comments come from Charles Taylor. He describes Hegel as a defender of monarchy and an opponent of democracy, but also an opponent of restoring lost rights to the old feudal aristocracy. Taylor bases his analysis not on Hegel's philosophy of history but on his philosophy of right. Hegel's disenchantment with the contemporary aristocracy convinced him that Germany needed a strong monarch. 36 Not only that, legislative power should not entail direct election of representatives. Hegel thus turns his face against what has become an absolutely fundamental principle of the modern democratic state, universal direct suffrage. 37 Legislative power would instead be vested in two estates, or social classes. An upper house, somewhat analogous to Britain's House of Lords, would represent the landed class. Membership would be by birth. A lower house, very loosely resembling Britain's House of Commons, would represent economic and social groups. These groups would appoint their members. Whether this proposal is designed to impress Frederick William III, Taylor doesn't say. But he seems to imply that a sincere distrust of democracy is guiding Hegel's thoughts. Or is it the monarch's dislike of democracy that is guiding Hegel? Singer has the most balanced but not necessarily the most accurate appraisal. He sees both merit and flaws in Popper's attack. On the one hand, Hegel opposed suffrage, accepted the monarch's right to censor newspapers, and opposed freedom to slander or verbally abuse the government and its officials. On the other hand, he advocated greater freedom of speech than Prussia then allowed, and he also advocated trial by jury, which Prussia didn't have. Singer concludes that Hegel's criticisms of existing restrictions on freedom are sufficient to acquit Hegel of the charge of having drawn up his philosophy entirely in order to please the Prussian monarchy, my italics. He adds that Popper's case is not as strong as it seems. Still, Hegel pulled the punches he threw at monarchical restrictions on freedom. The most likely explanation is that Hegel was too conservative, or else too cautious, to advocate a radical departure from the political system under which he lived and taught. To say that Hegel's one aim was to please the King of Prussia is clearly wrong, but it may be fair to say that in order to avoid the wrath of the King of Prussia, Hegel muted the radical thrust of his underlying philosophical theory 38. The consensus of other recent interpreters leans toward the opinion that Hegel did not tailor his philosophy to personal considerations. Avinri displays the strongest opinion. On no account can Hegel's theory be so construed as to refer to any existing state. It is the idea of the state with which Hegel is dealing, and any existing state cannot be anything but a mere approximation to the idea. 39. I think, though, that these words are more applicable to the philosophy of right than to Hegel's history dialectics. The dialectics, viewed in relation to Popper's focus on 1800 to 1830, do seem to emphasize Prussia. Solomon says, Hegel was not primarily a political philosopher, and to view him as a political theorist and a philosopher of the state is to look at him through a strained perspective which he would not, at any point in his career, have recognized. 40. Solomon's words, of course, do not deny that Hegel was secondarily a political philosopher, witness both Taylor's and Avinri's analyses, and an apologist for the Prussian state. Hegel was definitely a political theorist. George Sabina's political theory textbook, A History of Political Theory, affirms this by devoting an entire 49-page chapter to Hegel. Without adopting any sort of strained perspective, Sabina writes that Hegel believed that the extinguishing of feudalism and the rise of a national state could be achieved only through monarchy. 41. The only national state Hegel was concerned about was Prussia. Fox offers a slightly stronger defense of Hegel. Hegel was no mere idolater of the state in general, or of the repressive, militaristic Prussian state in particular. He makes this even more evident when he tells us, the state is not a work of art, it exists in the world, and hence in the sphere of arbitrariness, contingency, and error, and bad behavior may disfigure it in many respects. 42. But that quotation from Hegel refers to the state in general, not to Prussia in particular. And saying that the state isn't perfect is a far cry from not defending it. Conceding that something isn't perfect or is not a work of art is always an anemic defense. Pinkard, in another recent opinion, labels false the belief that Hegel glorified the Prussian state, claiming that it was God's work, was perfect, and was the culmination of all human history. 43. Yet what Pinkard denies exaggerates, glorified, was perfect, the negative things that have been said about Hegel. The quotation in my preceding paragraph finds Hegel saying, in substance, that no state is perfect. A gentler and more accurate claim is that Hegel defended not only monarchy in general, contrasted with democracy, but the Prussian monarchy in particular. 44. Hegel may not have made the absurd statement that Prussia's monarchy was perfect. Neither Popper nor anyone else accused him of saying that, but Hegel indeed did praise monarchy and emphasize the Prussian monarchy. he portrayed monarchy as both the highest form of government and the acme of freedom. I must add that Pinkard, in the sentence preceding the one quoted, denies what is manifestly true, that Hegel claimed history developed according to the process of thesis/antithesis/synthesis. As it happens, Hegel not only had 10 history dialectics but used the one we are about to examine to describe monarchy as a second goal, along with freedom, of history. My point, Pinkard isn't reliable. Without doubt, Hegel defended monarchy as the highest form of political development. At the very least, this conclusion applied to Prussia, even if it applied to a few other monarchies too. It seems clear to me that Hegel intended to emphasize the Prussian monarchy as one of the two goals of history. Hegel delivered his lectures on the philosophy of history during his 1818-31 tenure at the University of Berlin. The period Hegel focuses on really begins with the Second Treaty of Paris, signed in 1815 following the final defeat of Napoleon. The treaty restructured the political geography of Europe. The period effectively ends on December 30, 1830, when Belgium declared its independence from the Netherlands. During the 1815-30 period, there existed 6 northern European monarchies: Britain, France, Prussia, the Netherlands, Denmark, and Sweden. Belgium was a part of the Netherlands, Norway a part of Sweden, Finland a part of Russia, and Poland Catholic also a part of Russia. Hegel was certainly not praising the monarchies of Britain and France. Britain had become a democratic monarchy. The French king, like most Frenchmen, was Catholic. Scratch those two monarchies. The question becomes, did Hegel consider the Protestant monarchies of the Netherlands, Denmark, and Sweden co-equal with Prussia as bearers of the standard of freedom? Hegel could not have perceived a Prussian advantage where religion was concerned. Prussia and the other 3 countries were all Lutheran countries with Lutheran monarchs. A Prussian advantage might also arise from Prussia's having a superior balance of liberalism and conservatism in its laws and in the monarch's rulings. But which country, if any, had the best balance is not something that any historian could answer objectively. Who was best depends on Hegel's personal prejudices. The real issue is whether Hegel's praise of monarchy was intended to impress Frederick William III, King of Prussia from 1797 to 1840. Here I think Hegel sincerely believed in monarchy but, at the same time, was trying to ingratiate himself with the Prussian king. The best evidence that Hegel was buttering up the court is the synthesis of his overarching monarchy dialectic, coming up next: one ruler plus many territories. Of the 4 non-Catholic, non-democratic monarchies of Northern Europe, only Prussia could boast many territories. The inclusion of Belgium in the Netherlands monarchy and the inclusion of Norway in the Swedish monarchy hardly justifies a claim that those monarchies included many territories. Only Prussia qualifies. What reason other than to impress Frederick William III could Hegel have had for making many territories part of the synthesis? Surely Hegel's one ruler plus many territories refers to Prussia alone. The overall period monarchy dialectic, the dialectic itself. The monarchy dialectic uses the familiar one composed of many format. Thesis, one ruler plus one territory, Oriental despotism. Antithesis, many rulers plus many territories, Greco-Roman democracy and aristocracy. Synthesis, one ruler plus many territories, Germanic monarchy. As is customary when Hegel uses 2-part stages, the synthesis borrows one part from the thesis and one from the antithesis. The thesis derives its 2 concepts, one ruler and one territory, from the first of Hegel's 3 broad historical stages, Oriental despotism. Hegel identifies 4 realms of Oriental despotism. These follow an east to west classification scheme: China, India, Persia, and Egypt. Egypt is not Oriental at all but is used by Hegel as a final transition stage, one of 3 leading to Greece. Hegel's justification for this scheme is this: the history of the world travels from east to west, for Europe is absolutely the end of history, Asia the beginning. 45 China is the purest form of Oriental despotism and is where history begins. 46 The other 3 realms, particularly Egypt, are transitional steps that lead to the Greek world. Note that Hegel is equating an east-to-west spatial progression with a China to Germany chronological progression. Strictly speaking, China according to Hegel consists of two subrealms, China and the Mongols. They are similar. Hegel calls both theocracies, because no clear separation of the secular kingdom and the religious kingdom exists. What is essential for the monarchy dialectic is that both China and the Mongols have one ruler and one territory. The Greco-Roman world is the opposite. It has many rulers and many territories. The many rulers are the citizens of the Greek city-states and the aristocrats of Rome. Democracy was the fundamental condition of political life in Greece, as despotism was in the East. In Rome, it is the aristocracy, rigid and opposed to the people. 47 Hegel later adds this remark: the Roman principle admits of aristocracy alone as the constitution proper to it. 48 Hegel is referring here to the early years of Rome, before Roman emperors, beginning with Julius Caesar, took control. Both democracy and aristocracy were systems with many rulers. In Greece all the citizens ruled, in Rome the aristocrats, called patricians, ruled. The patricians exercised their power through the Roman Senate. Greece and Rome differ in how they represent the concept of many territories. In Greece, the many governed territories are the many city-states. Each city-state is independent. Greece has no central government. Correspondingly, the citizens have no sense of Greek national unity. Although city-states might join forces against an external enemy, war between one city-state and another belied the idea of unity. In Rome, the many governed territories are Rome itself plus the conquered territories of the Roman Empire. Germanic monarchy was the dialectical synthesis, one monarch plus many territories. Although Hegel normally used Germanic as an ethnic rather than a political term, in this synthesis the monarchy with many territories had to be Prussia. No other Germanic monarchy had many territories. The one ruler was the monarch, Frederick William III, King of Prussia. Hegel's justification of monarchy as the goal of rational history is feeble. The primary justification is the somewhat arbitrary assertion that monarchy is the source of real freedom. 49 But why can't democracy do the job just as well? Part of the answer is that democracy, Hegel thinks, is practical only in small states. Hegel remarks that democracy was possible in Greece because democratic constitutions are possible only in small states which do not much exceed the compass of cities. 50. That may be true of participatory democracy, but it does not hold for representative forms of government. Why was monarchy better than the system then prevailing in England and America, where people elected legislators to speak and vote for them? The closest thing to an answer from Hegel concerns England. There, he says, the parliament governs. But this leads to corruption in the form of vote buying, or bribery. Yet Hegel concedes that the parliamentary system has one advantage: it introduces a majority of men into parliament who are statesmen, who from their very youth have devoted themselves to political business and have worked and lived in it. He leaves open the question of whether reform in parliament is possible. 51 Hegel's conclusion that monarchy is history's rational choice as the best form of government thus becomes arbitrary. Well, not really arbitrary, it is what a dialectical synthesis should be. It is the negation of the negation. The negation, antithesis, that monarchy negates is democracy, part of the dialectic's antithesis. Dialectical necessity becomes Hegel's real justification for monarchy. The many territories, the second half of the synthesis, were the array of principalities, duchies, free cities, and other mostly small political units that Prussia comprised. These gave Prussia the familiar Hegelian one composed of many flavor. In the monarchy dialectic, this many element in the synthesis comes from Greco-Roman democracy and aristocracy. The one element, the monarch, comes from Oriental despotism. The monarch reprises separation and return. Germanic monarchy was the end of a long voyage of separation and return, separation from and return to one monarch. The dialectical synthesis, once again, is one ruler plus many territories. Summary. Thesis: one ruler plus one territory, Oriental despotism. Antithesis, many rulers plus many territories, Greece and Rome. Synthesis, one ruler plus many territories, Prussia. Level 2, Hegel's two subperiod dialectics. Hegel divides the overall period into two subperiods, 1. Oriental despotism to Rome and 2. Rome to the Germanic world. Bear in mind that Rome is not the synthesis of the first subperiod or the thesis of the second, it is the label used for those two stages. The actual synthesis and thesis are concepts. So these two dialectics are not an example of a synthesis as becoming the thesis of a follow-on dialectic. The Oriental despotism to Rome subdialectic. In the Oriental despotism to Rome subdialectic, the overall period's Greco-Roman middle stage is broken into two substages, Greece and Rome. Rome becomes the third stage of the subdialectic. The new dialectic has these three stages, 1. Oriental despotism, 2. Greek democracy, and 3. Roman despotism, no longer aristocracy. The dialectic thus created is identical to the overall period's monarchy dialectic. Thesis, one ruler plus one territory, Oriental despotism. Antithesis, many rulers plus many territories, Greek democracy. Synthesis, one ruler plus many territories, Roman despotism. The first two stages have already been explained in connection with the monarchy dialectic. In China, where history begins, the one ruler is the despot. He governs one territory. The second stage reduces Greco-Roman democracy and aristocracy to Greek democracy alone. The many rulers are again the citizens. The many territories are, as before, the Greek city-states. The third stage, Rome, embodies what is new. Hegel reconceptualizes Rome from aristocratic government to emperor government. He does this by dividing the Roman world into three sub-subperiods. These become the basis for a third-level sub-subdialectic that does not immediately concern us. The three sub-subperiods are, 1. Rome to the time of the Second Punic War, 2. Rome from the Second Punic War to the emperors, and 3. Rome under the emperors. 52 The Punic Wars were fought between Rome and Carthage, a city in what is now Tunisia. The Punics were an ethnic group that lived in Carthage. The First Punic War was 264 to 241 BCE, the second was 218 to 201 BCE, a Third Punic War, which ended with the destruction of Carthage, was 149 to 146 BCE. In the overall period monarchy dialectic, the first two Roman subperiods are the source of the concept of aristocratic rule, the many rulers of Rome. The aristocrats were called patricians. Below them were the common people, the plebeians. Hegel describes their relationship during the first period. The struggle between patricians and plebeians begins, and after this has been set at rest by the concession of the plebeian demands, there ensues a state of contentment in the internal affairs of Rome. 53 In 244 BCE, 3 years before the end of the First Punic War, some early Roman kings were banished. The Roman Republic, governed by patricians, began. Aristocratic rule continued through the second period. But in the third period, Roman emperors took control, aristocratic rule came to an end. The decisive change occurred when Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon River and occupied the city of Rome. Caesar then became the first of a long line of Roman emperors. Emphasizing that Caesar's rule launched a one-ruler period, Hegel says Caesar became the sole ruler of the state. 54 Eventually, the Roman Empire separated into the Western Roman Empire and the Eastern Roman Empire. The Western Roman Empire fell to the Visigoths in 476 CE. The Eastern Roman Empire lasted until 1453 CE, when Constantinople fell to the Ottoman Turks. Hegel describes this one-ruler period as a period of despotism. The Roman Empire closes with despotism, which marks the third period. 55 We see that the dialectic begins and ends with despotism, going from Oriental despotism to Greek democracy to Roman despotism, another instance of separation and return. But whereas Oriental despotism had one territory, the Roman despotism included the many territories of the Roman Empire. The dialectic's third stage is thus a synthesis of one ruler, from the thesis, Oriental despotism and many territories, from the antithesis, the Greek city-states. Summary. Thesis, one ruler plus one territory, Oriental despotism. Antithesis, many rulers plus many territories, Greece, city-states. Synthesis, one ruler plus many territories, Rome under the emperors. The Rome to Germanic world sub-dialectic. Hegel's second sub-period is the German world, Sabri translation, or Germanic world, Friedrich translation. Point 56. The sub-period overlaps the preceding one. It begins with the arrival in Rome of Christianity during the time of the Roman emperors. Christianity became the official religion of Rome in 380 CE. The dialectic has three historical stages. 1. The early Christian German world, extending through Charlemagne's reign as king of the Franks, 771 to 814 CE. 2. The Middle Ages and Catholic theocracy, ending with the early stages of the Protestant Reformation, which began with Luther's posting of his 95 Theses on the church door in Wittenberg, Germany, in 1517, and 3. The Protestant Reformation and its culmination in Germanic monarchy. Although Hegel uses the adjective Germanic, this period seems more Roman than Germanic in its first two stages. Having repeated the overall period's monarchy dialectic with his first sub-dialectic, Hegel repeats the overall period's freedom dialectic with his second sub-dialectic. The format, first used in variant 27 of the macro-dialectic, chapter 3, then in the master and slave micro-dialectic, chapter 4, and again in the first overarching history dialectic, is familiar. Thesis, potential plus freedom, early Christianity. Antithesis, actual plus bondage, Catholic theocracy. Synthesis, actual plus freedom, the Reformation. Hegel says the three periods can be compared to the realms of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. During the first period, the Church and state are so closely linked that they are essentially one. This state of union is the state of the Unknown Father before he separates from himself and becomes two. In the second period, the Middle Ages, the Church breaks apart from the state and gains superior status. This condition is like that of God when he separates from himself and becomes two, the Father in heaven and the Son, God incarnate, on earth. The Son represents separation. In the third period, the Reformation, Church and state become reunified, with the state firmly in control. This state relates to the Holy Spirit, which unites Father and Son. During the thesis stage, the spiritual church and the secular state form only different aspects of one mass 57, but the one mass does not yet project freedom. The rulers are cruel and repressive. We behold the terrible spectacle of the most fearful extravagance of passion in all the royal houses of that period. Clovis, the founder of the Frankish monarchy, is stained with the blackest of crimes. Harshness and cruelty characterize all the succeeding Merovingians. The same spectacle is repeated in the Thuringian and other royal houses. 58. Freedom is thus only potential. The will of the state, potentially truthful, mistakes itself and separates itself from the true and proper end. Freedom by particular, limited ends, my italics. Point 59. Another reason freedom is merely potential is that the prevailing religion is Catholicism. Catholicism, with its dogma and related opposition to free thinking, is not equipped to carry the torch of freedom. The Church has to ordain and the laity have simply to believe. Obedience is their duty, the obedience of faith, without insight on their part. 60. Protestantism can do the job, it is equipped to carry the torch of freedom. The dialectic's antithesis stage, the Middle Ages, sees the two sides, the spiritual and the secular, church and state, drift apart. We now have independence and opposition, with the church by itself as a theocracy, and the state by itself as a feudal monarchy. 61. But the Western Roman Empire has collapsed, civil authority is weak, and the church is firmly in command. Theocracy now prevails. And we now learn why Solomon says that Hegel's treatment of Catholicism is particularly vicious. 62 The Church's harsh reign, Hegel says, is characterized by utter derangement, example the Inquisitions, the witch burnings, corruption, example the sale of indulgences, and immoral excess, example Galileo on his knees before the Pope. Point 63 This means that a condition of absolute unfreedom is injected into the very principle of freedom. 64 Hegel goes into detail. And thus absolute unfreedom became the established law through the perversion of the principle of freedom. The individual has to confess, is bound to expose all the particulars of his life and conduct to the view of the confessor, and is then informed what to do. Thus the Church took the place of conscience. It put men into apron strings like children and told them that man could not be freed from the torments which his sins had merited by any self-improvement, but only by outward actions, actions not of his own good will, but performed by command of the ministers of the Church. They consisted of hearing Mass, doing penance, going through a certain number of prayers, and undertaking pilgrimages, for example, actions which are unspiritual, stupefy the soul, and are not only mere external ceremonies, but are such as can be even in one stead performed by others. One could even buy some of the extra good works ascribed to the saints and thus secure salvation earned by them. Point 65. The result is bondage, the opposite of freedom. Point 66 The dialectic's antithesis, actual plus bondage. The dialectic's third stage extends from the Reformation to our own times. 67 Church theocracy vanishes in Northern Europe as the rational principles of Protestantism replace Catholic dogma. In explaining the synthesis of the overall period's freedom dialectic, I described how Hegel saw freedom emerge in two sectors: religion and government. The fundamental change in the religion sector was the replacement of Catholic dogma, the prohibition of freedom of belief, with the every man a priest doctrine of Luther. In the government sector, the main developments were the re-establishment of monarchy and Prussia's adoption of a rational code of laws. Hegel, we saw, considered monarchy to be more predisposed to minimize restrictions on freedom than was the papacy. And the supposedly rational laws of Prussia provided what Hegel thought was the proper balance between necessary powers of government and personal freedom, despite the allowing of censorship and the disallowing of suffrage. In Hegel's eyes, our own time is the time when the principle of freedom has realized itself. 68 The thesis and the antithesis have merged into a synthesis, actual, from the antithesis, plus freedom, from the thesis. Level 3, Hegel's 6 sub-period dialectics. Both of the sub-period dialectics, like all dialectics, have 3 stages: thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. That gives us 6 stages. 2 times 3 equals 6, for the 2 sub-periods combined. Each of the 6 stages is divided into 3 still lower level stages. 6 third-level dialectics result: 1. Oriental despotism, 2. Greece, 3. Rome, 4. The early German world, 5. The Middle Ages, and 6. The Germanic world. Oriental despotism. Hegel's east-to-west breakdown of Oriental despotism moves from a. China, the thesis, to b. India, the antithesis, to c. Persia, the synthesis. This dialectic is another example of the one and many format. The format is the same as that used with the overall period's monarchy dialectic and the Orient to Rome sub-dialectic. Thesis, one ruler plus one territory, Oriental despotism. Antithesis, many rulers plus many territories, India. Synthesis, one ruler plus many territories, Persia. We have seen the 2 Oriental despotism concepts twice already in the history context. No further explanation is required. Moving on to India, we find Hegel saying this: when the Europeans became acquainted with India, they found a multitude of petty kingdoms, at whose head were Mahometan, Mohammedan, Islamic and Indian princes. 69 It is immediately apparent that Hegel is establishing his many antithesis, the opposite of his one thesis. But the concept of many rulers now differs from that used with Greek democracy and Roman aristocracy. In Greece the many rulers were the citizens of each city-state, In Rome the many rulers were the aristocrats of the Roman Senate. In India the multiplicity of rulers depends on the multiplicity of states, since there is only one ruler per state. Persia offers a third arrangement, a multi-unit empire headed by one king. Hegel describes Persia. The Persian Empire is an empire in the modern sense like that which existed in Germany, and the great imperial realm under the sway of Napoleon, for we find it consisting of a number of states, which are indeed dependent, but which have retained their own individuality, their manners and laws. 70 In short, Persia is a prototype of Prussia. It is one composed of many, a synthesis of one and many, one ruler and many states. Greece. The Greece dialectic is easily the most unusual history dialectic. Instead of resurrecting familiar forms from the first level and second level history dialectics, it reaches back to one of the intermediate dialectics discussed in Chapter 4. I refer to the religion dialectic, based on the opposition between natural and artificial. That dialectic took this form. Thesis, natural religion, found in Persia and Egypt. Antithesis, artificial, religion in the form of art, found in Greece. Synthesis, natural equals artificial, the revealed religion, the sun natural equals God artificial. The present dialectic is similar but reaches its natural equals artificial synthesis by a different route. Thesis, natural, Egypt. Antithesis, artificial, Greece. Synthesis, natural equals artificial, Egypt, after its conquest by Alexander, or Greece. In Chapter 4's intermediate dialectic, the natural religion was found in Persia, Ahura Mazda, the god of light, and Egypt, plant and animal gods. The artificial religion came from Greece. So in the present dialectic we should not be surprised to find the concept of natural once more coming from Persia and Egypt and that of artificial again coming from Greece. But isn't this dialectic about Greece? What is this talk about Persia and Egypt? Hegel treats Egypt as quasi-Greek in the sense that it represents a transition from Persia to Greece. Persia was part of that transition, because Persia conquered Egypt and incorporated it into the Persian Empire. Hegel puts it this way: if Persia forms the external transition to Greek life, the internal transition is mediated by Egypt. 71 Hegel first notes that the Persians displayed the adoration of light Ahura Mazda regarded as the essence of universal nature natural. 72 This concept was carried over into the Egyptian god Osiris, god of the sun and agriculture. The general concept of nature also accompanied Isis. She was the wife of Osiris and, among other things, goddess of the Nile. The Nile's banks overflowed each year because of the tears Isis shed over the death of Osiris. Hegel recognizes these things. We have spoken of the Nile, of the sun, and of the vegetation depending on them. The Nile and the sun constitute the divinities, conceived under human forms Isis and Osiris. 73 Hegel goes on to discuss animal gods, also natural, but among the Egyptians this worship of beasts was carried to excess under the forms of a most stupid and non-human superstition. Each district had a brute deity of its own, a cat, an ibis, a crocodile, etc. 74 Further discussion of animal gods leads to this observation: we thus see Egypt intellectually confined by a narrow, involved, close view of nature. 75 Conclusion: Egypt symbolizes the concept of nature. That which reflects nature. Egypt's religion in this case is natural. Natural becomes the dialectic's thesis. Completing his transition from Egypt to Greece, Hegel discusses Greek art. This art falls under 3 chapter headings: I. The subjective work of art, 2. The objective work of art, and 3. The political work of art. 76 The detailed content of these chapters is not relevant to the dialectic. What is relevant is that Hegel says art is the essence of the Greek spirit. The first period of Greek history saw the Greek spirit attain its aesthetic development and reach maturity, realize its essential being. My italics. Point 77 As in Chapter 4's natural artificial dialectic, art is artificial, man-made. This gives us the Chapter 5 dialectic's antithesis, artificial. The second period of Greek history is, according to Hegel, a long period of warfare. Since Egypt, the natural period, is the first period of the dialectic and the first Greek sub-period is the dialectic's second period, this second sub-period of Greek history is really the third period of the dialectic. Most of the third period's fighting doesn't concern us. What does concern us is the conquests of Alexander the Great, who first united Greece and then proceeded to subdue many foreign territories. Among those territories was Egypt. In conquering Egypt and founding the city of Alexandria in the process, Alexander created a union of Egypt, natural, and Greece, artificial, hence a union of natural and artificial. That union, natural equals artificial, alternatively, natural plus artificial, is the Greece dialectic synthesis. Hegel identifies a third sub-period in the history of the Hellenic world, but it interests us less. 78 Indeed it does interest us less. The chapter titled The Fall of the Greek Spirit takes up only 3 pages. These describe the decline of Greece and is not part of the dialectic. The crushing destiny of Greece is Roman power. 79 This destiny is really part of the rise of Rome. This particular history dialectic has a special point. In making that point, Hegel retreats from the philosophy of history to phenomenology. The point, spirit is a blend of natural and artificial, or man, natural, and the divine, artificial, invented by man. God is man, that is, man and everything else in the universe. Rome. Rome is the third stage of the first sub-period's dialectic. There can be little doubt that Hegel has created a third-level dialectic for Rome. Not only has a clear pattern of dialectics on 3 levels emerged, Hegel has also provided 3 precisely defined periods within the Roman era. Even the concepts represented by these 3 Roman periods can be discerned. What is not clear is whether the thesis concept of potential despotism is represented by Romulus or by later kings. The dialectic is this. Thesis, potential plus despotism, Romulus and other early Roman kings. Antithesis, actual plus aristocracy, era of Roman aristocracy. Synthesis, actual plus despotism, Caesar and later emperors. Rome's first period, the thesis period, extends from Rome's beginnings through the First Punic War, 264 to 241 BCE. According to Roman mythology, Rome was founded by Romulus, who became its first king. Romulus and Remus were twins, fathered by the god Mars, born of a virgin, and nursed by a wolf. Romulus killed Remus and made himself king. The possibility that Hegel views Romulus as the model for potential despotism arises because Hegel mentions Romulus 3 times in discussing Roman history. 80 In the third instance, Hegel says, Romulus is said to have appointed 100 Patra. The Patra were Rome's patricians, the aristocrats. They held the king's authority in check, preventing him from acting like a despot. So the mythical Romulus was merely a potential despot, held in check by aristocrats. The other possible representative of potential despotism is the early kings. According to Hegel, the kings were banished in the year 244, or 3 years before the end of the First Punic War. 81 They were banished by the patricians, whose power had already limited the authority of the kings, preventing the kings from becoming more than potential despots. The dialectic's antithesis is aristocracy, actual plus aristocracy. The aristocrats, acting through the Roman Senate, were in power during part of the First Roman period and all of the Second. The dialectic's synthesis returns to despotism, separation and return. Caesar crossed the Rubicon, took control, and proclaimed himself emperor. Many other emperors followed. Hegel calls their rule despotism, giving us the synthesis, actual plus despotism. The early Christian Germanic world. The first of the second subperiod's 3 stages is the early Germanic world. It has 3 stages of its own: 1. The barbarian migrations, 2. Islam, which Hegel calls Mohammedanism, and 3. The empire of Charlemagne. These produce another universal and particular dialect. But it is a dialectic with a difference. universal, normally the thesis, and particular, normally the antithesis, are transposed. The first period begins with the arrival in the Roman Empire of Germanic people. These belong to many groups. Hegel calls them nations, and they gradually spread themselves across the empire. Although they ultimately convert to Christianity, they are slow to do so. This slowness Hegel attributes to an idiosyncrasy which we may call Heartgemächt. 82 The basic characteristic of heart is that the Germanic individual becomes devoted to nothing in particular but becomes superficially attached to a wide variety of objects. In two different senses, particularity becomes the theme of the first period. First, the many Germanic nations migrating into Germany are not yet united into an empire, they are particulars, particular Germanic nations, more aptly described as tribes or groups. Second, heart slows the process of Christianization, preserving for the moment many Germanic religions and also preserving the heart-based attachment to many objects. Many particulars means particularity. We behold them, the Germanic migrants, beginning their work by bringing all social relations under the form of particularity. 83 Particularity is Hegel's thesis, expressly stated. In the East, the opposite sort of development occurs, and occurs rapidly. Islam takes over. The Islamic revolution of the East that took place destroyed all particularity, making the abstract one Allah the absolute object of attention and devotion. 84 Note the word abstract, it is the opposite, the antithesis of concrete, which is another way of saying particular. One is, of course, another way of saying universal, that which encompasses all the particulars. Hegel has now presented us with the dialectic's antithesis, universality. The dialectic's third stage, the synthesis, is the empire of Charlemagne, king of the Franks. Clovis was the founder of the Frankish Empire, which more or less replaced the Western Roman Empire. After Clovis's death, the empire went through various tribulations until Charlemagne emerged. The Pope, who was now a powerful figure, crowned Charlemagne emperor of the Holy Roman Empire in 800 CE. This act marked the founding of the Holy Roman Empire, although Charlemagne's reign actually extended from 771 CE until 814 CE. The Holy Roman Empire excluded the Eastern Roman Empire, which collapsed much later, in 1453. The Holy Roman Empire's founding is the first of two developments that create the synthesis of universality and particularity. The empire unites the many German nations into one empire. The second development is the completion of the conversion of the Germanic people to Christianity. Now, like the Muslims, the particularistic Germanic people have brought their focus onto the one, in this case God. This too is a synthesis of universality and particularity. The universal, God, absorbs and thereby replaces the many particular objects toyed with by heart. Here is the dialectic that results. Thesis, particularity, many Germanic nations, many non-Christian religions. Antithesis, universality, Islam, one religion, one God. Synthesis, universe, one empire, one religion, composed of particulars, many Germanic nations. The Middle Ages. The middle stage of the Rome to Germanic world subperiod dialectic is the Middle Ages. As usual, Hegel divides the period into three stages. In this instance the stages are, 1. The breaking up of the Frankish Empire and the concurrent rise of both feudalism and the Roman Catholic Church, 2. The Crusades, and 3. The transition from feudalism to monarchy. Hegel seems to read two familiar dialectics into this trio of stages. The first dialectic has inner and outer as its thesis and antithesis, the second uses one and many. We begin with the inner-outer dialectic. These two concepts form a pair that appeared in a variant of phenomenology's macrodialectic and in four microdialectics: 1. Observing reason, 2. Phrenology, 3. Law of the heart, and 4. Matter in hand. In the macrodialectic, inner refers to the inner essence of an object, which is spirit, outer is the outside of objects an observer, subject, sees and misinterprets as something other than himself. These concepts are closely related to one and many. The internal essence, spirit, is the same for every object. Everything in the universe is spirit. So there is just one internal entity. But, judged by their outer appearance, the external or alien objects seem to be many, many particulars. The clue that brings our attention to the internal-external dialectic is something Hegel says about the antithesis stage, the Crusades. Christianity exhibited a craving to recover the Muslim-controlled Holy Land, particularly Jerusalem. This craving drove Christianity out of itself. 85 out of itself is recognizable as an alternate phrasing of the second member of Hegel's intended to be recondite in itself and for itself dichotomy. That which is in itself, inside itself as an inner essence, is the internal, that which is for itself is out of itself, or on the outside. In itself always refers to a thesis, for itself always to an antithesis. Now we get the point of Hegel's depicting the Crusades as a separate stage of the Middle Ages. The Crusades sent Christian militants into the outside world, the Middle East, to slaughter the Muslims. Still dripping with the blood of the slaughtered inhabitants of Jerusalem, the Christians fell down on their faces at the tomb of the Redeemer, and directed their fervent supplications to him. 86. With outer, i.e., out of itself, thus established as the antithesis, it is easy to see how inner can be read into the thesis stage. Everything discussed in connection with the first stage of the dialectic relates to internal developments in the Holy Roman Empire. First, following Charlemagne's death, the Frankish Empire breaks up into many smaller sovereign units. The Holy Roman Emperor retains his throne, but his authority greatly diminishes. Second, the weakening of central authority leads to the development of feudal institutions. Third, the Church replaces the state as the de facto governing authority. The Church gained the victory in the struggle, and in this way secured as decided a supremacy in Germany, as she did in the other states of Europe. 87. Lest doubt remain about whether Hegel really conceptualizes these developments as internal, Hegel explicitly delivers the message. This message appears in the introductory paragraph of his section on the Middle Ages. There he says that the culminating point of this period is the Crusades, for with them arises a universal instability, but one through which the states of Christendom first attain internal and external independence. My italics. Point 88. These words do not mean that the internal independence comes from the Crusades, they mean that the Crusades add external independence to the internal independence already achieved by internal states of the Frankish kingdom. You probably wonder, how is Hegel going to produce his synthesis of inner, internal, and outer, external? I wondered the same thing. The third stage's heading, the transition from feudalism to monarchy, does not sound promising. On its face, it offers nothing external. But in the penultimate paragraph of 19 paragraphs, extremely long paragraphs for the most part, we find the answer. As a third leading feature demanding our notice in determining the character of the period, it might be mentioned that urging of spirit outwards, that desire on the part of man to become acquainted with his world. The chivalrous spirit of the maritime heroes of Portugal and Spain opened a new way to the East Indies and discovered America. The aim of Columbus was by no means a merely secular one. It presented a distinctly religious aspect, the treasures of those rich Indian lands which awaited his discovery and were destined in his intention to be expended in a new crusade, in which the heathen inhabitants of the countries themselves were to be converted to Christianity. 89. Note that Hegel italicizes the word outwards and that he also characterizes the maritime explorations as a crusade, a word used earlier to describe the external crusades of the middle period. The complementary internal developments need not be summarized here. Suffice it to say that they take place within the Holy Roman Empire and the Germanic world, the realm of Western, non-Orthodox, Christianity. And so we have a synthesis, internal plus external. The dialectic. Thesis, inner. Antithesis, outer. Synthesis, inner plus outer. The second dialectic of the Middle Ages can be summarized quickly. The Western Christian world is one. The Crusades are many. Christianity is a synthesis of the one and the many, 1. Christianity with many crusades. The dialectic. Thesis, 1. Antithesis, many. Synthesis, 1 composed of many. The modern time. The sixth and last third-level dialectic, also the last stage of the second subperiod's dialectics, is the modern time, not to be confused with our own time, the very last substage, roughly Hegel's own 1785 to 1830 era, beginning with pre-revolution developments in France. We have long since confirmed what Hegel is doing, so it is no surprise that there are again 3 chapters, one for each stage of the new dialectic. The chapters, and dialectical stages, are, 1. The Reformation, 2. Influence of the Reformation on political development, and here I use Friedrich's translation, 3. The Enlightenment and the French Revolution. Sabri unwisely substitutes Hegel's éclaircissement for enlightenment, a terrible burden for those of us who don't understand French. This dialectic ends at the same historical time, 1815 to 30, and place, Prussia. 2 earlier dialectics end. The overall period's freedom dialectic leads to a synthesis of actual freedom. So does the second subperiod's Rome to Germanic world dialectic. You would expect, then, that the third-level modern time dialectic would have the same familiar form: 1. A thesis of potential freedom, 2. An antithesis of actual bondage, and 3. A synthesis of actual freedom. But this expectation turns out to be wrong. The modern time dialectic seems to begin with potential freedom as its thesis. The first stage is labeled the Reformation. In this stage, Protestantism has evolved and is now the agent of potential freedom. Man is free to think his own thoughts and to interpret the Bible for himself. The Church no longer tells him what to think. But this freedom is still only potential, incomplete. 2 problems prevent its becoming actual. One is that freedom requires not only Protestantism but Prussian-style monarchy. Not just monarchy in general, the Reformation era already has that, but Prussian-style monarchy. We have, as yet, no reconstruction of the state, the system of jurisprudence, etc., for thought must first discover the essential principle of right. 90. We need not digress here to discuss the complicated and ambiguous concept of right. We need merely recognize that Hegel thinks something is missing in earlier Protestantism. The second problem preventing the immediate realization of freedom under the Reformation is the belief in evil. 91. Unfortunate women were thought to be witches, persons who had made pacts with the devil and thereby exercised the evil one's powers. These women were tortured into confessing, then executed, sometimes by burning. Protestants as well as Catholics shared the madness. This delusion raged among the nations in the 16th century with the fury of a pestilence, and even as late as the year 1780 a witch was publicly burned at Glarus in Switzerland. 92. Freedom, then, was still only potential. But if the modern time dialectic's thesis were potential freedom, its antithesis would have to be actual bondage. Yet nothing Hegel says about the second stage describes bondage. He might have made the belief in evil his second stage. He could then have used the witch trials to represent bondage to superstition. But he didn't. The witch trials are discussed under the Reformation heading, the thesis heading. Hegel might also have used France's reign of terror, the mass guillotining of innocent citizens, to represent bondage. But his discussion of the reign of terror, quite brief, comes under the synthesis heading, the Enlightenment and the Revolution. Nothing Hegel says under the antithesis heading, the influence of the Reformation on political development, qualifies as bondage. It becomes apparent that this last dialectic does not begin with potential freedom and progress to actual bondage. A different dialectic must be found. This different dialectic isn't hard to find. Like Chapter 4's natural artificial intermediate dialectic, history's last dialectic is hidden in plain sight in the labels of the first 2 stages. The first stage, the Reformation, points to religion. The second stage's words political development point to government. These 2 concepts, religion and government, or church and state, are familiar. They are 2 opposing sources of rule. They were discussed in connection with earlier dialectics. In particular, the two primary dialectics, the overall periods freedom and monarchy dialectics, are based on the two concepts. In the freedom dialectic, Protestantism, church, and Germanic monarchy, state, are the two pillars on which freedom rests. The monarchy dialectic emphasizes the importance of the second pillar, monarchy. The new church-state dialectic is the following: thesis, church, Protestantism; antithesis, state, Germanic monarchy; synthesis, freedom, the joint product of church, free thought, and state, judicious rule. The historical opposition, or antithesis, between church and state requires little elaboration. The church and the state was first the Roman Empire, then the Holy Roman Empire, vied with each other for power. At first the state had the upper hand. The Roman state initially fed Christians to the lions or had them crucified, then reversed course and made Christianity the official religion of the state while exercising considerable control over the church. Later, in the Middle Ages, the church gained the upper hand. It assumed powers that rightly belonged to government. Even today, in the United States, fundamentalist Protestant churches, assisted and even led by the Catholic Church on the abortion, birth control, and parochial school aid issues, seek to gain control of government so as to advance their religious agenda, authorizing school prayer and Bible reading the public schools, suppressing the teaching of evolution, providing taxpayer-financed tuition vouchers for parochial school students, outlawing abortion, displaying the Ten Commandments and crosses in public buildings and on public property, authorizing pharmacy employees to refuse to fill birth control prescriptions, outlawing stem cell research, and so on. Although church and state have sometimes cooperated for their mutual benefit, they are inherently opponents. The church becomes the master and slave enemy of the state when the church seeks control of the state, and vice versa, as in the former communist USSR. In that sense, the state is the antithesis of the church. The synthesis of church and state arises in the concept of freedom. Freedom's first prerequisite is Protestantism, the essence of the Reformation. Until Protestantism arrived, Catholicism suppressed free thought. Under threat of being tried for heresy, not to mention the threat of burning in hell, people had to accept as true whatever the church taught. They could not question the facts that the sun revolved around the earth was flat, God is shaped like a human and sits on a throne in a place in the sky called heaven. The first humans were Adam and Eve. All humans ever born except Mary were infected with original sin. Jesus was born of a virgin. Jesus returned to life after dying on the cross. Mary's physical body, not just her soul, floated up to heaven. Stars would fall from the sky during a future apocalypse. Demons caused insanity, witches really exist and cause all sorts of trouble. Divine laws, the violation of which constitutes sin, also exist. Sexual intercourse undertaken purely for pleasure, even between husband and wife, is sinful. Unredeemed sinners go to hell where they are eternally tortured with fire. Sins can be expiated by such means as manipulating the beads on a rosary while reciting Hail Marys. Children who die in infancy go to limbo, and so on. Even worse, the Church suppressed personal liberty and brought death to thousands of human beings through such means as the Inquisitions, the Crusades, heresy trials, and the persecution of witches. Protestantism introduced a reformed set of religious values. The value most highly lauded by Hegel was the right of each person to interpret the Bible for himself, instead of being told by the Church what the Bible means and what dogmatic beliefs to accept. The second prerequisite for freedom is monarchy, the purest form of government. Hegel distrusted both democratic rule by citizens and aristocratic rule by feudal nobles. Referring to British democracy, Hegel said that of institutions characterized by real freedom there are nowhere fewer than in England. 93 Monarchy is necessary because, where policy must be decided, the personal decision of the monarch is absolutely necessary. 94 But monarchy is not in itself sufficient to produce freedom. It must be accompanied by a proper constitution, one based on judiciously formulated laws that strike the right balance between personal freedom and the administrative requirements of the state. Reason embodied in laws is essential. Point 95. McCartney underscores the importance of this point. It is plain that Hegel is wholly committed to the view that freedom must be embodied as an objective structure of law and justice. 96. In addition, the monarch must be Protestant, committed to the Protestant principle of free thought. Monarchy could not guarantee freedom in France, because the monarch and a majority of his subjects were Catholic. Point 97. By uniting church, Protestantism, and state, monarchy, Hegelian-style freedom provides a dialectical synthesis of church and state. Picking and choosing. Hegel might have thought he had really discovered a dialectical pattern in history. Or he might have known that he was picking and choosing the bits of history and the associated concepts he used to build his history dialectics. The latter alternative is surely the case. Hegel was not a metaphysician. Both his strong antagonism toward religion and the non-supernatural character of spirit leave no doubt on this point. Hegel could not have been unaware that he was distorting history when he created his dialectics. The distortion and the picking and choosing are too obvious. By defining periods and regions differently, or by emphasizing different concepts for the regions chosen by Hegel, we can just as easily create history triads that wreck Hegel's dialectics by disabling one of the three stages. We can also create new dialectics with different goals and outcomes. Here are some substitute choices, no more arbitrary than Hegel's, that smash the history dialectics. Substitute ancient Judaism for Oriental despotism as the first stage of history. The Jews had slaves, Exodus 21:2, 11, 20, Leviticus 25:39, 46, Numbers 31:15, 18, Deuteronomy 15:12, 18, 20:10, 14, Joshua 9:22, 27. So the thesis is now actual plus bondage instead of potential plus freedom. The new thesis is identical to Hegel's Greco-Roman slavery antithesis. Hegel's antithesis is no longer antithetical. The dialectic lies in ruins. Substitute 16th century England, featuring the reigns of Henry VIII, 1509–47, and Elizabeth I, 1558–1603, for Greece and Rome as the freedom dialectics antithesis. England had no slavery, so actual plus freedom is the antithesis. Now there is no actual plus bondage antithesis to oppose the potential plus freedom thesis. The antithesis and the synthesis are identical. The dialectic again has crumbled. Substitute early 19th century United States for early 19th century Northern European monarchies as the synthesis stage. The United States, being the latest historical development as of Hegel's Berlin tenure, is surely a more rational choice. Now the monarchy dialectic becomes, 1. Thesis, one ruler plus one territory, 2. Antithesis, many rulers plus many territories, 3. Synthesis, many rulers, the voters, plus many territories, the states. The synthesis is now the same as the antithesis. Another dialectic destroyed. Create an entirely new set of three periods with Athens, just the one city-state, as the thesis period, the Rome of Caesar and the post-Caesar emperors as the antithesis, and the United States as the synthesis. The three conceptual stages become, 1. Democracy plus one territory, 2. Despotism plus many territories, and 3. Democracy, from the thesis, plus many territories, from the antithesis. We now have a genuine synthesis that borrows one concept from the thesis and one from the antithesis. But democracy has replaced monarchy as the goal of history. And the United States has replaced Prussia. Substitute for Hegel's geographically oriented periods 3 abstract, non-geographical historical periods, primitive society, medieval society, and the modern 19th century society of Hegel's Berlin period. Make weaponry the conceptual scheme. For the three stages of weaponry we get, 1. Bow and arrow plus spear, 2. Broadsword plus catapult, and 3. rifle plus cannon. The middle stage is no longer antithetical to the first stage, and the third stage is no longer a synthesis of the first two. Keep all three of Hegel's time periods but substitute Catholic Southern Europe for Protestant Northern Europe. Change the concepts used for each period to religious concepts. Hegel says the Mongolian despot, the Lama, was revered as God, the only God. But he was not actually a god, he was a human, so he was only potentially the god of Catholicism, who represses freedom of thought. Thesis, potential plus one anti-free thought god. Greece and Rome had gods who didn't suppress freedom of thought, but they were the wrong gods. Antithesis, actual plus many free thought gods. Southern Europe had the one anti-free thought god of Catholicism. Synthesis, actual, from the antithesis, plus one anti-free thought god. Now Hegel's goal of freedom, derived from Protestantism, has become a goal of bondage, submission to a repressive, anti-free thought god. I'm not arguing that Hegel was wrong about histories having dialectical goals. His being wrong is so obvious that the subject is beyond argumentation. My point is, rather, that Hegel, as a highly intelligent man, knew exactly what he was doing. He was inventing history and its supposed goals. He could not have failed to understand that he and not dialectics was responsible for the way his version of history unfolded. Sabina understands exactly what Hegel was doing. In Hegel's hands it dialectics, vaguely conceived by Sabina, worked out to conclusions that he had reached without it, and the dialectic contributed nothing to their proof. 98. I must admit that not everyone agrees that Hegel knew what he was doing. Bertrand Russell, who regards Hegel as a metaphysician, thinks Hegel was just plain naive. Russell describes Hegel's interpretation of history with these words: like other historical theories, it required, if it was to be made plausible, some distortion of facts and considerable ignorance. Hegel, like Marx and Spengler after him, possessed both these qualifications. It is odd that a process which is represented as cosmic should all have taken place on our planet, and most of it near the Mediterranean. 99. Russell is wrong about the metaphysics, but he is right about the distortion, I would say selectivity, of facts, and about the consequently implausible nature of the outcome. Marx's History Dialectics. I stated in Chapter 1 that Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Paul Tillich are the only people whose writing reveals a firm understanding of Hegel's Thesis Antithesis Synthesis Dialectics. I'm not entirely sure about Engels. My assertion stems from the facts that, a. both Marx, in collaboration with his colleague Engels and Tillich, based their own dialectical systems on the Hegelian prototype, b. nobody else has either used similar dialectical formulations or provided specific examples of thesis-antithesis synthesis triads taken from either phenomenology or the philosophy of history, and c. the 13 interpreters quoted in Chapter 1, after failing in their own literature surveys and in their own analyses of Hegel's works to find any evidence of thesis-antithesis synthesis dialectics, have forcefully asserted that the long-held belief that Hegel used such formulations is just a legend. I have already provided examples of Tillich's dialectics and have shown that these adopt the formats used by Hegel, including the separation and return characteristic. Now we need to examine Marx's dialectics. Although this book is about Hegel, 5 considerations justify devoting part of a chapter to Marx. I need to substantiate my assertion in Chapter 1 that Marx and his colleague understood Hegel's dialectics, whereas nobody else except Tillich had this understanding. The presence of thesis-antithesis synthesis dialectics in Marx's writing, dialectics that Marx acknowledges are based on Hegel's, is powerful additional evidence that Hegel actually used thesis-antithesis synthesis dialectics. Marx could not possibly have come up with dialectical triads using 2 concept theses, antitheses, and syntheses if Hegel hadn't provided his 2 concepts per stage prototype. I refer to the format wherein the synthesis borrows 1 concept from the thesis and 1 from the antithesis. Marx's dialectics even employ a separation and return theme and a related self-alienation theme analogous to Hegel's themes. All these similarities can't be a coincidence. Marx's dialectics, every bit as unrecognized and misunderstood as Hegel's, need to be introduced to the world of scholarship. In particular, the authors of survey textbooks on philosophy, political theory, and the history of economic thought need a much better grasp of Marxian dialectics if they are to replace their incomprehensibly abstract, and typically downright erroneous, descriptions of Marx's dialectics with concrete descriptions, complete with examples. What does turns Hegel's dialectics right side up mean to the student if the textbook's author can't compare examples of upside down dialectics taken from Hegel and right side up dialectics from Marx? Bringing Hegel's and Marx's historical dialectics together in one place should facilitate the work of future scholars doing comparative studies of Hegel and Marx or studies describing Hegel's influence on Marx. Marx's thought can't be adequately explained without referring in detail to Hegel's prototype Thesis Antithesis Synthesis Dialectics. What better place to explain Marx's dialectics than a study that first explains Hegel's dialectics? Marx's dialectical framework. Marx openly declares that he is using Hegelian dialectics, albeit in purified form. In the preface to Capital he writes that he has openly avowed myself the pupil of that mighty thinker Hegel. But he then attacks the mystification which dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands. Hegel's dialectics is standing on its head. Dialectics must be turned right side up again, if you would discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. By this Marx means Hegel falsely assumed that dialectical activity takes place in the world of ideas, the world of the mind, and is the life process of the human brain, i.e., the process of thinking. On the contrary, says Marx, dialectical activity really takes place in the material world, the tangible physical world where production and other economic activity takes place. 100 His philosophy, which has been dubbed dialectical materialism, seeks to show how this dialectical activity operates in the material world. Marx never used the phrase dialectical materialism, but the phrase was later coined by the Marxist philosopher G. V. Plekhanov. 101 His intent was to connect the two salient features of Marx's method, Hegelian dialectics, and the materialistic basis of Marx's method. 102 That materialistic basis of Marx's dialectical method consists largely of the goods people produce, the inputs used in producing these goods, the tools by which the goods are produced, and the human beings who produce the goods. All these things are matter, contrasted with mind. Matter is material. To combine this material emphasis with dialectics, Marx and Engels divide history into 5 periods. All except the last, final communism, which lies in the future, they view as deeply flawed. Yet each period except the first, primitive communism, is better than the preceding one. In this regard, A. J. P. Taylor observes, nearly all 19th-century historians believed in progress. They saw man's story as a record of almost uninterrupted improvement and were convinced that the higher triumphed at each stage. 103 The steady improvement, according to Marx, results from improved methods of production and resultant higher output, greater wealth. The 5 periods are based on the predominant mode of production. The periods are these. Primitive communism, or gens. The earliest societies were primitive societies that featured communal ownership of property, contrasted with private property. Marx gave these societies the label gens. Such societies began as hunter-gatherer-fisher societies and later progressed to agriculture. Marx thus can say that primitive communism corresponds to the undeveloped stage of production, at which a people lives by hunting and fishing, by the rearing of beast or, in the highest stage, agriculture. 104 Whatever was collectively gathered or produced was divided among the people. In more advanced stages of gens, crafts such as pottery making and weaving were introduced. Engels used America's Iroquois Indians as an example of gens. Despite being a form of communism, the goal of Marxian history, gens was the worst of the 5 periods. Primitive methods resulted in so little production that extreme poverty prevailed. 105 Slavery, primitive communism gradually gave way to slavery. Improved methods of production and gradual accumulation of private property, including family-owned plots of land, paved the way. Family cultivation of private plots created situations where additional labor from outside the family could enhance the family's well-being. Labor now acquired value. But, Engels explains, within the community, there were no superfluous labor forces available. On the other hand, such forces were provided by war. Up to that time they had not known what to do with prisoners of war, and had therefore simply killed them. But at the stage of the economic order which had now been attained, the prisoners of war acquired a value, their captors therefore let them live and made use of their labor. Slavery was invented. 106 Slavery became the new form of production in Greece and Rome and to a degree elsewhere. The ancient Jews and Egyptians had slaves. With slavery came social classes: Greek citizens, Roman aristocrats, Roman plebeians, and Greek and Roman slaves. What had been a classless society became the first of three sequential class societies. Generically speaking, each society had two broad classes, the exploiters and the exploited. The exploiters included subclasses, such as slave owners, merchants, artisans, fishermen, and soldiers. Oppressive as slavery may seem, it was better than primitive communism. Prisoners were no longer put to death. Some slaves performed tasks that were not oppressive. Moreover, the use of slaves to produce food and other goods gave citizens time to produce the art, philosophy, and science of ancient Greece. Feudalism: with the collapse of the Roman Empire, slavery gradually faded and was replaced by feudalism. Its basic characteristics were the hierarchical structure of land ownership, the enserfed small peasantry, and, where handicraft production took place, cottage industry and guilds. 107 Feudal institutions took many forms. In general, the king at the top provided land to a baron in exchange for knights needed for protection. The baron might subdivide his land among lesser nobles, who might or might not proceed with further subdivision among still lesser nobles. At the bottom of the hierarchy, the land was parceled out to serfs, who worked the land and also engaged in handicraft labor. The serfs, essentially tenants, paid for the use of their plots of land by giving their nobles shares of their crops and, sometimes, shares of their handicrafts. As commerce expanded and money came into use, the serf might pay cash instead of crops and handmade articles for use of the land. The cash was acquired through the sale of surplus production. Although better off than the slave, who kept none of his production, the serf was still exploited. Much of the serf's production went to the exploiting class, the nobles, who did no work. Capitalism: according to Marx and Engels, many factors helped turn feudalism into capitalism. These factors included: a. the increased demand for marketable goods that resulted from expansion of trade with distant markets, b. the hiring of labor by merchants and artisans seeking to accommodate increasing demand for their goods, and especially, c. the displacement of peasants from their land by nobles desiring to convert the land to new uses. The displaced peasants, desperate for work, became the new proletarian class. Marx did not think the inefficiency of cottage industry, economies of large-scale production, or the invention of the steam engine contributed significantly to the beginning of capitalism. With regard to the mode of production itself, manufacture is hardly to be distinguished, in its earliest stages, from the handicraft trades of the guilds, otherwise than by the greater number of workmen simultaneously employed by one and the same individual capitalist. 108 Soon, however, task specialization, or division of labor, created economies that gave impetus to the new economic system. 109 But capitalism was in place for 2 centuries before the Industrial Revolution introduced modern mechanical production techniques based on the water wheel and the steam engine. These techniques brought the factory system and capitalism into full bloom. Final communism: Marx believed capitalism could not long endure. The oppressed working class, the proletariat, would rise up against the bourgeoisie class, its exploiter 110, and take over the means of production. Marx happily anticipated what was going to happen: the monopoly of capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, the knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated, it is the negation of negation. Note the words negation of the negation. They come from Hegel and refer to a dialectical synthesis. Thus will the oppressed workers, a. regain ownership of the tools and the output that were taken from them, and b. convert the factories to communal ownership. Production will be socialized and a dictatorship of the proletariat established. Then the state will wither away. These 5 stages of history provide the raw material for Marx's dialectics. Where, or what, are these dialectics? The answer requires that a distinction be made between 2 different types of Marxian dialectics. The first might be called base superstructure dialectics, the second is Hegelian Thesis Antithesis Synthesis Dialectics. Marx's expositors and critics always discuss Marx's base superstructure dialectics. The Hegelian dialectics have been overlooked, except in 2 fairly superficial treatments that identify stages but fail to identify the thesis and antithesis concepts and to show how they are combined in syntheses. We are, of course, concerned only with Marx's Hegelian dialectics. But to justify my statement that the Hegelian dialectics have been overlooked, I must first clarify in more detail what has not been overlooked. Marx's base superstructure dialectics begin with the idea that in every period or society production is organized into an economic base. Under Greek slavery, the slaves largely took over the tasks of producing food and goods, although citizen artisans still produced some of the handicrafts. Marx and Engels don't say who did the fishing, but it seems unlikely that slaves were entrusted to man fishing boats, means of flight. A small merchant class also began to develop. The merchants produced nothing but lived off the work of the slaves. The slave owners, merchants, free artisans, and other free citizens formed the privileged classes. These classes, or at least the first 2, were the exploiters. Marx believed that the economic base of every society generates a non-economic superstructure of government, laws, religion, philosophy, and other aspects of thought and culture. This superstructure has to be tuned to the economic base. The economic base of every period and society requires a unique superstructure. But the economic base keeps changing, slowly evolving. Contradictions then develop between the economic base and the superstructure of thoughts, ideas, and political institutions. These contradictions are analogous to but not the same as the opposition between a thesis and its antithesis. Some of Marx's expositors seem to regard the base and the superstructure as thesis and antithesis. When the contradictions become strong enough, the social and political institutions adapt and reorganize themselves into a new superstructure. A new system of social classes arises, as with feudalism's nobles, artisans, and serfs, who replaced the slave owners and slaves of slavery. The new base superstructure combination is analogous to but not the same as a dialectical synthesis. Yet some of Marx's expositors seem to imply that the new combination is a synthesis. If that were so, the thesis would have to be the original base and superstructure combined 2 parts. The antithesis would then be the new base combined with the old superstructure, because the thesis and antithesis must follow the same pattern 2 parts. The synthesis would be the new base combined with the new superstructure. The following pseudo-dialectic results. Thesis, base 1 plus superstructure 1. Pseudo-antithesis, base 2 plus superstructure 1. Pseudo-synthesis, base 2 plus superstructure 2. You can immediately see 5 problems exhibited by the base superstructure interpretation of dialectics. We have a 2-part thesis and a 2-part antithesis. In this format, both parts of the antithesis should be the opposite of their thesis counterparts. For example, in the thesis-antithesis pair, a. potential union and b. actual separation. Actual, in the antithesis, is the opposite of potential and separation is the opposite of union. But in the base superstructure misconception of dialectics, only the base of the antithesis differs from that of the thesis. The old and new superstructures are the same, both are superstructure 1. Whereas the contradiction should be between the thesis and the antithesis, it has become a contradiction within the antithesis. The contradiction is between base 2 and superstructure 1. That is not where the contradiction occurs in genuine thesis antithesis synthesis dialectics. Although the antithesis base 2, differs from the thesis base 1, the two bases are not opposites, they are not antithetical to one another. They are just different. And that characteristic does not meet the requirements of a Hegelian antithesis. A Hegelian antithesis is the opposite of the thesis. When the thesis and the antithesis both have two parts, the synthesis must borrow one part from the two-part thesis and one part from the two-part antithesis, otherwise there is no synthesis. The base superstructure synthesis therefore should be either a. base 1 plus superstructure 2 or b. base 2 plus superstructure 1. Instead it is c. base 2 plus superstructure 2. Superstructure 2, far from being something from either the thesis or the antithesis, is from neither, it is brand new. And the ostensible synthesis contains nothing from the thesis, it contains neither base 1 nor superstructure 1. Hegelian dialectics employ the theme of separation and return, derived from Christianity. The dialectic separates from and returns to something in the thesis. But in base superstructure dialectics, there is no return to a thesis concept. The dialectic does not separate from and return to base 1, it stays separated. My point is that the base superstructure type of dialectics is not thesis antithesis synthesis dialectics. It is not the dialectics that has gone unrecognized in Marx's thought. Base superstructure dialectics has been recognized all over the place. What has not been recognized is the Hegelian dialectics, the dialectics of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. To this topic we now turn. Marx's dialectics, like Hegel's, take place at more than one level of an outline of history. Hegel had 3 levels, Marx has 2. The outline is different, but the dialectical process is the same. Level 1, Marx's overall period dialectics. Like Hegel, Marx has more than one dialectic for the overall historical period, though now the additional dialectics are variations on a basic theme. Also like Hegel, Marx divides the overall period into 2 subperiods, each with its own subdialectic. And once more like Hegel, Marx uses the concept of separation and return, the thesis concept from which the antithesis separates is returned to in the synthesis. But differences are also present. Unlike Hegel, Marx extends history into the future, he includes final communism, a future stage of history, in the overall period. Also unlike Hegel, Marx employs the concept of alienation in his history dialectic. Hegel uses it only in phenomenology's macrodialectic. In doing so, Marx creates overall period history dialectics that combine features of Hegel's macrodialectic of self-alienated spirit with features of Hegel's history dialectics. A sort of hybrid dialectic results. Approximations to Marxian dialectics. Easily the 2 best studies of Marx's philosophy are Robert Tucker's Philosophy and Myth in Karl Marx and M. Bober's Karl Marx's Interpretation of History. 111 Both authors, without actually describing Marx's thesis antithesis synthesis concepts, have provided important clues pointing to the concepts. Tucker shows that Marx reworked Hegel's theory of self-alienated spirit into a concept of self-alienated man. 112 This reworking is how Marx turned Hegel's supposedly upside-down dialectics into what Marx regarded as right-side-up dialectics. That is, instead of placing the dialectical movement in the non-material, mental, world of thought or ideas, Marx put the movement in the material, physical, world of man and the goods man produces. Marx did this by positing that man, like spirit, undergoes 3 stages of existence. Man begins in his essential state, wherein he is united with himself in the sense that, under primitive communism, a classless society, he is united with the products of his labor. Those who produce collectively share the product, there are no exploiters, no exploiting and exploited classes. But this state of essence is merely potential, for there is hardly any output to share. Poverty and want cannot be man's actual essential state. Class societies develop. In these, man becomes separated or alienated from his essential self. Exploiting classes, for example, the slave owners and merchants in slave societies separate man from the fruits of his labor by taking most of the output and leaving the laborer with barely enough for subsistence. Just as Hegel's spirit becomes separated from its essential, unified, self, Marx's man becomes separated from his essential self from the man who remains united with what he produces. Under final communism, man returns to a higher form of his original essential state. He keeps what he produces, all of it. Classes disappear. The exploiting classes that formerly took most of what the exploited workers produced vanish. Man is again unified, united with his labor. But what he returns to is better than what he originally separated from. New methods of production mean that the collectively produced and owned output is now far greater than it was under primitive communism. The poverty is gone. Bober, although writing well in advance of Tucker, in effect picks up where Tucker leaves off. He does this by answering the question on everyone's mind: how do you get 3 dialectical stages out of 5 stages of history? Bober's answer is that you combine the 3 middle stages, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism, into one. The 3 middle stages are characterized by a. Class societies, consisting of exploiting and exploited classes, b. Separation of man from what he produces, and c. Private property, which replaces communal property. By combining the 3 middle periods of history, Bober is able to explicitly identify the basic Marxian dialectic's 3 stages. Primitive communism represents the thesis, the private property of slavery, feudalism, and capitalism is the antithesis, and the communism of the future will re-establish the communal property of the archaic days, but as a synthesis of a higher dimension. 113. Note the words higher dimension. They refer to the higher yes, the negation of the negation, synthesis, in the yes-no-yes dialectal format. The Marxian higher yes is comparable to the Tilakayan higher yes, yes to the God above the God of the ism. What Bober offers, however, is only labels, not substantive concepts. The labels identify the 3 dialectical stages without identifying the underlying dialectical concepts. In fact, Bober criticizes the idea that dialectical transformation really takes place. His criticism confuses base superstructure dialectics with thesis antithesis synthesis dialectics. The idea of the unity of opposites, he says, may not always apply. Why not? Many facts embody a union of several attributes, but the attributes are not opposites. Moreover, the idea that the negation of the negation yields a synthesis of a higher order is not always valid. Note that negation of the negation refers to thesis antithesis synthesis dialectics, whereas Bober, definitely confused here, is describing base superstructure dialectics. Bober reveals his base superstructure perspective by alluding to a multiplicity of dialectics, whereas the 3 historical stages he identifies do not constitute multiplicity, they constitute just one dialectic. Describing multiple dialectics, Bober writes, the dialectic may be regarded as a game of classifying and putting into pigeonholes aspects of phenomena after the event. Often enough there is no dialectic at all, and frequently an aspect of the dialectic triad is missing. My italics, point 114. It is evident that, in saying often and frequently, Bober is not thinking of the 3 historical stages he identifies. The words after the event also betray his base superstructure perspective. The event of final communism hasn't arrived. So Bober can't be describing the one big dialectic that goes from primitive communism to private property to final communism. Bober is speaking abstractly. He is thinking of base superstructure dialectics. He is envisioning a whole series of base superstructure dialectics, one for every economic base, and apparently for more than 5 economic bases. In doing so, he is failing to recognize that, in the overall history dialectic that advances from primitive communism to final communism, nothing is missing from the dialectic triad, no aspect of the dialectical triad is missing. The overall dialectics in non-Hegelian language. The insights of Tucker and Bober provide labels for the dialectical stages but stop short of identifying the thesis and antithesis concepts and showing how they merge in a synthesis. To this task we now turn. Marx's first dialectic describes separation from and return to communal ownership of property. This dialectic can be expressed in both non-Hegelian language and Hegelian language. In non-Hegelian language, the dialectic goes like this. Thesis, communal ownership plus poverty, primitive communism. Antithesis, private ownership plus wealth, slavery, feudalism, and capitalism. Synthesis, communal ownership, from the thesis, plus wealth, from the antithesis. Marx admired communism, communal ownership, but despised the poverty that accompanied it in primitive societies. As society moved ever deeper into the three-class societies, improved methods of production brought increasing wealth, society now produced more than enough for bare subsistence. What was wrong was that the surplus production beyond what the worker needed to subsist, i.e., wealth, went into the hands of the owners of private property. The private property included slaves, land, mercantile establishments, ships, factories, money in the hands of usurers, and of course the surplus goods. In the future synthesis, final communism, private ownership would be abolished and communal ownership re-established. At the same time, and in sharp contrast to primitive communism, the machinery-based factory system would continue to produce abundant output wealth that the communal owners of the factories would keep and enjoy. In the above dialectic, communal ownership is equivalent to a classless society, private ownership is equivalent to a class-structured society. So by replacing the original concepts with their equivalents, we get this revised dialectic. Thesis, classless society plus poverty. Antithesis, class society plus wealth. Synthesis, classless society plus wealth. In the three historical periods marked by social classes, the classes changed with the period. Under slavery, the slaves were the exploited class. Slave owners, landowners, self-employed artisans, merchants, and traders were the exploiting classes. Under feudalism, the serfs and handicraft workers were the exploited class. The nobles of various grades, the merchants, the ship owners, and the usurers were the exploiting classes. Under capitalism, the workers, now called the proletariat, constituted the exploited class. The factory owners, landowners, merchants, traders, and bankers, all of them capitalists, were the exploiters, now called the bourgeoisie. The classes disappear under final communism. This gives us the above second Marxian version of separation and return, separation from and return to a classless society. A third version of the poverty and wealth dialectic replaces the concept of classes with the concept of freedom. Thesis, freedom plus poverty. Antithesis, bondage plus wealth. Synthesis, freedom plus wealth. Under primitive communism man was free. With the advent of slavery, freedom became bondage. Bondage continued under feudalism, though in limited form. The serf had to give part of his output to the feudal lord, and he was also required to provide military service if the need arose. Under capitalism the bondage was more metaphorical than literal, yet the factory conditions Marx observed were so oppressive, long hours and unspeakably cruel child labor were features that metaphor came close to literalism. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx actually called factory workers slaves. Not only are they slaves of the bourgeois class, and of the bourgeois state, they are daily and hourly enslaved by the machine, by the overlooker foreman, and, above all, by the individual bourgeois manufacturer himself. 115 Final communism would restore man's freedom. Marx's overarching dialectic has one more non-Hegelian version. Strictly speaking, the capitalist is the exploiter in only one of the three private property systems, the capitalist system. But in this dialectic, capitalist the exploiter Marx was most concerned about epitomizes the generic exploiter and represents all three middle economic systems of Marx's 5 stages of history. The new dialectic focuses on the person who is the recipient of the economic system's production. This dialectic separates from and returns to the worker. Thesis, worker, primitive communism, the worker keeps what he produces. Antithesis, capitalist, private property systems, the capitalist gets the production. Synthesis, worker equals capitalist, final communism, the worker is the capitalist. In the synthesis, the worker becomes the capitalist when the expropriators are expropriated, and this leads to the possession in common of the land and of the means of production. 116. The overall dialectics in Hegelian language. Marx rarely uses such Hegelian terminology as potential and actual, union and separation, and essence and existence. The overall period historical dialectic can nonetheless be described more abstractly as variants of Hegel's macro-dialectic, chapter 3. If anyone doubts that Marx was consciously imitating Hegel's dialectics, that person should observe that Marx has even borrowed from Hegel the potential-actual version of the freedom and bondage theme. The freedom of primitive communism is only potential. True freedom entails freedom to enjoy wealth or surplus production, surplus that does not exist in the first period. True, or actual, freedom materializes only under final communism, where freedom from slavery, literal or metaphorical, includes freedom to enjoy the wealth produced under the advanced technological structure of the former capitalism. The revised freedom dialectic. Thesis, potential plus freedom. Antithesis, actual plus bondage. Synthesis, actual plus freedom. This dialectic has now appeared in 4 places: 1. Variant 27 of Hegel's macro-dialectic, 2. Hegel's master and slave dialectic, 3. Hegel's first-level freedom and bondage history dialectic, and 4. Marx's first-level history dialectic. Marx's copying of a. Hegel's freedom and bondage theme, b. Hegel's use of 2-part theses and antitheses to get 2-part syntheses, and c. Hegel's separation and return format leaves no doubt that Marx understood Hegel's dialectics. If that isn't evidence enough, we can also recognize that Marx even copied Hegel's self-estrangement, or self-alienation, theme. Marxian man becomes alienated from his essential self during history's 3 middle stages when he becomes separated from, estranged from, the fruits of his labor. Alienation is overcome under final communism. Thesis, potential plus union, of man and his surplus output, or wealth. Antithesis, actual plus separation, of man and his surplus output, or wealth. Synthesis, actual plus union, of man and his surplus output, or wealth. During the thesis stage, primitive communism, the union of man and the fruits of his labor is only potential because there are hardly any fruits. There is no surplus output. The means of production, particularly in hunter-gatherer societies, are so primitive that no meaningful union exists. The union of man and his output formally exists but has no legitimating substance. Engels remarks that it was only where these ancient communes dissolved that the peoples made progress of themselves, and their first economic advance consisted in the increase and development of production by means of slave labor. 117. During the 3 antithesis periods, the exploiting classes separate the working man from most of the goods he produces, hence from his essential wealthy self. Final communism, the synthesis, will make the union of man and his labor actual, no longer just potential. The surplus output man unites with will be abundant. Union is equivalent to essence, and separation is equivalent to existence, so the preceding dialectic easily converts to variant 10 of Hegel's macro-dialectic. Thesis, potential plus essence. Antithesis, actual plus existence. Synthesis, actual plus essence. Here you will recall that, in Hegel's terminology, essence is the way things ought to be. More specifically, spirit ought to be united with itself. Or, in the Marxian world, man ought to be united with the fruits of his labor and those fruits ought to be abundant. Existence, for its part, is the way things actually are. The spirit of Hegel's world of ideas is actually separated from itself through man's failure to recognize external objects as himself, spirit. Man of Marx's material world is actually separated from himself because man's labor, represented by his surplus output, has been taken away from him. When man regains what he produces, essence will become actual, the way things ought to be, essence, will become the way they actually are, existence. A variant of the above dialectic takes the form of Chapter 3's variant 18 of Hegel's macrodialectic. Thesis, essence, potential unity of man and his surplus output. Antithesis, existence, actual separation of man and his surplus output. Synthesis, essence equals existence, actual union of man and his surplus output. Level 2, Marx's subperiod dialectics. Bober observes that the last three of Marx's 5 historical periods provide a less encompassing dialectic. In capital, Marx depicts a dialectic formula on a reduced scale. The thesis is embodied in the latter sick Middle Ages, when the means of production were the private possession of the direct producers, the peasant who owned the land and the artisan who owned the tools. The negation of this thesis is capitalism, which separated both peasant and laborer from the means tools of production. The negation of this negation will emerge when communism restores the productive property tools to the cooperative association of the workers. 118 The presence of this feudalism capitalism communism subdialectic, which definitely is present, suggests the further presence of a preceding gen slavery feudalism dialectic. This preceding dialectic isn't hard to find, although Bober doesn't notice it. To keep things in their proper historical order, I will begin with the first subperiod. The first subperiod. The first of Marx's 5 periods of history is primitive communism, also called gens. 2 of this period's characteristics enter into the first subperiod's dialectic. First, the workers owned the tools of production: the spear, the bow and arrow, the fish net, the basket used for gathering fruit, nuts, berries, root vegetables, and other edibles. Second, the worker kept the fruits of his labor. Society was classless. No exploiter appropriated those fruits. In the second of the 5 periods, slavery, both of these characteristics disappeared. The slave owner rather than the slave, worker, owned the tools. And the worker kept none of the fruits of his labor beyond a small share of food and clothing. Society was now divided into social classes: the exploiters and the workers. Now the fruits of the worker's labor went to the exploiter, the slave owner. In the third period, feudalism, the worker largely regained ownership of the tools of production. The tools, of course, were sometimes different: the plow, the horse, the hoe, the milking pail, the loom, the potter's wheel, and to some extent the land. I'll elaborate on the land ownership question in discussing the second subperiod. But society remained divided into social classes. The feudal lord, the new exploiter, assumed ownership of the workers' surplus production. This latest arrangement provided the synthesis of the following dialectic. Thesis, classless society plus worker ownership of tools. Antithesis, class society plus exploiter ownership of tools. Synthesis, class society plus worker ownership of tools. In this dialectic, the worker separates from and returns to ownership of the tools of production. Once again we see that Marx understood that Hegelian dialectics is based on Christianity's theme of separation and return. Review: in the New Testament's Gospel of John, God separates from himself in heaven, becoming God incarnate on earth, then returns to himself in heaven after being resurrected from the dead. In a second biblical separation and return myth, this time based partly on the Old Testament's book of Genesis, man and woman are initially united with God in the Garden of Eden, then sin, they eat the forbidden fruit and become separated from God, and finally return to God, this time in heaven after Jesus sacrifices himself on the cross in order to bear man's punishment for Adam's and Eve's original sin. No other author except Tillich, who called my attention to this theme, understood that a Hegelian dialectic must incorporate separation and return. No other author except Tillich also understood that, in Hegel's main, but not sole, dialectical format, each of the dialectic's 3 stages embodies 2 concepts: and that the synthesis stage borrows one concept from each of the first two stages. We can be sure that Marx understood Hegel. A classless society is equivalent to non-exploited workers. And a class society is equivalent to exploited workers. The above dialectic can therefore be expressed in this alternative manner. Thesis, non-exploited workers plus worker ownership of tools. Antithesis, exploited workers plus exploiter ownership of tools. Synthesis, exploited workers plus worker ownership of tools. The second subperiod. Bober, we saw, recognizes feudalism, capitalism, communism as a thesis antithesis synthesis subperiod. But he provides only labels, not concepts. The labels do not display the two basic characteristics of Marx's Hegelian dialectics, 1. Separation and return, and 2. Two concept stages, with the third stage borrowing one concept from each of the two preceding stages. Separation and return. Are we to believe that final communism is a return to feudalism, from which capitalism separated? And if communism is a synthesis of a combining of or compromise between feudalism and capitalism, just what is it that communism incorporates from each of the two preceding periods? Bober has no answers, because his base superstructure interpretation of dialectics doesn't raise the questions. Before answering the questions, we need to verify that the three periods identified by Bober really contain a dialectic. Recall Marx's famous words, quoted earlier, "The knell of capitalist private property sounds. It is the negation of negation," my italics, point 119. Note the adjective capitalist. Were it not there, Marx could easily be referring to the private property of all three middle periods, viewed collectively. But the adjective tells us he is referring narrowly to capitalism alone. And when he goes on to say negation of negation, capitalism becomes the original negation that is negated. The capitalist mode of appropriation is the first negation, my italics, point 120. Any negation that is negated by a dialectical synthesis is an antithesis, the middle term of yes no yes. The final yes, as a double negative, is an affirmative. This means that the dialectics thesis is whatever precedes capitalism. And what precedes capitalism in Marx's 5 periods of history is feudalism. Marx leaves no room for doubt that feudalism is what capitalism replaces. He first describes feudalism or serfdom. Then he says it is annihilated by capitalism. His description of what is annihilated confirms that it is feudalism. Serfdom is a petty mode of production, where the laborer is the private owner of his own means of labor set in action by himself, the peasant of the land which he cultivates, the artisan of the tool which he handles as a virtuoso. 121, clarification, under many forms of feudalism the peasant owned his tools but not the land. Under other forms, as in England, the peasant had practical ownership of the land, although technically all land belonged to a noble and ultimately to the king. Describing feudalism, Bober provides additional detail. In the country, the serf possesses the land by hereditary right or by some other understanding, although absolute ownership is vested in the lord. In addition to farming, the peasant and his family are engaged in domestic industry in order to provide for the other needs. 122, back to Marx, this mode of production feudalism presupposes parceling of the soil, and scattering of the other means of production, the handicraft work. As because it excludes the concentration of these means of production, so also it excludes cooperation, division of labor within each separate process of production, the control over, and the productive application of the forces of nature by society. 123. Notice that the mode of production being described has the attributes of feudalism, example parceling of land. The things this mode excludes are attributes of capitalism, example division of labor. Marx is describing feudalism, serfdom. What happens to feudalism? It is annihilated. Its annihilation, the transformation of the individualized and scattered means of production into socially concentrated ones, of the pygmy property of the many into the huge property of the few, the expropriation of the great mass of the people from the soil, forms the prelude to the history of capital. 124 Capitalism arrives, the laborers are turned into proletarians. 125 Conclusion, feudalism is the thesis whose antithesis or negation is capitalism. And the negation of the negation of capitalism, is final communism. The dialectic that goes from feudalism to capitalism to final communism extracts four concepts from the Marx commentary quoted above. Feudalism is marked by 1. Small-scale or pygmy production on small parcels of land or in cottages, and 2. Worker ownership of the tools of production: the plow, the hoe, the loom, the potter's wheel, the land, the cottage, where cottage industry, handicraft manufacture, takes place. Capitalism is marked by 3. Large-scale or huge production on large agricultural tracts or in factories, and 4. Capitalist ownership of the tools of production: the horses, the plows, the looms and other factory machines, the factory. These four concepts give us the following dialectic. Thesis: domestic or pygmy production plus worker ownership of tools and place. Antithesis: factory or huge production plus capitalist ownership of tools and place. Synthesis: factory or huge production plus worker ownership of tools and place. This dialectic can be reconstructed by replacing the scale of production, pygmy versus huge, cottage industry versus factory, by the scale of output. Doing so shifts the emphasis from technology to the amount of output or wealth that is created. By emphasizing wealth, the new dialectic, A, spotlights one of the supposed strengths of final communism, and B, reintroduces one of the concepts, wealth, used in the overall period dialectics. The result: thesis: low output, low wealth, plus worker ownership of tools and place. Antithesis: high output, high wealth, plus capitalist ownership of tools and place. Synthesis: high output, high wealth, plus worker ownership of tools and place. At the risk of belaboring a point presented many times previously, I again call attention to the format of the feudalism-capitalism-communism dialectic. Both the thesis and the antithesis have two parts. The synthesis borrows one part from the thesis and one from the antithesis. And the format displays separation and return. The dialectic separates from and returns to worker ownership of tools and place. Metaphysics. I do not think Marx regarded himself as a metaphysician. His atheism certainly suggests that he regarded himself as an opponent of supernaturalism, of which metaphysics is a subcategory. Marx's historical determinism seems to have been viewed by him as some sort of scientific law. 126 I suspect he viewed dialectics as something like gravity or supply and demand, a natural force belonging to the realm of science, social science in this case. Yet Marx clearly was a metaphysician. He viewed dialectics as a deterministic force that structured history, controlled its path, and would necessarily lead to final communism. Metaphysics aside, he differed from Hegel only in claiming that the dialectical force operated through inevitable developments in the material world rather than through the mental world, that is, rather than through human thoughts, ideas, and their influence on human behavior. You might wonder how I can interpret Marx's history dialectics as metaphysical yet interpret Hegel's history dialectics as non-metaphysical. Shouldn't we say that what's sauce for the goose, non-supernaturalism in this instance, is sauce for the gander? Certainly it is true that both men were atheists. But metaphysics is not a form of theism, and theism isn't metaphysics. A metaphysician can be an atheist. Theism posits the existence of a rational, self-conscious being, God in the case of Christianity, with the capacity to observe, remember, organize facts, reason, plan, make decisions, harbor likes and dislikes, experience emotions such as love and anger, possibly listen to prayer, and intervene in human affairs. Metaphysical entities, being impersonal, lack these characteristics, except that they can mindlessly intervene in human affairs, just as a tornado can. They are more like computers, intelligently performing, applying certain built-in rules, but mindless. So the atheism shared by Hegel and Marx is irrelevant. What is relevant is that Hegel made no predictions about the future. His dialectics ended with the arrival of Germanic monarchy and its concomitant freedom. His dialectics were designed to reach a conclusion pleasing to the Prussian monarchy. In contrast, Marx's history dialectics hadn't reached their conclusion in his day. The climactic synthesis, final communism, lay in the future. Marx was absolutely convinced that final communism was inevitable. History was moving ineluctably through a series of stages that would end in a final stage of communism. And if final communism was inevitable, that inevitability could only be the work of a metaphysical force. Marx identified this force as dialectics. Hegel also interpreted history in dialectical terms, but his dialectics was more a matter of after-the-fact picking and choosing of times and places. Although Marx also picked and chose, he did so to a lesser degree. And where final communism was concerned, he couldn't pick and choose. Moreover, Marx wasn't trying to please any sponsors by crafting conclusions friendly to the sponsors. Marx's conclusions were actually unfriendly to the rulers of both England, where Marx lived most of his life, and Germany, where he was born and educated. More important, the after-the-fact element is missing where final communism is concerned. I am not alone in regarding Marx as a metaphysician. Tucker argues that Marx regards the victory of the proletariat to be historically preordained. 127 He considers Marx a mythic thinker who believes in the active promotion of the inevitable because he sees his paramount practical task as that of making the good forces more fully conscious of the nature, conditions, and prospects of the conflict, more clearly aware of the total evilness of the evil forces against which they are pitted, more cognizant of the utter hopelessness of any compromise solution in terms of justice, which would imply a delimitation of mutual claims and a cessation of hostilities. 128 Popper explicitly describes Marxian dialectics as metaphysical by referring to Marx's metaphysical theory of an economic reality. 129 Sabina writes, the dialectic was a method, and is quite clear that Marx meant to retain the main outline of Hegelian methodology, which was metaphysical. Sabina is wrong about Hegel's being a metaphysician. Accordingly, the actual facts and events of social, legal, and political history were conceived as manifestations of an underlying reality. The Marxian dialectic draws its necessity from the hidden force out of which it arises. My italics. Point 130 Stumpf agrees. Marx clearly expressed a metaphysical belief in the existence of a predetermined goal for all history. 131 All these opinions describe a supernatural cause and effect influence that charts the course of history in ways that no amount of human planning or accidents of history can alter. In this chapter I will survey interpretations of phenomenology, looking at the flaws in the interpretations of Hegel's spirit. Excluded from coverage are many authors of books about Hegel who either focus on topics other than spirit, have nothing intelligible to say, or aren't willing to commit themselves. I group the covered interpretations into 5 categories. The authors in the first category: Olson, Friedrich, Inwood, Singer, Plant, Fox, C. Taylor, Norman, Stern, Wallace, and Schlitt offer panentheistic interpretations. These interpretations uphold, often with some uncertainty or reservations, the view that spirit is both transcendent and immanent, that is, panentheistic. The next 4 interpreters, Kojève, Forster, McCartney, and Desmond, believe spirit represents pantheism in the metaphysical sense of that term. A third group consists of Solomon, Beiser, and Tucker. They deny that Hegel believes in the supernatural. They offer God as nature or the universe interpretations, but with heavy emphasis on humanity in Solomon's case. These God as nature interpretations, because they equate God with physical nature rather than with a metaphysical essence within nature, do not qualify Hegel as a pantheist, despite assertions of the first 2 authors to the contrary. The fourth category comprises Pinkard and M. Westphal. Their non-supernaturalistic interpretations identify spirit as society and social relationships. Finally, we have the non-interpretations of Findlay, Kaufman, Rosen, Harris, and Franco. These are descriptions of spirit that are so vague, superficial, inconsistent, and undeveloped, or in Harris's case incoherent, that spirit remains an enigma. Panentheistic interpretations. 11 interpreters think spirit either is or probably is panentheistic. They believe spirit has an independent, transcendent mind, much like that of the Judeo-Christian God, in addition to being immanent, within everything in the universe. Unless God is watered down with qualifying statements that these interpreters seldom offer, panentheism portrays God as the traditional God with immanence grafted on. Olson. Olson's interpretation is the most theologically oriented and the most naive. It could almost be classified as a theistic rather than a panentheistic interpretation. Olson identifies Hegel's spirit with Christianity's Holy Spirit, and in the process of doing so he also identifies spirit with God. According to Olson, Holy Spirit and Absolute Spirit, for Hegel, are ultimately one and the same. One for emphasis, Olson subtitles his book Philosophy as Pneumatology, thereby describing phenomenology as the study of the Holy Spirit, referred to in the New Testament by the Greek word pneuma. God's pneuma was God's inner self, his spirit, or soul, separable from God's body, which was anthropomorphically conceived in biblical times and even today is so conceived by many Christians. In short, Hegel's conception of spirit is directly inspired by and contiguous with Luther's understanding of spirit. 2. And because the Holy Spirit, as God's inner self, is essentially a part of God, Olson can say that spirit chooses, by its act of creation, to limit itself and become God, and not only in the abstract formal sense, but materially through incarnation. 3. Olson thus treats spirit as the alter ego of God, the Judeo-Christian God responsible for the act of creation. Hence God, as the true infinite or absolute spirit, encompasses the ideas of limit and the unlimited, for the idea of limit or finitude alludes to the immanent side of spirit, which Olson specifically describes as belonging to metaphysics. 5. Although Olson definitely holds that spirit participates in man, he fails to clarify whether spirit also participates in the rest of the universe and thereby justifies the label panentheism. Friedrich's interpretation is as forceful as Olson's in endorsing the idea that spirit displays transcendence, independence of mind, existence above as well as within the universe. But Friedrich more clearly ascribes an immanent side to spirit. He writes, Hegel was and wanted to be a Christian philosopher. To the end of his life he maintained that he considered himself a Lutheran. He rejected, in other words, those interpretations of his thought which put them into a purely pantheistic framework. He believed in a personal God whose spirit, the Holy Ghost of Christian doctrine, was at work shaping the destiny of man. 6. That actually sounds not like panentheism but like out-and-out theism. Friedrich seems to have overlooked Hegel's demolition of theism and its picture-thinking God in Phenomenology section on the revealed religion. Possibly, Friedrich would have been less inclined to accept Hegel's claim to be a Lutheran had Friedrich read Hegel's April 1795 letter to Schelling. In that letter, Hegel wrote, "Religion has taught what despotism wanted to teach, contempt for humanity and the incapacity of man to achieve the good and to fulfill his essence through his own efforts." 7. Hegel was referring to German Protestantism, which Marcuse describes in these words, "Ever since the German Reformation, the masses had become used to the fact that, for them, liberty was an inner value, which was compatible with every form of bondage, that due obedience to existing authority. The state was a prerequisite to everlasting salvation, and that toil and poverty were a blessing in the eyes of the Lord." 8. In another work, however, Friedrich retreats from pure theism and finds Hegel imputing immanence to spirit. Friedrich refers to Hegel's unquestioned pantheistic tendency, which is sharply at variance with the orthodox Lutheran position. 9. This combining of transcendent theism with immanent pantheism gives us panentheism, although Friedrich doesn't use that word. Inwood is a third interpreter who leans heavily on theism. Like Friedrich, he naively takes Hegel at his word when Hegel claims to be a Lutheran believer. He regarded himself as an Orthodox Lutheran, reasserting the rationality of theism in the face of Kant's radical and influential attacks on it. My italics. Point 10. Like many if not most of today's Christians, Hegel thought, according to Inwood, that God was essentially a mental entity, a cosmic mind. 11 His God was not anthropomorphic. Indeed, the Hegelian God was metaphysical, for which reason Inwood writes, I have preferred to stress the metaphysical elements of his thought. 12 To reiterate, Hegel was a metaphysician. 13 This metaphysics reflects in the statement that he saw the world universe as a whole on the model of a mind. 14 This statement amounts to the assertion that the cosmic mind that is God is, at the same time, the world as a whole. God is thus immanent, a part of the world, as well as transcendent, hence we have another panentheistic interpretation. Singer writes, not an orthodox theist, not a pantheist, not an atheist. What else is left? Singer's tentative answer is panentheism. He finds panentheism plausible. It is plausible not only because it is consistent with what Hegel says specifically about God, but also because it makes sense of the dominant theme of his philosophy, God's being the ultimate reality of the universe. 15 Singer, however, provides no credible reason why pantheism immanence alone fails to make sense of Hegel's description of ultimate reality. He does say, if reason is the essential medium of mind, it follows that mind is inherently universal. But that conclusion really doesn't follow. Reason can just as easily come from human minds, which exist only on earth. Singer claims that what is inherently universal is mind itself. Why should this be so? Why can't spirit be universal? The physical universe, even though its mind, the collective mind of humans, is limited to finite humans. The only hint of an answer from Singer is that the particular minds of individual human beings are linked because they share a common universal reason. 16 But it is more accurate to say that, in Hegel's philosophy, the human minds produce spirit's reason. No transcendent mind is needed to inject reason into the minds of humans. Does Singer himself believe a transcendent mind is needed for human minds to express reason? Presumably not. Then why should Hegel believe it? Plant thinks Hegel's philosophy is best characterized by the term panentheism. His reasons are nebulous. Hegel's thought is different from the pantheism of Spinoza, because for Hegel we cannot treat the given world as identical with God. Why not? Because our knowledge of God is abstract without an understanding of the self-positing self-recognition of God in the world which has to occur if God is both consciousness human and spirit divine. That seems to mean, if it means anything, nothing more than that spirit must have a mind, consciousness, in order to recognize that it is both human, consciousness, and divine, spirit. But whether spirit has a mind isn't the issue. Why must God's spirit's mind be a transcendent mind rather than the human mind? Plant doesn't say. The question doesn't even occur to him. Nonetheless, what Hegel meant is that God is immanent in the world but is more than the sum of the parts of the world. 17 The more is a mind that transcends is not part of the world. Fox likewise holds that Hegel's absolute is both transcendent, greater than the world, inexhaustible, and immanent, at work in, and in some sense identical with, the rhythm of the world. 18 It's unclear where Fox's idea that spirit is transcendent comes from. His theory seems to be that God influences history and must therefore have an independent mind. Specifically, his Hegel's panentheism introduces the additional element that all rivulets of change and development manifest the presence of the absolute, the infinite energy coursing through the finite realm. 19 But, since Fox concedes that man is part of spirit, we are left wondering why the part of spirit that is man can't be responsible for those rivulets of change and development that constitute history. Or, to the extent that historical change follows dialectical patterns, why can't the change be directed by an impersonal metaphysical force, analogous to the Greek logos? That force would eliminate the need for a transcendent mind, reducing the interpretation to pantheism. Fox has given us no reason to believe spirit resembles God, a transcendent mind, with immanence attached as a secondary or primary for that matter feature. From all indications, Fox has simply been taken in by Hegel's many references to God, hypocritical references designed by Hegel to convince his contemporaries that he was not an atheist. See Taylor. Charles Taylor, not to be confused with Mark Taylor, presents a far more detailed interpretation that is best described as a highly qualified form of panentheism. Taylor's description of spirit displays considerable ambiguity, but Forster is certainly right in reading panentheism into Taylor's description. Forster says Taylor is mistaken when Taylor rejects the anti-transcendent position 20. At first, Taylor seems headed toward that anti-transcendent pantheistic interpretation, Hegel's spirit, although he is often called God, and although Hegel claimed to be clarifying Christian theology, is not the God of traditional theism. He is not a God who could exist quite independently of men, even if men did not exist, as the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob existed before the creation. On the contrary, he is a spirit who lives as spirit only through men. In short, unlike the traditional God, spirit cannot exist independently of men, and he lives only through men. Not only that, what Hegel understood as spirit is that which underlies and manifests itself in all reality. Spirit's immanence is unmistakable. It is a divine life flowing through everything and cannot exist separately from the universe. In fact, this universe is his embodiment. Hence, we can already see why Hegel had to suffer accusations of Spinozism or pantheism 21. A divine life flowing through everything and cannot exist separately from the universe leave no doubt that Taylor sees a strong immanent element in Hegel's spirit. Taylor's saying that he can already see why Hegel was accused of pantheism strengthens the case for pantheism. Yet Taylor then says that pantheism as this is generally understood will not do. 22 Spirit has purposes and he realizes ends goals which cannot be attributed to finite spirits humans, but on the contrary which finite spirits serve. 23 And spirit is a he, the conventional reference to a personal God, not an it, the appropriate pronoun for spirit. These descriptions remove all doubt that Taylor sees an element of transcendence situated alongside the immanence. But Taylor merely professes uncertainty. It must already be clear that it is not easy, if indeed it is possible at all, to win through to a coherent view of a cosmic spirit on this model. 24. Taylor nonetheless digs deeper. We next learn that, although the universe is the embodiment of the totality of the life functions of God, immanence, it also is something posited by God in order to manifest what he is. 25 Surely both posited and once more that he suggests transcendence. Furthermore, whereas the accusation of pantheism seems at first sight to fit him rather well, Hegel was not a person who indiscriminately attributed divinity to finite things. 26 Again, what distinguished Hegel's position from pantheism in his own mind was that spirit determined its structure according to its own exigencies. 27 I'm not sure precisely what Taylor means here, but he seems to imply that spirit is exercising the supernatural powers of a transcendent being. He certainly is questioning the pantheism interpretation. Yet Taylor turns around and questions panentheism too. Hegel's theory has also been called by some panentheists, but, whereas there certainly are affinities, it is also true that there is no exact parallel. 28 Panentheism, however, is not such a precise, narrowly defined concept that there can be an exact parallel. Taylor's combining of transcendence with immanence boils down to panentheism, whether Taylor chooses to call it that or not. Norman. No author better exemplifies the confusion resulting from Hegel's hypocritical use of the word God than does Norman. He can't decide whether spirit is some vaguely defined social thinking of humans, human spirit, as it were, or, alternatively, a panentheistic being with a transcendent mind who created the world and controls the course of history. Norman looks first at phenomenology, then at Hegel's lectures on history. The spirit of phenomenology might represent a social theory of mind and the idea that the world, rather than being the creation of God, can be interpreted with concepts and is, in that sense, constituted by human social thought. 29 That unconscionably vague idea completely fails to say how or when such human thought overcomes self-estrangement and attains self-realization or absolute knowledge. Neither does it say what absolute knowledge is. This first alternative, social thinking, is almost devoid of recognizable content. The second alternative is that the world is created by God, it is the product of divine reason, and human minds can understand that world because the reason which they employ is identical with the divine reason. 30. If this interpretation is correct, Hegel's idealism would be a form of theism, and Hegel would have to be interpreted as some kind of pantheist, or, what has been called a panentheist. 31. Turning to Hegel's philosophy of history, Norman argues that the panentheist interpretation receives greater support from Hegel's later and posthumous works, such as the philosophy of history works where Hegel slips into religious language much more readily. 32. Hegel's assertion that history is the work of reason might be interpreted, according to Norman, as the claim that history falls into a pattern that human reason can discern. But Hegel also seems committed to a stronger thesis, that the reason operative in history is a suprahuman reason, akin to a divine providence God. In some passages, Hegel intimates that, because history reveals a rational development, it must be the work of a single divine mind. 33. Norman doesn't recognize that the rational progress of history can be supernatural without being the work of a personal mind, that of a panentheistic God. It can be the work of an impersonal logos-like metaphysical force, a metaphysical spirit, which forces history into dialectical patterns. So why does he rule out pantheism? It turns out he doesn't. Despite having said that the suprahuman interpretation positing a divine mind is the stronger thesis, Norman remains somewhat open to the pantheism view. He first says, spirit remains in the end ambiguous. It is not clear whether spirit transcends the individual mind simply in the sense of being social non-supernatural or in some much stronger sense which makes it akin to the traditional conception of God. 34. But then, referring to the stronger and theistic form of idealism, Norman says, I am reluctant to attribute such a position to Hegel. 35. Pantheism coming up? No. Comparing the suprahuman reason interpretation, or transcendence, with the pantheistic view, Norman says, I have suggested that the former thesis, panentheism, is much more satisfactory than the latter. 36. The word much is, in my view, sufficient to put Norman in the panentheism camp. Stern's Hegel and the Phenomenology of Spirit is a relatively short book, 234 pages, that stands head and shoulders above all others that might be considered for use as a textbook for a course on Hegel's phenomenology. I exclude from this comparison longer, more analytical and interpretive works, particularly those of Solomon and Pinkard, the best of the longer books about phenomenology. Stern's book is one where the author tries to be impartial, perhaps to make the book more suitable for textbook use. Stern writes, in the account I have offered, of the phenomenology, I hope to have shown that it is possible to follow Hegel's text without any very rich conception of spirit being required. 37. Stern has achieved his objective in admirable fashion. Stern does, however, tentatively classify Hegel as a theist, albeit as a humanistic theist whose theism seems in some of Stern's remarks to amount to nothing more than pantheism. Referring to several Enlightenment thinkers, Stern says Hegel shares none of their atheism. 38. That certainly means Hegel is a theist. Hegel nonetheless formulated a revised conception of Christian doctrine in which his theism is designed to be compatible with the kind of humanism to which Christianity is traditionally opposed. 39. Moreover, although he attempts to go beyond crude atheism, this does not make him a theist. 40. I'm not sure how we reconcile none of their atheism and his theism with does not make him a theist. It may be that the answer can be found in this statement. Hegel argues that Christianity ought to be a religion in which the divine is seen as living within the spiritual community, and thus as lacking any wholly transcendent element. 41. That sounds like the immanent God of pantheism. Then again, living within the community is compatible with omnipresence, a characteristic of the ism's God, who, in some versions, is everywhere at once yet not within his subjects. And lacking any wholly transcendent element is not the same as wholly lacking any transcendent element. Lacking any wholly transcendent element seems to imply partial transcendence, or panentheism. Throw incompatible with humanism and we seem to have a theistic God who is like the God of the Unitarians. The Unitarian God formulates no divine laws, issues no commands, bars no one from heaven, and, for most Unitarians, doesn't even have a heaven. On balance, and given those his theism and none of their atheism statements, Stern's interpretation amounts to panentheism. Wallace fairly early presents his belief that spirit is not the traditional God, that it is a metaphysical entity. Acknowledging that Hegel's theology is not a traditional Christian theology, Wallace counters that neither is it a humanism with no serious metaphysical commitments. In fact, Hegel is just as sincere in his objections to atheism as he is in his objections to the traditional Christian theologies. 42 This is because Hegel's thought is something Wallace calls conceptual metaphysics. 43 Conceptual metaphysics is just another name for panentheism. Wallace thinks spirit is transcendent but not wholly transcendent, it is also immanent. What is false in traditional conceptions of transcendence and in traditional religion, Hegel brings out by criticizing a conception of God as merely transcendent as simply beyond. Hegel believes the only true transcendence is one that includes the finite. 44 Wallace is saying that Hegel's God is immanent as well as transcendent, it is panentheistic. Schlitt. The most recent panentheistic interpretation of spirit comes from Schlitt. He argues that God is partly transcendent or infinite, but that for God to be truly infinite, Hegel's God had to include the finite or the human. 45 According to Schlitt, Hegel viewed religion as a relationship between the infinite and the finite, and more specifically as a relationship between divine consciousness and human consciousness. Hegel did not envision this relationship as being one between two fully independent and fully separately existing realities. He insisted that God and finite consciousness were moments of one another. 46 We can see that Schlitt thinks Hegel's God, or spirit, is a supernatural being resembling, but not the same as, the God of theism. But what are those divine and human moments? They are, says Schlitt, our old friends subject and object. Subject is consciousness, which in Hegel's thought is a human or finite mind. An object is not any old thing perceived by the subject but is, in this case, God. By implication, then, the subjective aspect is an essential moment of God. 47 Schlitt is saying that God is partially transcendent but also participates in human consciousness, the human mind. And that means that spirit, as interpreted by Schlitt, is a panentheistic God. There is absolutely no room for doubt that Schlitt thinks he is interpreting a supernatural God, a God not too unlike the traditional God. The consummate religion of Hegel is the religion of revelation. God reveals, and is revealed, as God really is. 48 This God bears a striking resemblance to the traditional God, it is a trinity. Hegel claims that God remains but an empty word if God is not grasped as triune. 49 Schlitt is oblivious of the fact, explained in Chapter 3, that Hegel's Trinity is not that of Christianity but is instead a dialectical Trinity wherein Father represents the thesis of potential unity, Son, or God incarnate on earth represents the antithesis or actual separation, and the unifying Spirit represents the synthesis, actual unity. Far from being an atheist, Hegel was still, according to Schlitt, concerned that the orthodoxy of his day tended to reduce God to an object and that its otherworldliness could lead to a this-worldly atheism. 50 Still, Hegel's God was not fully traditional, because Hegel saw religion as a movement of the true infinite inclusive of finitude, God inclusive of the world. 51 That means God is immanent as well as transcendent. Once again we have the God of panentheism. Problems common to all 11 authors. It is apparent that all 11 of the panentheism authors have been seduced by Hegel's identifying spirit with God. Kaufmann, quoted earlier, was absolutely right when he said that spirit's non-theistic character should have caused no misunderstanding, had it not been for Hegel's occasional references to God. 52 Similarly, Findlay has pointed out that Hegel often speaks the language of a metaphysical theology, but such language, it is plain, is a mere concession to the pictorial mode of religious expression. 53 To put it more bluntly, Hegel is equivocating privately, meaning one thing while trying to convey the impression that something else is meant. The willingness of the 11 authors to take Hegel's references to God literally as references to a partially transcendent God ignores Hegel's powerful revealed religion attack on this God, a God Hegel says was created by picture-thinking human imagination. The authors simply don't comprehend that Hegel is saying the transcendent God of theism is nothing more than imaginative thought, picture thinking. Neither do they realize that the death on the cross of this God is treated by Hegel as a symbol of the transfiguration of this God from one human, Jesus, to the whole universe of humans. God is spirit, and spirit is humanity plus everything else in the universe. Taylor's concept of a personal God who can't exist without man and thus materializes only when man materializes out of nature reads into Hegel's thought something that isn't there. The only materializing of God that occurs is figurative, not literal. Spirit, which embraces all humanity, and more, materializes out of the Holy Spirit, which possessed only one human, Jesus, when God incarnate died on the cross. And that materialization is only symbolic. Spirit has really existed all along. Beyond these problems are the following. The panentheism interpretations sink under the weight of their failure to acknowledge that spirit undergoes a thesis stage of unconsciousness. How could a transcendent mind, essentially that of the God of theism, consciously create and shape the universe if that mind were unconscious until the arrival of man? Figuratively speaking, how could God say let there be light if God were unconscious or even non-existent? Taylor, when the universe, the solar system, Earth, and man came into being? And if, as Fox claims, all rivulets of change and development reveal the presence of a transcendent God, how did God manage to produce those rivulets of change and development evolution, for example in his unconscious state? Hegel's macrodialectic and its supporting evidence leave no reasonable room for doubt that spirit went through that unconscious period before man arrived. Yet all rivulets of change, not just the later rivulets, means God was producing change even before he either woke up or was born. Not likely. Presumably the 11 authors accept modern cosmological and evolution theories that attribute the universe to the Big Bang, the solar system to physical causes such as gravity and the accretion of matter, life to chemical processes, and man to evolution from primitive forms of life. Let us assume the authors think, correctly, that Hegel likewise accepted the idea that natural processes, the exact nature of which were unknown to him, can explain everything that happened before man arrived and began making history. The assumption then is that, in Hegel's thought, everything occurred naturally. But in that context of naturalism, how could Hegel explain the sudden arrival of transcendent supernaturalism? How could he provide a panentheistic explanation of the no longer eternal God and his transcendent mind suddenly emerging out of nowhere? How could supernaturalism suddenly pop up in a previously non-supernatural universe, a universe not created by God? And where does Hegel even hint that such an absurd event occurred? In embracing the panentheism interpretation, the 11 authors fail to even consider, much less answer, this vital question: if God includes man, is immanent, why can't man's mind be God's mind, as is actually the case in Hegel's philosophy? Why must God's mind be independent, transcendent? Why must God be schizophrenic, a being with two minds, a transcendent mind and the collective mind of man? I'm not arguing that spirit is pantheistic. I'm saying that these interpreters have no valid reason for concluding that spirit goes beyond pantheism by including a theistic mind. Man's mind not only can serve as spirit's mind, it actually does. Forster points out that Hegel explicitly rejects the idea that, as he disparagingly puts it, God is composed zusammengesetzt of God and the World Encyclopedia, para 573.54. Many of Hegel's interpreters who have an opinion, including this interpreter, agree that Hegel was an atheist. Some think Hegel was a pantheist but still an atheist, a disbeliever in the God of theism. But pantheistic or not, spirit is not partially transcendent. Spirit's mind does not transcend the universe. The universe, or all reality, is not just part of spirit. It is all of spirit. At any rate, it is all of the physical side of spirit. Spirit also has that mental side, the human mind. Hegel isn't saying a transcendent God existed in a mindless, non-creative state before man came along. He is saying that a purely conceptual God was unconscious, mindless until man arrived on the planet. Man brought with him man's minds. Collectively, those minds are the mind of spirit. They are spirit's only mind. There is no transcendent, theistic mind. Pantheistic interpretations. 4 authors of books about Hegel, Kojève, Forster, McCartney, and Desmond think he is a pantheist in the metaphysical sense, as opposed to the mislabeled, actually non-pantheistic God is nature concept of pantheism. By metaphysical sense, I mean that true pantheism holds that God is not nature but is instead a metaphysical, hence supernatural, substance or essence hidden within everything natural. 3 other authors, Solomon, Beiser, and Tucker, whom I review under the next heading, also identify spirit with nature or the universe but treat nature, including humanity, as a non-supernatural definition of spirit rather than a metaphysical, supernatural, belief. Kojève. Kojève's interpretation of spirit comes from lectures delivered in the 1930s, then published as a French-language book in 1947 and translated into English in 1969. Kojève is emphatic in stating that Hegel's God is not transcendent. Never, at any moment of time, is there a spirit existing outside of the human historical world. Therefore, there is no transcendence. 55. To further emphasize this point, Kojève turns to the Schiller poem Freundschaft that Hegel uses in modified form to conclude phenomenology. Hegel changes the words das ganze Seelenreich to dieses Geisterreich. By this change, says Kojève, he means to exclude the angels of which Schiller speaks, he means to underline that eternal or infinite being that is, the absolute spirit, which, in Schiller, is God, arises solely from the totality of human or historical existence. 56. Kojève's point here is that the phenomenology ends with a radical denial of all transcendence. 57. In denying that spirit is transcendent, Kojève is plainly signifying that Hegel's spirit is not the God of panentheism. But is spirit nonetheless supernatural, that is, metaphysical? The answer is apparently yes. Hegel posits the principle of metaphysical realism. 58. Following a lengthy analysis of this Hegelian metaphysical realism, Kojève concludes that Hegelian realism, therefore, is not only ontological, but also metaphysical. 59. This Hegelian metaphysics is, however, a strange form of pantheism that seems to embrace only humanity. Kojève doesn't use the word pantheism and never addresses the question of just what this metaphysics is. But he seems to imply that spirit is a metaphysical essence within humanity that somehow guides human history, much as the logos of the Greeks did. Forster. Forster's interpretation of spirit begins with a quotation from Phenomenology in which Hegel says that the true is, expressed in the representation of the absolute as spirit. 60. Forster says these words convey 2 meanings, both accurate. The first is that the absolute is itself essentially a self or person. 61. Hegel, he says, emphatically endorses this view. Here Forster seems unaware that the truth of this first meaning depends on the meaning of essentially. Spirit is a self or person only in the figurative, metaphorical, sense that Hegel is treating spirit as a Schelling-style living organism. It has a figurative mind, but that mind is the minds, plural, of humans. Figurative or not, Forster, in describing spirit as God, plainly thinks the meaning is non-figurative. The second meaning Forster gives to Hegel's quoted statement is the absolute is identical with, or has as an essential aspect, the human subject. 62. Now Forster is correct, provided we throw out identical and stick with essential aspect. Humanity is spirit's essential aspect because it is the mental side of the two-sided, physical mental spirit. Humanity provides spirit's all-important mind. Humanity is also part of spirit's physical side but just a minor part, spirit's physical side is all reality. Forster next turns to the question of whether spirit, treated as God, is transcendent or merely immanent. He wisely rejects the transcendent view. He first says that both meanings of the absolute as spirit involve a rejection of the traditional Judeo-Christian conception of God as wholly transcendent. But is God partially transcendent as in the naturalistic reading? The naturalistic reading, Forster says, would be identifying God with man and nature outright. This is the reading Forster endorses. Referring to the traditional conception of God as a person, Forster argues that without going beyond the sphere of man and nature you can find a quite sufficient basis for such a conception. That's good enough for Forster. The phenomenology shows a clear preference for the naturalistic over the partially transcendent option. Fortifying this opinion, he adds that the phenomenology is largely conceived as an attempt to dispel as an illusion the idea of a partially transcendent God and to show that, insofar as there is a God, he is to be found entirely at the level of man and his world. 63 His world is nature. Forster bolsters his position by quoting passages from Phenomenology's Unhappy Consciousness and Revealed Religion discussions that show Hegel espousing the idea that all humans, not just Jesus, are incarnations of God. Despite his rejecting the partially transcendent option, Forster holds firmly to the view that Hegel is some sort of supernaturalist. Forster thus writes, Solomon goes too far when he argues that Hegel was essentially an atheist. That there is no God, only man, and that Hegel's absolute is in no interesting sense God, pages 582, 630. Whether Hegel is really a Christian is another matter. 64. In truth, Solomon is absolutely right, Forster is dead wrong. Forster elaborates by saying spirit is a subject who not which, is over and above any particular human subject and who encompasses everything and indeed also, is in a way both omniscient and omnipotent. 65 In denying that Hegel is an atheist and in attributing some sort of omniscience to spirit, Forster is really describing the partially transcendent God of panentheism. I'll nevertheless let that contradiction ride and accept Forster's official position that the partially transcendent interpretation is an illusion. It remains undeniable, though, that regardless of how the in a way phrase is meant to qualify omniscient, spirit's intelligence is far more than the collective intelligence of man. Forster's interpretation of spirit is undeniably supernatural. Forster has gone astray in accepting the idea that Hegel's God has any reality at all other than a definitional reality, spirit defined, not believed in, as a four-part, physical mental concept of the universe. But he has managed to take spirit beyond the physical aspects of nature by underscoring the importance of man's mind. This is something the next interpreter, McCartney, doesn't quite manage to do. McCartney too considers both the transcendent God interpretation and the immanent God interpretation of Hegel's writing. He is not fully convinced that the latter is correct but decides that the balance of argument, of considerations capable of determining an unbiased intellect, favors the immanent view. 66 McCartney begins with a compelling argument. Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of history were delivered during his tenure at the University of Berlin. There his enemies accused him of pantheism, a form of atheism. Were the charges to stick, Hegel would be out of a job. Hegel was forced to deny the charges. If he had believed in God, he didn't, all he had to do was to say so clearly, unambiguously, and forcefully. Instead, he used murky language that was far from convincing. McCartney puts it this way, if he really did believe in a transcendent personal deity, it seems almost inexplicable that he should lay an elaborate trail of materials for a radically non-theistic interpretation of his system. He might surely have been content to be the official philosopher, the Aquinas as it were, of Lutheranism. 67. Instead of avowing theism, Hegel chose to deliver ambiguous and unconvincing disavowals of pantheism. McCartney describes one of Hegel's conventional and unsatisfactory disavowals of pantheism with these words, as with similar attempts elsewhere, it conveys a sense of unease and misdirection, of an energetic assault on the wrong target and of punches being pulled when an appropriate one is in view. Pantheism is, we are told, the view that represents the universe as nature. Such a view has, however, no content, for in it God, the subject, disappears. 68 Hegel is leaving himself lots of wiggle room by using an ambiguous description of God. He is denying one form of pantheism while leaving open the door to another form. As it happens, his concept of God is not pantheistic at all. But McCartney thinks this concept is compatible with a non-Spinozan pantheism. He says Hegel's denial may have force against a pantheism such as that of Spinoza, where God is substance, but it cannot have force where God is spirit. 69. McCartney could have added that it cannot have force against a definition of pantheism that changes nature to universe and includes in the universe artificial as well as natural objects. Neither does Hegel's denial of pantheism have any force against Hegel's actual non-metaphysical concept of spirit. McCartney next brings out additional remarks by Hegel that purport to describe his system as something other than pantheism. Hegel refers to what is offered as an alternative to pantheism but seems in truth to gesture towards a better understanding of its nature. What Hegel affirms is the conception of the unity of God and the world. 70. McCartney misinterprets these words as a description of pantheism, which he thinks Hegel's thought constitutes. The words are actually sufficiently ambiguous to cover his real non-pantheistic concept of spirit. But that's beside the point. What matters is that McCartney has presented another reason for not believing Hegel's disavowals of pantheism. McCartney elaborates by reviewing Hegel's anti-Christian passages in Phenomenology's discussion of the revealed religion. Here McCartney spotlights what others have spotlighted, the fact that Hegel conspicuously fails to endorse what is surely the simple essence of the matter for ordinary Christians, the unique status of Jesus as the incarnate second person of the Trinity. 71. McCartney is correct in his deduction that Hegel is an atheist and therefore not a panentheist. But he is incorrect in viewing pantheism as the only, or is it the only convincing, alternative to panentheism. Desmond. According to Desmond, the central issue around which Hegel orbited is transcendence. 72. Desmond implicitly accepts the notion that Hegel's God is supernatural but rejects the belief that God's supernaturalism incorporates transcendence. Let us be done with all weaseling that claims Hegel is a theist, even if substance in the Spinozan sense is replaced by spirit as it is. Not coincidentally, this is Hegel's own way of wiggling off the hook of pantheism by denying that God is substance. Yet, the wiggling is disingenuous. We are always in the same circle of immanence. 73. Hegel, says Desmond, equivocates by calling his non-theistic spirit God. This usage upsets Desmond, who calls Hegel's God counterfeit and a mere double for, imitation of, God. He then loses grammatical control by drifting into a double negative, semi-sarcastically calling spirit a counterfeit double, which would mean not really a double for God. Although accusing spirit of immanence, the hallmark of pantheism, when immanence is not combined with transcendence to produce panentheism, Desmond seems to interpret spirit's immanence as something confined to humanity. God is within man, and humanity as Geist's spirit must struggle to make itself absolute. By making himself the false double of God, man thinks he is at last the true divinity. 74. The problem with pantheism interpretations. A basic fault of the pantheistic interpretations is that they fail to acknowledge that spirit has a mind. Were the pantheism authors to acknowledge that, they could easily be led in the wrong direction to the false conclusion that Hegel was a panentheist after all. What these authors don't recognize is that Hegel's atheism at least implies, even if it doesn't prove, that Hegel has designed a totally non-supernaturalistic concept of spirit. If spirit has a mind, spirit's mind happens to be the minds of individual humans, but if that mind isn't the mind of a theistic God, then we should look not toward pantheism for answers but toward a non-supernatural, non-metaphysical interpretation of spirit. The interpretations under the next two headings, though they are basically wrong, are right insofar as they recognize Hegel's uncompromising rejection of the supernatural. Another basic flaw in the pantheism reading of Hegel is its failure to recognize that Hegel was not a supernaturalistic humanist but, rather, a humanist who unconditionally rejected supernaturalism. Those who consider Hegel a pantheist have overlooked his statement that the incarnate God's death on the cross represents not just the death of God's human or natural manifestation but also the death of his supernatural manifestation. The death of the mediator is the death not only of his natural aspect, but also of the abstraction of the divine being. 75. The mediator, between God and man, who dies is Jesus, God incarnate. God's natural aspect is the man Jesus, a natural human being, part of material nature. The abstraction of the divine being is what Hegel calls the picture-thinking God, the non-material, non-human God in the sky, the God created by the human imagination. Here Hegel is alluding to his natural-artificial dichotomy, discussed in Chapter 4. Hegel is saying that it isn't just the natural God, the God in human form, Jesus, who has died, the imaginary, non-natural, man-made, and therefore artificial God in heaven, God the Father, has also died. God, who lived only in man's imagination, is dead. There is no supernatural God. Spirit is not the alter ego of the supernatural God of the ism. Spirit, whatever it is not a radically remodeled but still supernatural version of God. Hegel also says this: the death of the divine man Jesus becomes transfigured from its immediate meaning, viz. the non-being of this particular individual Jesus, into the universality of the Spirit who dwells in his community, dies in it every day, and is daily resurrected. 76 Spirits dying every day and being resurrected every day rules out the idea that Hegel is treating Spirit's omnipresence as theistic omnipresence, the idea that God dwells among rather than within humans. No omnipresent God of the ism dies every day and is daily resurrected, in the form of newborn babies. It is humans who die and are born daily. Therefore Spirit must either be or include the humans. It is in human form, not as an extra person, that Spirit is living within the community. The transfiguration of particularity Jesus, one particular individual, into universality solidifies the interpretation. Spirit, aka God, universalizes itself from one incarnate divinity, Jesus, to an entire universe of incarnate divinities, all mankind. Non-supernatural quasi-pantheistic interpretations. Robert Solomon, Frederick Beiser, and Robert Tucker present God as nature interpretations, although with Solomon nature is just one of three possible interpretations: nature, humanity, and the human spirit, undefined. All three interpreters scrap the idea that Hegel was a supernaturalist. That should mean also scrapping the idea that he was a metaphysician, but Beiser chooses to embrace a strange concept of metaphysics that divorces metaphysics from any necessary connection to the supernatural. The Solomon and Beiser interpretations agree with the popular misconception of what pantheism is. So I'll begin with a review of my Chapter 3 remarks about what pantheism means. The meaning of pantheism. Whereas pantheism is popularly viewed as the belief that God is nature or the universe, this view is false. God is nature is a definition, not a belief. It is a definition of God used by atheists and near-atheist agnostics who, fearing social disapproval, wish to conceal their unbelief. The self-proclaimed pantheist does not believe in the existence of a rational, self-conscious, omniscient, omnipotent supernatural being who providentially watches over mankind and who, in the eyes of most believers, though not the non-religious ones, appreciates being worshipped and praised. But the false pantheist is pretending to believe in something supernatural enough to be covered by society's tolerance for divergent religious beliefs. In some cases, the God is nature philosophy may also be a halfway house for people who have ceased to believe in the God of the ism but still have a lingering emotional attachment to religious thought patterns. What pantheism really means is that God, rather than being physical nature, is an invisible, impersonal, metaphysical substance or essence within everything in nature. Spinoza's pantheism is the most widely used example. Spinoza believed, or pretended to believe, that within everything's a mystical substance that is God or the Absolute. Tillich's definition of pantheism bears repeating. Pantheism does not mean, and never has meant, and never should mean that everything that is God. If God is identified with nature, Deus sub natura, it is not the totality of natural objects which is called God but rather the creative power and unity of nature, the absolute substance which is present in everything. Pantheism is the doctrine that God is the substance or essence of all things, not the meaningless assertion that God is the totality of all things. 77. Previously quoted further words from Tillich also deserve an encore. Wherever the concept of the world is complete without God, i.e., where no transcendent supernatural mind exists above the universe, God has become an empty name that one utters for the sake of religion, but which can be dispensed with completely, since it is all the same whether the universe is called matter or spirit. 78. I previously used God is coffee, God is honesty, and God is love, Bishop Robinson's redefinition of God, as examples of empty names that one utters for the sake of religion. These aren't beliefs. They are arbitrary, ambiguous, contrary to customary usage redefinitions of God. Their only purpose is to mislead. God is nature falls into the same category when nature literally means nature and not an invisible metaphysical essence within nature. By metaphysical I mean supernatural but impersonal, non-rational, non-self-conscious, and non-theistic, more akin to the Greek logos, astrological causation, or Marxian historical determinism than to God. I therefore strongly object to an interpreter's calling Hegel a pantheist when all the interpreter means is that spirit is the physical universe, matter in the preceding Tillich quotation, not a metaphysical substance or essence within everything natural. Solomon. Robert Solomon's In the Spirit of Hegel is the best of the many books interpreting phenomenology. But Solomon denies the existence of the multitude of dialectics that give structure and meaning to and are the very essence of Hegel's work, consequently also misses the fundamentally important concepts of self-estrangement, self-realization, and separation and return, also, again consequently, overlooks the metaphorically organic structure of spirit and spirit's divine life, and, like everyone else, misinterprets spirit. Still, on the plus side, Solomon is one of the authors who have correctly arrived at non-supernaturalistic interpretations of Hegel. Solomon presents a highly ambiguous and noticeably inconsistent pantheistic but maybe not pantheistic interpretation of Hegel. Solomon's interpretation, or at least one version of it, portrays spirit as nature or the universe. This version thus agrees with the popular misconception that pantheism means God is nature or the universe rather than a hidden substance or essence within everything in the universe. But in another version, which really amounts to two other versions, spirit is either, a, humanity, described as us, nothing more, or, b, the human spirit, a phrase that has no meaning other than its unmistakable connotation of non-supernaturalism. Early in his book, Solomon seems to deny that Hegel is a pantheist. Though he later does call Hegel a pantheist, Solomon at first says Hegel is the great anti-metaphysician, purging philosophy of every vestige of the thing in itself, the world behind, or beyond, the scenes. 79. Solomon is at this point challenging the belief that Hegel practices metaphysics, which is at the core of pantheism. If Hegel isn't practicing metaphysics, he isn't a pantheist. But Solomon views pantheism as defining God as nature rather than believing in an invisible substance. A few pages later, Solomon confirms his belief that Hegel opposes metaphysics. We are told that Hegel is an anti-religious and anti-metaphysical proponent of the varieties of human experience, a conceptual anthropologist rather than an ontologist, my italics, point 80 clear enough, one would think. Hegel's spirit is not metaphysical, Hegel is not indulging in ontology, or speculation about a presumed impersonal metaphysical something or other called being. 81. Yet, as Solomon later asserts, spirit is pantheistic. This assertion makes it sound like Solomon is using the definition of pantheism that Tillich condemns, the definition asserting that God is the universe itself, the visible physical universe, what Tillich calls matter, not a hidden non-material metaphysical essence. The last section in Solomon's penultimate chapter has the heading Hegel's humanism as a species of pantheism. Whoa! Pantheism is metaphysics. Didn't Solomon say earlier that Hegel rejected metaphysics? How can that be if Hegel's humanism, essentially a synonym for atheism in this context, is a species of pantheism, which affirms metaphysics? Very quickly Solomon mentions that Sterling admits that Hegel is a pantheist. 82. Now we can see the apparent contradiction between the earlier assertion that Hegel is anti-metaphysical and the new assertion that he is a pantheist. Pantheism is a form of metaphysics, but, according to Solomon, Hegel is anti-metaphysical. On the next page, Solomon immediately seems to contradict what he just said. He now says this: the view that Hegel's atheism is a form of pantheism raises two insuperable problems. However, first, Hegel vociferously denies he is a pantheist. Second, it may seriously be doubted that pantheism, the name aside, is a form of theism, my italics, point 83. Well, if those two problems are insuperable, then Hegel can't be a pantheist, despite what Solomon said 3 sentences earlier. I must add that the two problems are far from insuperable. Hegel's denials of pantheism could be construed as ambiguously attacking Spinozan pantheism while privately adhering to a different form of pantheism. I'm not implying that Hegel actually is concealing a non-Spinozan form of pantheism. As for Solomon's doubts that pantheism is a form of theism, of course pantheism is not a form of theism. But that proves absolutely nothing concerning whether Hegel is or isn't a pantheist. It is not even a problem, let alone an insuperable problem. The plot thickens. 1 page later, having just said that calling Hegel a pantheist raises insuperable problems, Solomon again reverses course with a view that supersedes the insuperable. Solomon explores a passage in Hegel's encyclopedia where Hegel denies he is a pantheist. Hegel's denial, Solomon says, turns on a small technical point involving a distinction between two meanings of everything. What Hegel denies is that he has ever claimed that everything is God in a certain first sense. But he clearly holds this view in a second sense, in which everything is considered as a unity, a universe, and includes a subject, a human mind, intangible as well as substance, physical matter, tangible. Solomon then reaches a remarkable conclusion, remarkable because of his earlier denial that Hegel is a metaphysician and his previous page assertion that calling Hegel a pantheist raises insuperable problems. Solomon's conclusion, Hegel's own position, that of God as spirit and nothing but spirit, places him in the pantheist camp without qualification. 84. Solomon is, of course, using the false definition of pantheism, the definition that flaunts the popular God is nature concept, the concept that Tillich rightly condemns. Yet when we retreat 4 pages, still another contradiction confounds the analysis. Now Solomon writes, the point again and again becomes clear: there is no alien God who reaches down to us, God is spirit and spirit is us, nothing more, my italics, point 85. Very interesting. If spirit is nothing more than us, nothing more than human beings, then it isn't all of nature or the universe, and Hegel isn't a pantheist in any sense of the word. I suspect, though, that Solomon doesn't really mean what he says here. The words nothing more strike me as careless use of a widely used intensifier. Although we humans are by far spirit's most important component, our bodies house spirit's mind. Solomon's version of spirit at this late point in his book seemingly does include a whole lot more than us, the human race. It seems to include the entire universe. And, yet again, if we retreat still farther, going way back to Solomon's introduction, we find its first heading is Hegel as humanist. 86. Under this heading, Solomon says Hegel sees God, insofar as we should use that word at all, as nothing more than human spirit writ large, or what Hegel calls Geist. 87. More problems. Because God is a synonym for spirit and Geist also means spirit, we are faced with a circular definition of spirit. Hegel sees spirit as nothing more than what Hegel calls spirit. Ignoring that problem, we must ask, what does human spirit mean? Whatever it means, it certainly doesn't mean us, the humans. Humans are tangible, endowed with physical substance. Spirit, lowercase, is intangible, whether conceived of as a supernatural soul, verve, feelings, moods, emotions, attitudes, aspirations, or something else. In a footnote, Solomon effectively abandons the us interpretation, the spirit as humanity, and emphasizes the human spirit interpretation. He rejects Charles Taylor's belief that spirit is something other than or greater than the human spirit. 88. Solomon's last sentence under the Hegel as humanist heading amounts to his last word, even if his actual last words come near the end of the book. What Solomon says is, in effect, that he is unsure whether spirit is limited to humanity or includes everything. He writes, Hegel's spirit is human spirit, and if it includes much more than just humanity, namely, everything, it is, nonetheless, a belligerently humanist demonstration that this is a human world in which all is but a stage for our own self-realization. My italics. Point 89. Note the word if and the uncertainty it conveys. By belligerently Solomon means virulently anti-theological and more or less anti-Christian. 90. What Solomon is saying is that Hegel, 1, might be a pantheist, in which case spirit includes everything, apparently including artificial objects. 2, might instead be a narrowly defined humanist who defines spirit as humanity and nothing more, and 3, might, again instead, be a philosopher offering us a spirit that is confined to humans without being humans per se, instead being some undefined quality called human spirit. I have no idea what Solomon means by human spirit and, frankly, I don't think Solomon does either. If, by chance, Solomon actually means spirit is humanity or human spirit and nothing more, then his interpretation is refuted by Hegel's portrayal of spirit as an entity that existed in an unconscious mindless state of nature before humans arrived on Earth. If spirit is nothing more than humans or human spirit, how could spirit exist before humans did? The same problem shatters the societal interpretations of Pinkard and Westphal, coming up shortly. The humanity and human spirit interpretations are additionally refuted by Hegel's two natural and artificial dialectics. These tell us that spirit includes the artificial as well as the natural objects of the universe. All reality means all reality. The humanity and human spirit interpretations also founder in the quicksand of Hegel's concept of self-estrangement. Hegelian subject-object identity is not a purely humanistic concept. Hegel's many references to alien objects perceived by human subjects' human minds permit no doubt that these objects are not always human beings. Indeed, an overwhelming majority of the objects are non-human. The objects include trees, houses, dogs, waterfalls, and stars, for example. When subject, a human's mind, doesn't recognize these alien objects as itself, both subject and objects are spirit, how could the non-human objects be itself, subject, if only humans are spirit? How could a tree be itself, the observing subject? Solomon's rendition of spirit has still another problem. If spirit is humanity, nature, or the universe, it doesn't matter which, then spirit is a wasted word. Humanity or universe, whichever applies, does the job much better. And if universe happens to be the intended meaning, we are saddled with that false connotation of metaphysical pantheism, whereas nothing genuinely metaphysical is meant. My own interpretation of spirit avoids this problem. When spirit is correctly understood as a more complicated concept than universe, that is, as a two-level, four-part concept that figuratively treats spirit as a living organism with a dialectical divine life, then nobody is misled. The word spirit is neither wasted nor misleading. A final word, lest there be any misunderstanding, I fully agree with Solomon's assertion that Hegel was a humanist. But let's be clear about what humanist means. It doesn't mean humanists are people who say God is humanity. Historically, the word humanism came into use during the Renaissance to refer to pursuits that reflected concern for secular rather than religious subjects. Humanism in painting was a shift away from Madonnas, Christs, angels, and the like to portraits, still life, landscapes, and other non-religious subject matter. Nowadays humanism continues to have secular overtones but tends to be applied more narrowly to moral and ethical beliefs. A humanist is a person who disbelieves in any sort of divine law or commands and in the related concept of sin, violation of divine law. Humanists instead believe that all moral and ethical precepts come from, and should come from, the minds of human beings. Humanists include deists, pantheists, agnostics, atheists, and even liberal believers, especially Unitarians, Congregationalists, Quakers, and Reform Jews, who believe in God but don't believe in moral codes written among the stars. In the context of discussions of religion, humanism is usually a euphemism for atheism, used by non-believers who lack the courage of their convictions and who wish to avoid the social disapproval that often accompanies being identified as an atheist. All of us, except for those misguided souls who think Hegel was a panentheist, should be able to agree that Hegel was a humanist. He believed neither in God nor in divine law. But that doesn't mean his spirit is humanity or human spirit. Beiser. Tracing the evolution of Hegel's thought from concepts originating with Kant, Fichte, and Schelling, and to some extent originating with Hegel himself in collaboration with Schelling, Beiser reaches much the same conclusion as Solomon: Hegel's spirit is the universe itself, not a metaphysical essence within it. Beiser's interpretation appears in his introduction to the Cambridge Companion to Hegel, an essay collection he edited. Viewed as an investigation of the genesis of Hegel's concept of spirit, the essay is outstanding. But in wrongly claiming to be a metaphysical interpretation of spirit, and in describing Hegel's thought as a quest for knowledge, the essay is deeply flawed. On the second page, Beiser refers to Hegel's Metaphysics 91. He soon adds that even if Hegel avoided the term, he had a conception of philosophy that can only be described as metaphysical. 92. But, shortly thereafter we learn that Hegel's philosophy is metaphysical only in the sense that it deals with an absolute, which happens to be defined as the universe. Hegel supposedly insisted, and Beiser agrees, that his metaphysics has nothing to do with the supernatural. 93. But in that case it isn't metaphysics. The word metaphysics has always implied the existence of something supernatural but impersonal, something speculative, non-material, intangible, and not amenable to observation, testing, or other forms of scientific inquiry. Ontology, philosophical inquiry concerning the possible existence and nature of a speculative supernatural entity called being, is probably the best example. I'll have more to say about the meaning of metaphysics later in my analysis of Beiser's interpretation. Beiser argues, persuasively, that Hegel inherited from Schelling an organic conception of the absolute having three salient features: 1. Defining the absolute as the universe, 2. Attributing subject-object identity to the universe absolute, and 3. Treating the absolute as a living force. 94. Subject-object identity, of course, is what we find in Hegelian estrangement and self-realization. Spirit, using human minds, subjective, mental, as perceiving subjects, sees external objects. Objectively existing, physical, that are initially misconstrued as alien things different from subject but ultimately recognized as identical to subject, both are spirit. The living force concept this makes the absolute organic is metaphorical. Spirit perceives, thinks, goes through many stages or shapes of consciousness, and finally arrives at self-realization all through the minds of living human beings. The stages and shapes of consciousness are spirit's life. Organic and life are, of course, being used figuratively. Spirit is not really a living organism. Beiser thinks Hegel believed he could show by his dialectic that there can be a conceptual and demonstrative knowledge of the absolute. My italics, point 95. What? Surely Beiser can see that, if the absolute or spirit is simply defined as the universe, then calling the absolute, or spirit, or God, the universe or all reality is not a matter of knowledge. When Bishop Robinson defined God as love, was he trying to bring knowledge to his readers? No, he was identifying a personal value, a quality or principle, actually just an emotion he admired. Another problem is that Beiser, although he attributes to Hegel the use of dialectics, has no idea what a Hegelian dialectic is. All he knows is that a dialectic is supposed to have three stages. Whereas Hegel's macro-dialectic begins with unconsciousness, Beiser thinks it begins with consciousness. Some finite concept, true of only a limited part of reality, would go beyond its limits in attempting to know all of reality. 96. What is that supposed to mean? A concept is not a mind, neither does it have a mind. How can a concept attempt to know anything? If finite concept is supposed to mean a human being, Hegel does call humans finite, and humans are only a limited part of reality. Beiser should say so in plain English instead of using highfalutin academic jargon. Humans are not concepts. Meanwhile, if a human is what Beiser calls a finite concept, what he thinks is Hegel's thesis is really Hegel's antithesis, humans don't exist in the thesis stage. And even in the antithesis, human minds are not attempting to know reality, they are just misinterpreting what they see. Likewise, if go beyond its limits means misinterpret, Weiser should again say so in plain English. How ironic it is that, earlier in his introduction, Weiser mentions the premium placed on clarity in contemporary philosophy. 97, Weiser's description of the dialectic's second stage is without substance. He merely says, in effect, that the antithesis is the opposite of the thesis and, therefore, depends for its meaning on some other concept. 98 That other concept would be whatever thesis concept the antithesis is the opposite of. Not even a hint about what the antithetical concept is. Weiser's synthesis has nothing specific to synthesize and thus fails to describe an actual synthesis. The fact is that, although Weiser is willing to use the words thesis and antithesis, but not synthesis, in reference to Hegel's logic, what he calls dialectics in phenomenology is merely an amorphous process of development involving conflicting but not necessarily opposite tendencies or forces. 99 He has the misconception that no resolution of conflicting tendencies occurs until, on the last page of phenomenology, spirit achieves self-realization, which Weiser misconstrues as the one and only resolution of the huge number of conflicting ideas or tendencies that have gone before. In short, he is reinterpreting dialectics as something other than true thesis antithesis synthesis dialectics. Weiser's interpretation has other serious faults beyond the misconceptions about metaphysics and Hegel's dialectics. The crucial fault is the same as that of Solomon's non-supernaturalistic interpretation. If we go by the mislabeled pantheism version of Solomon's interpretation, Solomon's and Weiser's interpretations are pretty much the same. Both authors, when attributing pantheism to Hegel, treat spirit as the physical universe, not an unseen metaphysical, hence supernatural, essence within everything in the universe. Therefore, the objections that apply to Solomon's interpretation apply with equal force to Weiser's. Perhaps the biggest problem is that both Solomon and Weiser largely ignore the mental side of spirit, the subjective element of subject-object, mental-physical, identity. Even less are they aware of the general-particular, universal-particular, dichotomy within spirit's mental side. Hegel says spirit is supersensual. That might seem to mean spirit cannot be perceived by the senses, but it actually means that, a. the mental side of spirit's mind, man's minds, cannot be perceived and, b. the mental concept of spirit, which is the unseen universal inner of everything in the universe, cannot be perceived by the senses. Hegel draws an analogy between spirit and a force such as gravity. That again means spirit, viewed as either mind or a concept, cannot be seen. It is hidden. You must go behind the curtain to know what spirit is. So how can subject, a conscious human mind, not see spirit when it sees an object if, as Weiser claims, spirit is the physical object itself and nothing more, not also human minds? If spirit is nothing more than perceived physical objects that constitute the universe, it can be seen. It is supposedly not like gravity, which is invisible. By interpreting spirit as the universe, Solomon and Weiser are missing half the story, the mental or subject half. The phrase phenomenology of mind refers to mental experience, not physical experience. Man's minds and their thoughts, not trees and houses, are traveling through history. If spirit is just the visible physical universe, why did Hegel choose the name Geist? Geist connotes something invisible. Geist is invisible regardless of whether it is interpreted as mind, Bailey, Marcuse, Singer, or spirit, Miller, Tillich, Findlay, Kaufmann, C. Taylor, Solomon, Weiser, Pinkard, Forster, Stern. Again, why does Weiser ignore Hegel's parallel distinctions between a. inner and outer, b. essence and existence, c. divine and human, and d. in itself, internal, and for itself, external? In each of these pairs, the first member is invisible, intangible, as is a spirit. Why did Hegel also bring up phrenology, if not to make the point that something inner, a person's character or inclinations, and something outer, the person's face, are the same thing, as ultimately revealed in phrenology by the person's actions. And, to repeat an earlier quotation from Phenomenology, why did Hegel write this? Spirit is alone reality. It is the inner being of the world, my italics. Point 100. That quotation not only declares that spirit has a hidden side, it also emphasizes the hidden side. The hidden side is, a. Spirit's mental side, the minds of man in one sense, and b. Hegel's philosophical concept of a four-faceted spirit in another sense. In the second sense, spirit is not a metaphysical essence but a concept of spirit that a human mind generates and projects into an external object it sees and correctly interprets as being, in essence, spirit. When Hegel wrote that spirit is the inner being of the world, he was emphasizing the mental concept of spirit rather than spirit's physical aspect. In his chapter 3, Force and the Understanding, Hegel develops the distinction between the world of appearance, the universe we see, and the hidden supersensible world, the world not perceived by the senses. Referring to the world of appearance, Hegel says we completely misunderstand, if we think that the supersensible world is, the sensuous world, the world of appearance. Why do we misunderstand? Because the true world of appearance, the true universe, is, on the contrary, not the world of sense knowledge, not the world we see, but an inner world. Hegel's italics. Point 101. If Beiser is correct in implying that, for Hegel, there is no inner, mental, subjective, world, how does he explain Hegel's statement that there is an inner world? How does he explain Hegel's saying that the true universe is not the universe we see, the universe Beiser interprets as spirit's meaning? If, as Beiser claims, Hegel thinks the observable physical universe is the only world there is, why does Hegel repeatedly refer to a supersensible world, a hidden inner world that is not observable? What does Beiser think this inner world is, if not something intangible, non-material? If spirit is nothing more than the physical universe that registers with our senses, why does Hegel say there is a metaphorical curtain whose role is to conceal the inner world? 102. Doesn't that mean there is a different world, a world we can't see, hidden behind the curtain? There is a different world, a world we can't see. It isn't a metaphysical world, it isn't supernatural. It is the concept of spirit. Concepts are non-material, non-physical. They can't be seen. Spirit, as the hidden inner essence of everything in the universe, is simply a four-faceted mental image that Hegel projects into everything. Beiser's version of Hegel's God is the universe is even weaker than Solomon's. With Solomon, the possibility exists that the universe includes artificial objects. Solomon doesn't commit himself but seems to imply that artificial objects are included. He says spirit might include more than just humanity, namely, everything. Everything covers artificial as well as natural objects. But Beiser definitely maintains that artificial objects are not part of spirit, defined as the universe. Schelling and Hegel also insist that their metaphysics use a conception of metaphysics that is indeed profoundly naturalistic. They admired Spinoza precisely because of his thoroughgoing naturalism, conceiving of God as nothing more than the natura naturans. 103. If that is the case, Beiser's interpretation is refuted by Hegel's two natural-artificial dialectics. Hegel makes it plain that spirit is found in both natural and artificial objects. It is a synthesis of natural and artificial. Another problem, one I have already touched on, maybe even belabored, involves the distinction between a definition and a fact or knowledge. According to Beiser, metaphysics can be defined as the knowledge of the absolute. 104. The absolute is a term Hegel sometimes uses as a synonym for spirit. Schelling and Hegel decided to equate absolute with Spinoza's concept of substance. Then, for philosophical purposes, they departed from Spinoza's concept of a supernatural substance hidden within natural objects. They redefined, that is substance as the physical universe, not its metaphysical inner reality. Hegel later, after drifting apart from Schelling, substituted the name spirit for substance and restored the inner quality by giving spirit a mental side to complement spirit's physical side. Now, if spirit's being the universe is just a matter of definition, why does Beiser repeatedly treat this as a matter of knowledge? When Bishop Robinson defined God as love, was that knowledge? Or was it an arbitrary definition, not based on customary usage, that was neither true, knowledge, nor false? Beiser's discussion is full of words and phrases implying that Hegel was talking about something factual, or that might be factual. Hegel, who, we are told, defined the absolute as the universe, saw the purpose of philosophy as the rational knowledge of the absolute, my italics. Point 105. Doesn't Beiser know the difference between an arbitrary definition and knowledge? God is love isn't knowledge, it's a definition. So our God is the universe and God is nature. Beiser also says, Hegel began to have serious doubts about some of Schelling's formulations of the nature of the absolute, my italics. Point 106. If substances or spirits being nature was just a definition, there was nothing factual to be doubted. Schelling and Hegel were claiming that we can know nature as an organism, my italics. Likewise, Kant denies, and Hegel affirms, that we can know that nature is an organism, my italics. Point 107. If organism is just a figure of speech, if spirit is really just a made-up synonym for universe, how can we know, or even mistakenly think, nature is an organism? I am suggesting that, if Beiser is right in implying that Hegel merely defines spirit, also called the absolute and substance, as the non-supernatural physical universe, then he should know better than to assume he is talking about facts and knowledge. Why is Beiser assuming Hegel is discussing facts, whether real or hypothetical? As Tillich said, it is all the same whether the universe is called matter or spirit. And it is likewise all the same whether the universe is called universe or God or substance. We aren't talking about facts or knowledge, we are just playing with words. Part of the problem is that Beiser is confused about what metaphysics is. At best he is using an out-of-date concept. Beiser is certainly correct in saying metaphysics is notoriously vague and ambiguous. 108. What he doesn't seem to grasp is that, in today's parlance, metaphysics deals with the supernatural. He does try to finesse this problem by offering a Kantian definition of metaphysics, the attempt to know the unconditioned through pure reason. 109. But the unconditioned is every bit as vague and speculative as substance. It isn't the subject of knowledge, it doesn't fall within the realm of science, it is supernaturalism, pure and simple, at least until it is given an explicit non-supernatural definition. Whatever metaphysics meant in the pre-scientific era of Aristotle, or even in Kant's day, it has come to mean speculation about or belief in a presumed impersonal, non-theistic, non-deistic, supernatural reality. I give examples in Note 1 of Chapter 3. The American Heritage College Dictionary gives 4 definitions of metaphysics, 2 of them figurative. The 2 non-figurative definitions are, 1. The branch of philosophy that addresses questions about the ultimate composition of reality, and 2. A priori speculation upon questions that are unanswerable to scientific observation, analysis, or experiment. In the first definition, reality has been construed as something intangible like the logos, something assumed or believed to exist but not known to exist. It is essentially supernatural. In the second definition, the modern one, metaphysics is again speculation and is a priori. That means it entails assumed or theoretical supernatural existence or causation rather than actual knowledge. The subject matter is supernaturalistic because it is unanswerable to scientific observation, analysis, or experiment. This second dictionary definition of metaphysics is essentially the same as the definition Beiser, in a later book, attributes to Kant. According to Beiser, Kant saw metaphysics as speculation about transcendent entities, as a priori reasoning about objects lying beyond the sphere of experience. Remember, Beiser is trying to justify his calling Hegel's thought metaphysics by relying on Kant's concept of metaphysics. But now, in his later book, after restating Kant's concept, which is essentially the same as the second dictionary definition, Beiser says this: in this Kantian sense Hegel cannot be a metaphysician at all, and for a very simple and compelling reason, he denied the existence of the transcendent, the purely noumenal or supernatural. If metaphysics consists in speculation about such a realm, then Hegel would be the first to condemn it as a pseudoscience. 110. My point exactly. So just what definition of metaphysics is Beiser using when he calls Hegel a metaphysician? When Beiser describes metaphysics as concerning knowledge or things that we know, he is simply wrong. He is discussing something called an absolute. An absolute is anything that is, in the eyes of a particular person and sometimes in a particular context, considered highest in importance or value. Typically it is a value, such as honesty or the environment or freedom. To a religious person it is apt to be God. In philosophy an absolute is a fundamental aspect of reality that is imagined but not known to exist, such as pantheism, substance, or the logos, or, in ontology, being. If the absolute is just a value like honesty or love, it is neither metaphysical nor in any other sense supernatural. If the absolute is God, it is supernatural but not metaphysical. Gods are rational and self-conscious, they have transcendent minds, whereas the characteristic that differentiates between gods and metaphysical entities is the latter's not being rational and self-conscious. Astrological causation is not the product of a rational, self-conscious mind, and neither is bad luck that is caused by having a hotel room on the 13th floor. Only if the absolute is an imagined or theorized or assumed supernatural but non-mental aspect of reality is it metaphysical. But Beiser correctly says Hegel simply defines the absolute, later renamed spirit, as the universe. Beiser denies that spirit is in any degree hidden, as the mind is. In that case, spirit is not imaginary or theoretical, not speculation, not something merely assumed to exist. It therefore is not metaphysical. It is, in fact, physical. In a similar vein, Beiser repeatedly refers to knowledge and to things that are known about the absolute. But if we know these things, the absolute is not something speculative or assumed. So, again, it is not metaphysical. Beiser simply has not acknowledged the difference between reality and an arbitrary definition. He claims that, despite the fact that Hegel defines spirit, the absolute, as the universe, whose existence is known and many of whose characteristics have been empirically verified, spirit is metaphysical. That claim is both absurd and misleading. It is every bit as absurd as would be a claim that Bishop Robinson's figurative God, defined as love, is something metaphysical and not just a human value or an emotion. We might just as well say that a fanatical chocoholic who defines chocolate as the absolute is a metaphysician. This is why I object to Beiser's saying that Hegel had a conception of philosophy that, although non-supernaturalistic, can only be described as metaphysical. 111 only. Hegel's concept, if it is what Beiser thinks it isn't, is not metaphysical at all. To sum up, when Beiser suggests that spirit is neither supernatural nor speculative, that it is simply an arbitrary redefinition of God, God is the universe, his thesis collapses under the weight of the same problems that overwhelm Solomon's nearly identical thesis. In addition, the claims that this definition constitutes metaphysics and entails knowledge of the absolute, are utter nonsense. God is love isn't knowledge. God is humanity isn't knowledge. And neither is God is the universe. Tucker. In an exceptionally well-written book about the philosophy of Karl Marx, Tucker devotes 2 chapters and part of a third to Hegel. In these chapters he does a far better job of summarizing Hegel's phenomenology than most of the authors whose books are devoted exclusively to Hegel. Tucker's interpretation of spirit is summarized in the following passage. According to Hegel, God's spirit is the whole of reality, the all, das Ganz. He is all that ever has been and is, including nature spread out in space and civilization unfolding in historical time. Nature is God in his spatial extension, history is God in his temporal development. Beyond nature and history, nothing is. For him, God and the world are one. The 2 spheres of spirit's self-externalization are nature and history. It externalizes itself in space as the world of nature, and in time as the succession of civilizations or culture worlds that rise and fall by human agency in the long sequence of history. Nature and man are, therefore, two different grades of spirit. 112. Tucker is off to a good start when he equates spirit with the whole of reality. At least by implication, and despite the emphasis on nature, he is including artificial objects in the concept of reality. But in further defining spirit, Tucker introduces the wrong dichotomy, time and space. The correct dichotomy, as I explained in Chapter 3, is physical and mental. Spirit does relate to time, but time is not a part of spirit. Time or history, the succession of civilizations or culture worlds, is an aspect of the divine life of spirit, not spirit itself. That life includes the macro-dialectic, the intermediate dialectics, and those 22 micro-dialectics, all of which belong to history. History is part of what Beiser insightfully describes as Hegel's adoption of Schelling's concept of the absolute as a living organism. Figuratively speaking, spirit is an organism. It has a figurative life, which is all the thoughts and experiences and travails humans and their minds go through in phenomenology. The humans are not all there is to spirit, they are the mental side of spirit, spirit's mind. In fairness to Tucker, I must acknowledge that in the same chapter Tucker accurately describes spirit's travels through history as something tantamount to a life rather than being spirit itself. The final breakthrough to infinity occurs at the moment of the history of the world when absolute knowledge arises in the mind of the philosopher Hegel in the form of philosophical science. On Hegel's postulate, spirit has now exhausted its creative possibilities of self-externalization, viewing itself as other. It has assumed all the objective world forms that it has the power to assume, and transcended them all in successive historic acts of knowing. Absolute knowledge, or spirit knowing itself as spirit, is the world self's knowledge of itself as absolute being. And absolute knowledge is embodied in Hegelianism, which comprises the scientific demonstration that the self is absolute being and comes to know itself as such in the history of the world. 113. Here, you can see, Tucker is describing the history of spirit, which is the same thing as the life of spirit, not spirit itself. Spirit is all those humans who have assumed all the objective world forms, and the last of whom is Hegel. By adopting Hegel's perspective, which treats spirit as a living organism, Tucker at times seems to offer a metaphysical interpretation of spirit. But Tucker makes it clear that spirit exists only as a definition. Spirit is an image of the self-conscious man as God, and God, as we have seen, is defined by Hegel as the whole of reality. My italics. 114. All reality, of course, includes man. Solomon, Beiser, and Tucker, I could almost add McCartney, are the interpreters who come closest to understanding Hegel's concept of spirit. In Solomon's case, I refer only to the first of Solomon's three interpretations, wherein spirit is the universe. The fundamental problem with these interpretations is that they fail to recognize a. the two-level, physical-mental, universal particular structure of spirit, and b. the dialectical character of the divine life-spirit lives. In the process, they completely miss the macro-dialectic and its thesis stage of unconsciousness, the first stage of spirit's three-stage divine life. Non-supernatural societal interpretations. We are watching spirit shrink. The first interpretations examined saw spirit as a panentheistic entity. Panentheism combines theism and pantheism. From there we went to pure pantheism, which shrinks spirit by removing the transcendent mind while keeping the idea of an immanent God that participates in nature, hence includes man. Solomon, Beiser, and Tucker shrank spirit still more by removing from nature that inner metaphysical essence, which is the immanent God and which Spinoza called substance. Terry Pinkard and Merold Westphal apply more shrinkage. They remove 99+% of nature's content by limiting spirit to the human race. Their interpretations assert that spirit is either society or social relationships and other aspects of human society. Pinkard. The first societal interpretation is that of Pinkard. In a major interpretive work, he asserts that spirit is not some metaphysical supervisor directing the entire drama of history from offstage. Instead, it is just the human community taken as a whole, seen from the standpoint of humanity's gradually coming to terms with itself through its developing sets of social and political institutions. 115 As social communities develop, they accrue shared social norms, folkways, mores, customs, standards, laws, other institutions, and other generally shared beliefs and values. Either society itself or these social norms, I'm not sure which, are what Pinkard calls spirit. Pinkard elaborates. Whenever there is mutual recognition among self-conscious subjects humans that is mediated by such a shared self-conscious understanding of what for them counts in general as an authoritative reason for belief and action, we have a relation of what Hegel calls spirit. Spiritgeist is a self-conscious form of life humanity, that has developed various social practices for reflecting on what it takes to be authoritative. Spirit therefore denotes for Hegel not a metaphysical entity but a fundamental relation among persons that mediates their self-consciousness, a way in which people reflect on what they have come to take as authoritative for themselves. 116. Spirit, in short, is nothing but, 1. The human community, 2. A form of life, and, 3. A fundamental relation among persons. I'm giving Pinkard a gold star for saying spirit is not a metaphysical entity and thereby avoiding one of Beisser's mistakes. Hegel, says Pinkard, argues that we must find a place for the divine within the concept of humanity. 117 That much is correct. But otherwise I find this interpretation highly inaccurate, completely untenable. It ignores all sorts of details of what Hegel says about spirit. Pinkard himself admits his interpretation is unorthodox. In the literature on Hegel, this characterization of spirit is, of course, controversial. The more traditional interpretation of spirit sees it as some metaphysical entity, a kind of grand mind of which human beings as particular minds are somehow parts. 118 Even these qualifying remarks display misunderstanding. Pinkard says traditional interpreters think human minds are somehow parts of the divine mind. I gather that the word somehow applies also to his own interpretation. But why somehow? The how is obvious. Spirit, whether interpreted as the universe, nature, or society, includes human beings. Humans and their minds are either part or the whole of all three of these entities. So human minds are part of spirit, the mental part. Human minds, lowercase, provide spirit with its mind, uppercase. 7 objections to Pinkard's interpretation are especially telling. Spirit has existed for as long as the universe has existed. Yet humans and their social relationships have not always existed. Humans have existed for only a tiny fraction of the life of the universe. As explained in Chapter 3, spirit undergoes a dialectical process of maturation. This maturation has a thesis stage, an antithesis stage, and a synthesis stage. In the thesis stage, spirit is unconscious. It exists but has no mind, because humans have not yet appeared on earth. Spirit does not acquire a mind until human minds, the mind of spirit, develop. Without humans, how could there be any societies, social norms, and institutions, or a human form of life during spirit's thesis stage? How would Pinkard explain the existence of spirit, which he defines as the human community, in the pre-human state of nature where no humans and no human community existed? Pinkard effectively ignores what Hegel says about observed objects. Spirit's sorry state of self-estrangement during its antithesis stage of maturation is the most visible theme of phenomenology. Self-estrangement, also called self-alienation, results because human minds, called subject, consciousness, and the I in various contexts, perceive external objects. The objects are essentially identical to the human observers, both the observers and the objects observed are essentially spirit. But the observers don't know this. Spirit, as manifested in the observer, does not recognize itself in the observed object. 119 So humans become estranged or alienated from themselves, they perceive themselves as alien objects. More than 99.999% of the alien objects are non-human things like raindrops, blackberry bushes, chimneys, and pork chops. How can spirit be nothing more than human societies, customs, and institutions when Hegel plainly depicts spirit as consisting mostly of non-human objects? Phenomenology's part a consciousness dialectic, which revolves around objects, refutes Pinkard's interpretation. This dialectic is explained in my chapter 2 and consists of Hegel's headings I, sense certainty, 2, perception, and 3, force and the understanding. The dialectical concepts behind those headings are universality, thesis, particularity, antithesis, and universe composed of particulars, synthesis. When consciousness perceives an object, both are themselves the universal or the essence 120, that is, both participate in spirit and in the universe, the physical side of spirit. Discussing universality, Hegel gives 3 examples of perceived objects, which of course are particulars invisibly united by their participation in the universe. The examples are a tree, a house, and a bit of paper. 121. Notice that the last 2 are artificial, man-made. Later, discussing particularity, Hegel gives another example, salt. He also gives examples of characteristics that differentiate salt from other objects. The characteristics include white, tart, and cubical, an apparent reference to a block of salt. 122. It sure doesn't sound to me like humans are the only objects that subject or consciousness mistakes as alien. Pinkard's interpretation also stumbles over the concept of self-estrangement in another way. To begin with, he doesn't understand the concept. He uses the word alienation in place of estrangement but fails to comprehend that Hegel's concept is self-alienation, or alienation from oneself. He speaks instead of man's alienation from past forms of life, political systems, customs, practices, medieval Catholicism, and, in the context of unhappy consciousness, from his religion. 123. But under Hegel's real concept, self-alienation results from the failure of a human subject to recognize that the external humans and other objects, non-human objects, are really himself. The idea that spirits, societies, self-alienation results from the failure of humans to recognize that all humans belong to society borders on absurdity. Every intelligent adult knows what society is and that he or she belongs to it. There can be no self-alienation of this type. Therefore, neither can there be any realization by Hegel that he belongs to society. Spirit doesn't mature, doesn't enter its synthesis stage, doesn't become actual rather than potential, until 1806. That is when Hegel wrote most of Phenomenology, published in 1807. And it is also when a human mind, Hegel's, finally recognized that it and everything else in the universe are essentially spirit. Yet mature human societies with fully developed mores, norms, customs, attitudes, and institutions existed long before this. Remember, Pinkard isn't saying that Hegel's much-esteemed Germanic societies are the only manifestations of spirit. All societies, according to Pinkard, are spirit. Developed societies with folkways, customs, and shared beliefs, societies such as that of ancient Greece, existed long before 1806. How, then, can Pinkard explain absolute spirit's non-actuality, separation, spirit's pre-self-realization status, before 1806? While dissecting the revealed religion, Hegel describes in previously quoted words how, when God, Jesus, dies, God becomes transfigured from particularity, one person, Jesus, into universality, all persons. God thus becomes the Spirit who dwells in his community, dies in it every day, and is daily resurrected. Read those words carefully. Hegel isn't saying spirit is the community, or society. He is saying spirit is the living and dying human beings who dwell in the community. That doesn't mean, of course, that humanity is all there is to spirit. Spirit is mostly non-human objects. But it does mean that Hegel's references to the community depict spirit not as the community itself, or society, but as, in part, the individual humans who dwell in the community. In Phenomenology, Hegel plainly says in 4 different places that spirit is all reality. 124. To be sure, all reality is an oversimplification. Spirit does have that 4-faceted structure described in chapter 3. But spirit certainly does embrace all reality. How, then, can Pinkard say that spirit is nothing but society or certain aspects of society? Society is just a tiny portion of all reality of the universe. Society is not all there is to reality. Any one of the 7 objections is sufficient to disprove Pinkard's sociality interpretation of spirit. The 7 arguments taken together conclusively refute the interpretation. Westphal. Merold Westphal, not to be confused with Kenneth Westphal, offers a similar non-metaphysical, societal interpretation of Hegel's spirit. This interpretation is somewhat opaque, however, and develops very slowly. Westphal begins with Hegel's first heading, consciousness, and makes virtually no progress. He does emphasize that spirit is non-supernatural, spirit is a social reality, a unity of individual human selves, not a timeless metaphysical reality. And not a supersensible beyond. 125. The non-metaphysical point is clear enough, but social reality is so abstract as to be meaningless. There are literally thousands of social realities: opera, whist, foot racing, bullfighting, hide and seek, siestas, sailing, raising goats, merchandising, fishing, church dinners, crying babies, late deliveries, secret societies, social clubs, cults, sewing circles, fairs, circuses, piracy, fraud, celebrations, prejudice, love, hate, religion, atheism, self-flagellation, organized prayer, drunkenness, lice, barking dogs that keep people awake, children at play, marriage, funerals, murder, theft, adultery, charities, public officials, armies, taxes, measles, cholera, schools, dancing, folkways, customs, laws, and so on endlessly. Social realities everywhere. So what does spirit is a social reality mean? Spirit, Westphal says, is also substance, but that doesn't mean physical substance, it means permanence, determinateness, definiteness, which implies what, and having attributes, which clarifies absolutely nothing. And spirit involves an attempt to develop the concepts of love and life into fundamental philosophical categories, words that again clarify nothing. 126. Farther along we learn that transcendence is one of spirit's characteristics, but that this transcendence is not that of the theistic view. Then what is it? The transcendence of spirit is simply that of society to the individual. 127. It's beginning to sound like spirit might be society. And 43 unenlightening pages later, it develops that society is pretty close to the truth. It is not difficult to recognize what Hegel intends by the notion of actual self-realized spirit. It is the social reality which he calls the life of a people. This means, for reasons I can't comprehend, that spirit is the object of religious knowledge. 128. Why must the life of a people be the object of religious knowledge? The religious knowledge is untrue. We know this because Westphal previously said that the divine is neither God in any traditional Judeo-Christian sense, nor the metaphysical absolute of the later so-called Hegelians. 129. So, spirit is the life of the people, and the life of the people, spirit, is the object of religious knowledge and therefore the object of untrue knowledge. This knowledge, whatever it is, has nothing to do with God or anything else supernatural. I hope you understand, because I don't. We arrive at last at the final chapter, where Westphal tries with lots of stumbling but some success to resolve his earlier abstractions, ambiguities, etherealisms, and contradictions. The non-supernaturalistic religious knowledge of which he spoke earlier is simply recognizing the divine spirit to be nothing beyond us but the social whole of which we are parts. 130. That doesn't quite square with spirits being the life of the people. And can we reconcile the social whole with the object of religious knowledge? Frankly, I always thought that God, Jesus, Mary, In Catholicism, salvation and providential divine intervention were the chief objects of religious knowledge. But at least, a. life of the people, b. the much earlier idea that society transcends the individual, and c. the social whole point to society. Westphal seems to be saying, then, that spirit is society, the social whole of which we are parts. And society is about the same thing as what Pinkard says spirit is, the human community, a form of life, the interaction of humans, and a fundamental relation among persons that involves customs, laws, practices, institutions, and the like. The difference, if there is one, is that Pinkard's identification of society and its traits is much clearer than Westphal's preliminary assertions that spirit is something that has social reality, substance, permanence, determinateness, attributes, love, and life, possibly a herd of elephants. The faults of Westphal's interpretation are the same as those of Pinkard's. These faults arise partly from failure to recognize that spirit undergoes a pre-human, pre-societal stage of unconsciousness. First, the macro-dialectic and its first stage unconscious unity contradict the notion that spirit is society. How can spirit be society if spirit has existed for as long as the universe and nature have existed, but society has existed only since the advent of man? Second, defining spirit as society ignores what Hegel says about self-estrangement, or the failure of individuals to recognize non-human objects, as well as humans, as themselves, spirit. How can spirit be society when non-human objects such as mountains and carts constitute 99.999% of spirit? On what basis does Westphal insist that, when Hegel speaks of a subject or consciousness perceiving external objects that are misconstrued as alien, those objects can only be human beings? Third, Hegel specifically says the misinterpreted objects that are really spirit include trees and paper. Fourth, if we apply Hegel's concept of self-alienation, society, spirit, could be self-alienated only if individual subject members didn't recognize their object fellow citizens as being, like the subjects, members of society. But who doesn't know the everyone belongs to society? Fifth, spirit does not achieve self-realization until Hegel writes Phenomenology in 1806. How can spirit be society if societies existed in the ancient realms of China, Persia, India, Egypt, Judea, Greece, Rome, and North and South America? And if Westphal considers these older societies to be pre-self-realization societies, what is the difference, besides modernity, between those non-self-realized societies and self-realized societies? Sixth, when Hegel says the death of God transfigures God from particularity, one person, Jesus, to universality in the form of the Spirit who dwells in his community, dies in it every day, and is daily resurrected, how can Westphal implicitly interpret that to mean that it is society that dies and is resurrected, born, daily? Hegel is obviously referring to individual humans. Seventh, Hegel says spirit is all reality. Society is not all there is to reality, far from it. The conclusion is inescapable, the Pinkard-Westphal interpretation holding that spirit is society, its customs, its social relationships, or some of society's other attributes is untenable. Both authors have misinterpreted Hegel's revealed religion statements about the dead gods being resurrected not as the one Jesus but the entire community, society, of humans. They think, mistakenly, that Hegel means this community is all there is to spirit. But actually, the human community is just part of spirit, by far the most important part, spirit's mind or psychical nature, but nevertheless just a part. Spirit is the entire universe or world, it is the world spirit, Weltgeist. World is not just a metaphor for community or society. It isn't even just the earth. It is the entire physical universe, with its stars, planets, comets, and moons. Where physical nature is concerned, Hegel's philosophy of nature has detailed discussions of geological nature, plant nature, and animal nature. It also refers to the stars, the sun, and comets. 131 Physical nature is matter, and matter is the form in which the self externally of nature achieves its first being within self, which, brings the independent many into a universal being for self. 132 Psychical nature is, of course, man's mind. 5 Non-interpretations. In the interest of providing reasonably complete coverage of the more prominent English language interpretations of phenomenology written since roughly 1950, I will comment on the works of 5 more authors: Findlay, 1958, Kaufman, 1965, Rosen, 1974, Harris, 1995, and Franco, 1999. Point 133 The 1950 cut-off date is not completely arbitrary. Kaufman mentions that Findlay and Stace, 1924, were, as of the 1965 date of Kaufman's study, the 2 most widely read English studies of Hegel. Point 134 Stace's book is about Hegel's encyclopedia, not phenomenology. The prominent modern studies of Hegel thus begin with Findlay. What these last 5 studies have in common is that their authors have no discernible views on what spirit means. Findlay. Reading the philosophy of Hegel in an effort to determine what Findlay thinks spirit is an exercise in frustration. The first 2 chapters, including one titled The Notion of Spirit, Chapter 2, lead nowhere. They simply quote and paraphrase Hegel without interpreting or clarifying anything. Spirit is a self-active universal and therefore can reasonably be called infinite. 135 Do you understand? Findlay does manage to say what spirit is not. It is not, for example, a metaphysical entity, because Hegel is not a transcendent metaphysician, one who deals with objects or matters lying beyond our empirical ken. That statement at least affirms that Hegel is not a pantheist in the metaphysical sense of the term. Findlay, like M. Westphal, spends a lot of time presenting vague generalities about spirit without managing to strip away Hegel's ambiguity and mysticism. Try this: spirit finds itself encompassed and encircled by objects, things to which it cannot help attributing other being, a being distinct from, and opposed to its own. 136 Those words do vaguely describe self-estrangement, but Findlay fails to state or even recognize this. He doesn't say the objects, unknown to spirit, are itself. And even if he had clarified the significance of the objects, we still wouldn't know what spirit is. All he has said is that spirit, like everyone and everything else, exists in an environment containing other things besides itself. That again clarifies nothing. Things do seem to be looking up when Findlay calls our attention to the crowning point in the notion of spirit. But the crowning point turns out to be meaningless. Spirit is, in a sense, the only or the absolute reality, what Hegel calls the true or the truth of everything. By this Hegel means that one can only understand anything adequately insofar as it is seen as a stage towards, or as a condition of, the emergence of self-conscious spirit. 137 Got that? Spirit is real. It is truth, the truth of everything. It is therefore the truth of the Tower of London, which is part of everything. And it is the truth of the Duluth Public Library's copy of Dracula, the Amazon River, Grandma's Apron, and the Rock of Gibraltar. This paraphrasing without interpretation is nothing but inane blather. 138. In midbook Findlay presents this ambiguous statement: the self-conscious spirit which plays the part of God replaces the God of the ism in his system is not the complex, existent person, but the impersonal, reasonable element in him, which, by a necessary process, more and more takes over the individual, and becomes manifest and conscious in him. 139 So, spirit is an impersonal and reasonable element of a person but is not a person. Does this mean that spirit is certain unspecified but reasonable personality traits, wisdom, love, providence, formerly attributed to the dead god of the human imagination? If so, and given that spirit is the truth of everything, how can reasonable human personality traits, borrowed from Christianity's dead god, be the truth, the invisible inner substance, of an erupting volcano, a dish of sauerkraut, a lilac bush, a lump of coal, an outhouse, or a lovely blue lake? Findlay does say that philosophy is the supreme form of spirit and that spirit is the principle of unity and universality. 140 But those two descriptions contradict each other, philosophy is a hotbed of disagreement, disunity, and particularity, a far cry from unity and universality. And, when we consider that philosophers can't agree on what is true, how can philosophy be called the truth of everything? Findlay is going off in all directions. The closest Findlay comes to giving spirit any real substance is in the closing pages of the book. There Findlay reiterates that Hegel is anti-metaphysical, believes in no metaphysical absolute, and believes in no God. The only absolute compatible with Hegelianism is the one that is revealed and known in certain experiences of individual human beings. 141. These words might be interpreted as suggesting that spirit is nature, with which every human has had experiences, example seeing birds, shoveling snow. The words could even point to good fortune, hard work, admiration of art and literature, pleasure, sadness, rectitude, deceit, interpersonal alienation, terror, or all of the foregoing. They all qualify as experiences. But I interpret them as meaning that Findlay has no idea what Hegel means by spirit. None of these things seems to qualify as the truth of the Tower of London, and the extreme variety of human experiences places the experience's interpretation in conflict with what Findlay said earlier about spirits being the principle of unity and universality. Likewise, if philosophy, intangible, non-material, is the supreme form of spirit, spirit can't very well be nature, tangible, material. Findlay literally does not know what he is talking about. Kaufmann. Looking at the subtitle of Kaufmann's Hegel, a reinterpretation, you would think that the book contains an interpretation of spirit. Not so. The book is probably the most readable piece that has been written about Hegel. It contains many insights, as well as misunderstandings, and it stresses that Hegel was not a supernaturalist, but it provides no comprehensible interpretation of spirit. If anything is clear in Kaufmann's interpretation, it is that spirit is not confined to humanity but is in some unexplained sense the universe. Kaufmann quotes with approval some lines written in 1857 by the German scholar Heim: "It phenomenology is, I say, the presentation of the universe as a beautiful, living cosmos. After the manner of ancient Greek philosophy, it wants to show how in the world as a whole all parts serve and unite into a harmonic whole." 142. Although Kaufmann doesn't say so, these words seem to echo Schelling's concept of the absolute as nature, personified as a living organism. Spirit's life, as described by Kaufmann, is a somewhat arbitrary collection of human experiences grabbed from history. Hegel, like Goethe and Dante, created a world of his own, and instead of peopling it largely with figments of his imagination as many another writer but not Goethe and Dante has done, found places in it for the men and women and events he knew from history and literature, as well as a very few of his contemporaries. A great deal is there because it happened just then to be of interest to the writer, and he was wondering where it belonged, how best to place it, how to fashion a cosmos out of the totality of his cultural experience without suppressing anything that seemed to matter. 143. Note that Kaufmann is now drifting away from Heim's meaning of cosmos, the universe, and seems to be making cultural experience a metaphorical cosmos. If this is his meaning, spirit is not the universe. Kaufmann later adds that the framework of the book is loose enough to permit the introduction of all sorts of ideas for which the writer would like to find a place. 144. What Kaufmann seems to be saying is that spirit is a non-supernatural but figuratively living organism whose life is the thoughts, ideas, and events from many historical realms of human experience. Does this mean spirit is history, cultural experience? Alternatively, is spirit human culture? Kaufmann has no answer. When he finally arrives at the end of phenomenology, where absolute spirit comes into being, he can't say precisely what absolute spirit is. What he does say is that the infinite spirit has to be found in the comprehension of this world, in the study of the finite spirits summoned in the Phenomenology. 145. The context these words refer to includes Hegel's last paragraph references to history's slow-moving succession of spirits, in which the realm of spirits constitutes a succession in time in which one spirit relieved another of its charge and each took over the empire of the world from its predecessor. 146. Here spirits, plural, refers to the real and fictitious humans' manifestations of the divine spirit who populate Hegel's dialectics. We know the plural spirits are the humans because, in discussing Greek epics, Hegel says the minstrel a human is an actual spirit. 147 If the infinite spirit has to be found in the study of humans, does this mean spirit is humanity and nothing more, not all reality, not the literal cosmos that Heim equated with spirit? Who knows? Rosen. Stanley Rosen's interpretation of spirit is a strange mixture of hints and vague ideas. Although Hegel was not an ontologist or any other sort of supernaturalist, Rosen makes him one. This seems to be the reason Solomon sagely describes Rosen's book as an intelligent but reactionary book that attempts to solve a series of ontological puzzles left unresolved by the ancient Greeks. 148. Rosen thus tells us that the emergence of being the absolute of ontology is for Hegel altogether intelligible and that Hegel might have overlooked the ontological difference between the absolute and its finite manifestations. 149 These words and those that give it context don't tell us what the absolute or being is, but we have learned that Rosen thinks spirit is not only supernatural but the absolute of ontological metaphysics. Whether spirit is also supernatural in a theistic sense is never clarified. But Rosen sometimes seems to lean toward theism, hence toward a panentheistic concept of spirit. Hegel conceives of God or the absolute as activity which, even though eternal and necessary, exhibits its essential nature in human history. 150 Does Rosen really mean spirit is activity, action rather than a thing, or is he just writing carelessly? Apparently he is just being careless, since the highest definition of the absolute is spirit, and since spirit, as the identity of identity and non-identity, encompasses the three spheres of nature, self-consciousness and conceptual knowledge, or the community of world, man, and God, it is evident that the term absolute functions in Hegel as does the term whole in classical thought. 151. These words tell us that spirit includes, 1. The world, presumably meaning the universe, 2. Man, which is a redundant detail already covered by world, and 3. God. This is about as much detail as Rosen is willing to provide. Although Rosen avoids the words panentheism, transcendent, and immanent, it sounds like he has that panentheistic conception of spirit. Why else would 1. World and 3. God be treated as separate spheres, parts of spirit? And yet Rosen might simply be borrowing a loose or metaphorical usage of God from Hegel, who doesn't literally mean God. Rosen's earlier remarks about being and ontology imply that God is really not like the Judeo-Christian God but is instead the mysterious impersonal being of metaphysical philosophy. For this reason I hesitate to place Rosen's interpretation in the panentheism category. The quoted statement also tells us that spirit is the identity of identity and non-identity. But, as Rosen's subsequent remarks show, he hasn't the faintest idea what that phrase means. He couldn't possibly understand, because understanding the phrase requires knowledge of Hegel's Thesis Antithesis Synthesis Dialectics, something Rosen lacks. I explain the meaning of Hegel's phrase in Chapter 4 in the last paragraph of my analysis of Microdialectic 22. So why does Rosen quote Hegel's phrase? What is his point? If we fast forward to Rosen's Chapter 9, The Absolute, we find him making one more attempt to explain what Hegel means in Phenomenology's last chapter by absolute knowledge and absolute spirit. But all he manages to say is that man is part of spirit, absolute spirit is the whole of which man is the exhibited, meaning displayed or visible. Part 152 If exhibiting means visible, what else can it mean? That statement isn't even true. All non-human physical parts of reality, rivers, barns, the sun, buttons, and so on, are also displayed, hence visible. More important, the statement doesn't tell us what it is that man is a part of. The whole is meaningless except for the implication that spirit has parts. In his next sentence Rosen, in a lame effort to clarify his meaning, provides us with a classic example of that lamentable perversion of English called gobbledygook. Man is that part of the whole which is able, under the form of time, to coincide with the whole by way of achieving an equivalence between his self-consciousness and that of the absolute, so as to transcend time, which continues in the modality of nature and finite or non-scientific spirit. 153. All this says, if it says anything, is that the whole, spirit, has parts other than man but not exhibiting or visible parts, and that man is able over time to transcend time by turning his self-consciousness into that of spirit. Well, it does say one other thing: man is that part, the only part of the whole which is able to coincide with the whole. My italics. Wrong. The whole is spirit, and all parts of the whole, all parts of the universe coincide with, belong to, spirit. We have now been told that, a. man is the, implicitly the only, exhibiting or visible part of spirit, b. spirit's other parts are not exhibiting, not visible, and, c. man's self-consciousness achieves equivalence with, but does not necessarily produce, spirit's self-consciousness. Does that tell us what spirit is? It doesn't. It doesn't even tell us whether man's achieving an equivalence between his self-consciousness and that of the Absolute means, a. that the Absolute is self-conscious all along and that man catches up, achieving equivalence with the Absolute, or, b. that man's self-consciousness is spirit's, hence that the two become self-conscious simultaneously. When on the next page Rosen says spirit becomes self-conscious of itself as the identity of subject and object only by temporality or the course of human history, 154, he doesn't bother to say what subject and object mean. Rosen does add, in italics, that God becomes man in order to become God. 155, but that merely repeats the idea that man is part of God, part of the whole. And since Rosen has already told us that God is the metaphysical being of classical ontology, it really isn't news that man is a part of being. Rosen still hasn't said what spirit, or being, is. Harris's concept of spirit has content that is deliberately ambiguous, self-contradictory, and in some respects outlandish. Proceeding through phenomenology in start-to-finish fashion, he provides no clues to spirit's identity until he reaches Hegel's discussion of inner and outer in Phenomenology's chapter on reason. There, discussing inner, he relates this concept to an organism's rational aspect that originates in the mind of a higher intelligence. 156. Does Harris mean this inner rational aspect exists only in humans, or are relatively intelligent non-human beings such as chimpanzees, dolphins, porpoises, and elephants also covered by higher intelligence? Harris might or might not even be hinting, but if so refusing to say, that spirit is nothing more than human beings, or perhaps Pinkard's society. Then again, the higher intelligence might be that of the god of the ism, viewed metaphorically as an organism. Is he suggesting that spirit is the transcendent and immanent god of panentheism and that this god is the source of man's rational aspect? Despite the thorough ambiguity of what he has said, and of what Hegel says, Harris reaches Hegel's next chapter, Spirit, and begins acting coy. His outrageously unsupported, out-of-the-blue two opening sentences are these: by now, it should be obvious that there is nothing mysterious, or mystical, about Hegel's concept of spirit. Wherever two or more individuals can talk to one another successfully about some good of a non-instrumental kind that they have, or can hope to have, in common, their spirit exists. 157. Problem 1, this doesn't say what spirit is, it says where spirit is. Problem 2, what is a non-instrumental good, and what is an instrumental good? Problem 3, what is it that exists when two people hold a conversation about a non-instrumental good they can agree on but does not exist when two people hold a conversation about either, a. something other than a good, or, b. a good they can't agree on, or when they don't converse at all? Problem 4, is Harris teasingly intimating that spirit is humanity, and, if so, why does he toss us red herrings suggesting that, a. spirit isn't present until at least two humans are present, b. the humans must be conversing, c. the subject of the conversation must be a good, whatever that means, d. the good must be non-instrumental, whatever that means, and, e. the humans must reach an agreement? Doesn't Harris know how to say spirit is humanity or spirit is social interaction among human beings or whatever he is implying? A few lines later, Harris tosses us a totally different concept. We already know that the real spirit that exists and demands our recognition is the state. In other words, it is the developed political community that maintains the school, and a great complex of other institutions which require our service and which protect or facilitate our free self-expression in a variety of ways. 158 Problem 5. Where on earth did he get that idea? If he got it from Hegel's philosophy of history or philosophy of right, why does he imply in his by now, it should be obvious remark that the idea comes from the phenomenology chapters that precede the spirit chapter? 159 Problem 6a. How can spirit be the state when Harris implied a moment ago that spirit exists when two people sailing across the Atlantic or photographing penguins in Antarctica, places where no state exists, hold a conversation and agree about a non-instrumental good? Problem 6b. How does a political state materialize when two people get together and agree on something? Problem 7. How can spirit be the state if spirit existed in the pre-human period of nature, or for that matter in Marx's early hunter-gatherer societies, but no political state, schools, or other institutions did? Problem 8. How can spirit be the state if spirit has a mind and the state doesn't? Problem 9. How can a state become self-alienated? Where in chapters 1 through 5 of Phenomenology does Hegel discuss civil war? Problem 10. How can a state undergo self-realization, given that spirit already exists in non-self-realized status before achieving self-realization? Problem 11. If, by chance, Harris is confusing the state, general, with monarchy, particular, as the goal of Hegelian history, monarchy is not spirit but, along with freedom, one of two goals of history. Problem 12. If, by further chance, Harris misspoke and really meant the state is not spirit but spirit's goal, how can the state be spirit's goal, not realized until Hegel realizes he is spirit, when governed states have existed for thousands of years? Problem 13. If Harris meant a unified German state, specifically, Prussia, is or was spirit's goal, why didn't Harris say so instead of speaking abstractly of the state and omitting the vital detail that the state must unite previously autonomous political subdivisions? Problem 14, where in chapters 1 through 5, the chapters leading up to by now, the beginning of chapter 6, does Hegel even mention the state? 2 sentences later we learn this: spirit is the unity of our world as we are conscious of it. 160 Problem 15. Conscious of what spirit, the unity, or the world? Advice to Harris: always make sure your pronouns have clear antecedents. Problem 16. If Harris really means spirit is unified, adjective, that it is the world perceived as one rather than as many, when he says unity, noun, spirit is unified only in its thesis and synthesis stages, it is disunified in a state of actual separation until the very end of phenomenology. Spirit displays disunity. And that antithesis stage disunity includes chapter 6, Spirit, where the unity remark appears. Only absolute spirit, which has not yet materialized at this point in Harris's discussion, displays unity. Problem 17. How can spirit be an abstraction like unity and still, a, be the world itself or even just part of it, b, be something that does not exist when two people have a conversation about something other than a good, c, have a mind, something unity doesn't have, and, d, be figuratively or literally a living organism? Problem 18. How can unity be self-alienated? Problem 19. How can unity undergo self-realization? That is, how can it change from disunity, conscious separation, to unity if it is already unity, presumably meaning unified? Next page, Harris refers to objective spirit, or spirit in the form of an external object viewed by a subject, subjective spirit. Objective spirit becomes subject rather than an object as the self-conscious absolute knowledge of every member of the community. 161 Problem 20. What is absolute knowledge and under what conditions is it self-conscious? We know the answer, but does Harris? Obviously, he does not. Problem 21. Knowledge cannot be self-conscious, only a human or other being can be self-conscious. Problem 22. Subject in Hegel's jargon refers to the mental side of a person. It is the mind, that which has and seeks knowledge, not the knowledge itself. Problem 23. How do we reconcile this latest description of spirit with any of the preceding three? Problem 24. Contrary to what Harris implies, spirit its mind, that is subject, the subjective side of spirit, long before it achieves self-realization. Problem 25. How can every member of the community be conscious of itself as spirit when Hegel plainly says that, even though the incarnate God has been resurrected as the humans of the human community, the community except for Hegel, does not yet possess the consciousness of what it is and still has those picture thoughts of God in the sky? 162. I could go on with other examples of inane things Harris says, but you get the point. He is spouting nonsense. If he really thinks he knows what spirit is, if he really thinks chapters 1 through 5 of Phenomenology make spirit's identity obvious, he doesn't know how to put his thoughts into plain English and to make them consistent, a. with each other and, b. with certain things we know about spirit, example that spirit existed before man, hence before any two people conversed, that spirit has a mind, that spirit is self-alienated until the end of phenomenology, that spirit undergoes self-realization, and that spirit's self-realization is the realization of a human mind. Hegel's that it and everything else in the universe are, in essence, spirit. Franco. Paul Franco's interpretation of spirit, it barely qualifies as an interpretation, agrees with those of other perceptive authors in asserting that Hegel is not a metaphysician. Regarding metaphysics, Franco begins by observing that Schelling had a pantheistic conception of the absolute, whereas Hegel's absolute, spirit, differs from Schelling's more metaphysical conception and from the romantic and untenable metaphysics of cosmic spirit with which it has been frequently identified. 163. He adds that it is not necessary to import into this concept spirit any dubious metaphysical or cosmic connotations. 164. So far, so good. Franco understands that spirit is not metaphysical, not supernatural. But when we move from what spirit isn't to what it is, the fog rolls in. In successive paragraphs, Franco states, and then, for emphasis, repeats in identical words his view that spirit is the essentially self-conscious and self-constituting character of human experience. 165. Franco doesn't tell us what self-constituting means, but he seems to be saying that human experience creates, constitutes, itself, a baffling and ultimately meaningless suggestion. Or is he saying that human experience constitutes, is, human experience, which is equally meaningless? If we remove the empty word self-constituting, the definition boils down to the idea that human experience is self-conscious and that the self-consciousness of experience, not of people, is spirit. I suspect that Franco was a bit tongue-tied when he said that experience is not a being, has no mind, and can't be self-conscious. Presumably, he really meant that spirit is the self-consciousness that humans experience. And by self-conscious he meant that John Doe was aware that he, John Doe, exists, a human is aware of itself. Unfortunately for this definition, spirit is not human self-consciousness. Moreover, although spirit becomes absolute spirit when spirit undergoes self-realization through the medium of a human mind, Hegel's self-consciousness in that unorthodox sense is not the human's awareness of itself, it is the human's awareness that both, a. the human and, b. everything the human sees or otherwise senses are spirit. Franco later tries to clarify his earlier definition by saying that spirit simply refers to the realm of human awareness, doing, and understanding that Hegel counterposes to the unself-consciousness realm of nature. 166. This revised definition of spirit takes us well beyond the earlier concept of self-awareness, self-consciousness, to general awareness, awareness of all sorts of things other than oneself, and to not only general awareness but understanding of whatever one is aware of. Now, it is certainly true that spirit, seeing with the eyes of man, is aware of all sorts of things, things that are really itself but that it mistakes for alien objects. But this awareness is not spirit. Spirit, in its mental aspect, is the human minds, plural, that have the awareness. Another problem is that this revised definition seemingly excludes nature. We saw earlier that Franco contrasts Hegel's absolute with Schelling's pantheistic absolute. Hegel's real spirit actually includes nature. Spirit becomes self-aware when a human mind realizes that not only the human but nature, not to mention other humans and artificial objects, is itself spirit. Franco next says spirit has a third and more specific meaning, namely, a union of universality and individuality, which is embodied in the ethical life of a people. 167. By this he seems to mean the combining of society's mores with personal moral opinions, as described in Chapter 4's 19th microdialectic, duality. This idea abandons the earlier ideas that spirit is self-conscious experience or, alternatively, human awareness of all sorts of things. The conflict among these three incompatible definitions of spirit leaves us totally confused about what Franco thinks spirit is. And it makes us ask, why arbitrarily choose a particular dialectic, the 19th microdialectic, and try to convert it into a definition of spirit? We can also ask, when one person's moral opinions conflict with the moral consensus of society, how are the conflicting views combined to get spirit? If I think abortion is moral but almost everyone else in my community, society, thinks it is immoral, where is this union of the universal, societal, ethics and my own individual, personal, ethical opinion? If everyone, including me, agrees to be tolerant and let each individual uphold his or her personal opinion about abortion, doesn't that set society's ethical consensus aside rather than bringing it into a union of universal, societal, and individual, personal, moral beliefs? What is most significant, however, is that Franco is now, like Pinkard and Westphal, making spirit a facet of society. Franco's final word on the subject is that this unity of the particular personal will with the universal societal will in ethical life is spirit. 168. If that is what Franco thinks, his interpretation of spirit faces most of the objections that I raised to the Pinkard and Westphal interpretations. Spirit existed in the unconscious state of nature before society and society's ethics came into existence, so spirit cannot be society and cannot be derived from society's ethics. Again, the definition provides no clue as to how a combining of societal and personal ethics can be self-estranged. An ethical belief is not a self, it has no mind. Self-estrangement is meaningless in a context where there is no self, a self with a mind that can feel estranged or alienated from someone or something else. The same can be said of self-consciousness, self-awareness, and general awareness. How can a synthesis of universal and individual ethical beliefs be either self-conscious or conscious, aware, of anything else? Franco's final definition also ignores Hegel's repeated insistence that when a subject, person, views external objects, including natural objects, nature, both subject and object are itself, spirit. Moreover, whereas Hegel clearly implies that spirit includes nature, Franco says spirit excludes nature. The plain truth is, spirit is not whatever Franco thinks it is. In this concluding chapter I will tie down three loose ends. First, what accounts for phenomenology's peculiar table of contents outline? More specifically, are several previous interpreters correct in theorizing that the headings A, reason, BB, spirit, CC, religion, and DD, absolute knowing, represent late amendments, and is Forster correct in theorizing that the amendments were designed to bring a triple perspective to history? Second, is Solomon correct in theorizing that Hegel's beautiful soul is Jesus? Third, how should we judge Hegel? Of what value are phenomenology and the philosophy of history? Forster's hypothesis of late expansion of the text. Several interpreters have observed that phenomenology's weird table of contents displays confused organization. Forster attributes the confusion to a late change in plan that led Hegel to greatly expand the text from three main headings, A, B, and C, to 6, A, B, C, BB, CC, and DD, not counting A because it duplicates C. Hegel's purpose, says Forster, was twofold: 1. to provide a more complete introduction to his planned system, not just parts of it, and 2. To satisfy his growing interest in historical material, which he introduced in abundance in his added chapters. My own opinion is that Forster is right about the late change in plan but wrong about the reasons for it. The real reason for the change is that Hegel's mind shifted into high gear, coming up with all sorts of ideas for additional and more complicated, multilevel, dialectics beyond the originally planned ones. Phenomenology's table of contents. Describing phenomenology, Kaufmann comments that some aspects of the conception are absurd, and some of the details are bizarre. He then adds that the very table of contents of the phenomenology may be said to mirror confusion one. After detailing some of this confusion, Kaufmann concludes, the table of contents bears out that the work was not planned painstakingly before it was written, that parts V and 6, reason and spirit, grew beyond the bounds originally contemplated, and that Hegel himself was a little confused about what he had actually got when he was finished too. As we shall see shortly, Forster disagrees that parts V and 6 simply grew, he argues, and I agree, that they and part 7 were added as afterthoughts. Solomon says this about phenomenology's organization: what is most striking about Hegel's phenomenology is its structure, or apparent lack of it. Not only does it cover an enormous variety of topics, it orders them in a peculiar, perhaps arbitrary way. 3. The table of contents inspires this remark. The first point to make is obvious: the organization of this book is a mess. He then adds, it is hard not to suspect from this, as several noted German scholars have argued in some detail, that Hegel changed his plan or got carried away with himself somewhere in the 5th chapter, on reason, which presumably was to be the conclusion, rather than the beginning of an entirely new set of sequences. 4. Stern has similar observations. He says that the haste in which the phenomenology was written inevitably lends to the work an unconsidered and ungoverned quality, typified in confusion surrounding the title page, preface, and table of contents. 5. He later adds that perhaps the greatest challenge to any reading of the phenomenology is to show how it can be understood as a coherent and well-ordered work, and to fit its bewildering range of topics into a satisfactory and unified philosophical conception. 6. The horribly disorganized structure of phenomenology's table of contents can be seen in Table 1, which omits Hegel's preface and introduction. Table 1 shows the first 3 levels of Hegel's outline and, under 6, the 4th level as well. Note the following problems. The outline begins with A, B, and C as the primary heading identifiers, associated with the large type, all caps main headings: consciousness, self-consciousness, reason, spirit, religion, absolute knowing. But for the last 3 main headings, the outline abruptly abandons the single capital letter identifiers. For heading C, reason, the outline adds a duplicate main heading identifier, A, and the remaining 3 main headings spirit, religion, and absolute knowing use this parenthetical 2-letter system alone. In other words, half of the primary headings use A, B, and C, half of them use BB, CC, and DD, and reason uses both style C and A. Main heading A uses Roman numerals for the outline's second level, but starting with B the Roman numerals become, in effect, duplicate primary heading identifiers because the primary heading has no 2 or more part breakdown at the Roman numeral level, and also because any genuine second-level Roman numerals would start with Roman numeral I for each new chapter or main heading. The ostensible third level of the outline uses ABC identifiers that duplicate the ABC style of the first 3 main-level identifiers, a naive practice when it comes to outlining and a source of confusion for the reader. If the first-level ABC headings are retained, the third level should use Arabic numerals. Carrying the duplicate identifier problem to a ridiculous extreme, the reason heading has 3 identifiers, C, A, and V. V has expanded wording for the heading and is on a separate line, but it has the same content as C and A. V stands alone and thus does not represent a true subdivision of reason. If it identified a subdivision, it would be subheading I and would be followed by at least subheading 2. As though the use of capital letters, A, B, C, for two different levels of the outline weren't stylistic duplication enough, Hegel repeats the use of Roman numerals at the ostensible fourth level under 6b. He should be using lowercase letters for the fourth level and lowercase Romans for the fifth. The fourth level identifiers use an inconsistent style, lowercase letters, A, B, C, in most instances but Roman numerals for heading 6b. Lowercase letters represent the fourth level in most instances but represent the fifth level of the outline under heading 6b. Here space limitations don't permit showing the fifth level throughout Table 1. Where style, contrasted with substance, is concerned, I doubt that there has ever been another so ungodly muddle of an outline in the entire history of scholarly books. Forster's analysis. For several reasons, Forster thinks Hegel's original plan for phenomenology called for writing just the first three chapters, A. Consciousness, B. Self-consciousness, and C. Reason. In support of this theory, he points out that two German authors, Heim and Hering, also cited by Solomon, reached the same conclusion. Hering, however, believes that Hegel originally intended to stop halfway through what became the Reason chapter. 7. Forster adduces 5 reasons for his shift in plan hypothesis. I'll start with the fifth, because it is the most persuasive. As already noted, the first 3 chapters carry the identifiers A, B, and C, but the last 3 do not continue with D, E, and F. Instead, Hegel extends his Roman numeral series, begun under A, consciousness, with I, 2, and 3, so that each chapter beyond the first has a Roman identifier. The result is that, A, each chapter beyond the first is given a single Roman numeral and, B, the second and third chapters self-consciousness and reason have both a letter and a Roman numeral identifier. Forster is convinced, and I agree, that A, B, and C are the original system. This change of plan hypothesis, I should add, is rejected by Stewart, who believes that the Roman numeral headings are the original scheme and that both the ABC single letter scheme and the AA-BB-CC-DD double letter scheme were added when Hegel was reading the book's proofs. 8. The lettering numbering evidence that impresses me most this is not mentioned by Forster is that the first chapter, Consciousness, and only the first chapter, uses I, 2, and 3 to label second level headings. Without the A, Consciousness would have no first level letter or number identifier to go with its title, Consciousness. Hegel would not have put a chapter without an outline identifier to go opposite its large type heading in the table of contents. The A also serves a related purpose. As I explained in Chapter 2, concepts hidden in chapter sections I, 2, and 3 form the first of Hegel's 4 intermediate-level dialectics. In this particular dialectic the thesis, section I, is universal, the antithesis, section 2, is particular, and the incipient synthesis, section 3, is universe composed of particulars. Hegel's spirit. Hegel approaches the synthesis but then, because he has decided not to reveal it yet, leaves it hidden behind the so-called curtain. By approaches the synthesis I mean he repeatedly refers to an invisible entity, force, which belongs to an invisible supersensible world, a world beyond the senses. We know he is alluding to the presence of spirit in every particular object in the universe, he just isn't ready to declare that spirit is the supersensible force. The extension of the Roman numeral series beyond the first chapter was introduced when Hegel later decided to write 3 more chapters. Why not label the later chapters D, E, and F? Forster's answer: for some reason or other he felt a need to maintain a threefold division: the A, B, C chapters. Perhaps he had led his publisher to expect such a division, or perhaps his well-known liking for threefold divisions simply proved irresistible. 9. My own view is somewhat different. The titles of the last 3 chapters, Spirit, Religion, and Absolute Knowing, conceal the concepts used in the first of the 3 additional intermediate-level dialectics analyzed in my chapter 4. The original intermediate dialectic is the I-2-3 dialectic analyzed in chapter 2 under the Part A, Consciousness heading. That first dialectic of the three additional intermediate ones is hidden in headings 6, 7, and 8. Hegel wanted to separate these dialectical headings in his outline by placing them outside his ABC scheme. In doing so, he was creating a four-level hierarchy of dialectics with the macrodialectic at the top, two levels of intermediate dialectics below that, and the microdialectics as the fourth level. Forster thinks Hegel decided to effect a compromise with his original threefold A, B, C schema, by making reason merely the first part of C instead of the whole of it, and accommodating spirit, religion, and absolute knowing as further parts subheadings of C10. But I disagree. The last three chapters are not intended as subheadings or parts of C. Hegel's real purpose in extending the series of Roman numeral headings was to provide an independent set of primary headings for his expanded outline while retaining the ABC headings for his original outline. 5 considerations support my opinion. An intent to create additional subheadings under reason would require beginning a new I234 Roman numeral series under C reason. The first member of a subdivision can't carry the numeral V or 6, it must begin a new series, starting with I. Hegel's desire for a second, independent set of primary heading identifiers explains why Roman headings 4, under B self-consciousness, and V, under C reason, were added. They don't serve their ostensible purpose of identifying second-level subdivisions of B and C, because B and C have no Roman numeral level subdivisions. The purpose of 4 and V is to independently number the second and third chapters. If the purpose of extending the Roman series were to make 6, 7, and 8 further part subheadings of C, why would Hegel add the meaningless 4 under B? If spirit, religion, and absolute knowing, the last 3 chapters, were intended to be subheadings under reason, their headings would not use the same large type as the headings of the first 3 chapters, including the chapter titled Reason. Their type size and style clearly identify the last 3 chapters as main headings in the outline, not parts of reason. The last 4 chapters, beginning with reason, have that duplicate set of primary heading identifiers, AA, BB, CC, and DD. If BB, spirit, CC, religion, and DD, absolute knowing, were intended as subheadings under AA, reason, they wouldn't use AA's double-letter style for their outline identifiers. Much of the material under spirit and religion doesn't agree with Hegel's concept of reason. For example, if the unhappy consciousness under primary heading B does not belong under reason, why does the revealed religion, this covers much of the same ground, Christianity, belong under reason? Reason is, in fact, the opposite of religion. Hegel sees nothing reasonable about religion, except where religious concepts can be used as the basis of anti-religious analogies that redefine the concepts. Let's backtrack now from the 5th reason to the first that Forster gives for his hypothesis. The hypothesis, once again, is that the originally planned work ended with the reason chapter. Forster argues that phenomenology's introduction suggests this. The introduction, the part of the work which was written first, characterizes the phenomenology as an exposition just of a series of shapes of consciousness. The introduction knows nothing of any real spirits or shapes of a world, the subject matter of the spirit chapter. 11 This reason has some validity, although it overstates the point. References to consciousness continue in the rest of the book. The later chapters are still about shapes of consciousness. The shapes of a world are simply particular types of shapes of consciousness. World is a reference to spirit. Spirit is also called world spirit. 12 And the shapes of a world chapter is titled Spirit. Paragraph 795 to 805 of the last chapter, Absolute Knowing, has a protracted discussion of shapes. This discussion includes 4 more specific references to shapes of consciousness. 13. These shapes are the theses, antitheses, and syntheses of the microdialectics. The shapes appear at stations the dialectics on the path of the natural consciousness which presses forward to true knowledge. 14. The next reason for Forster's change of plan hypothesis, reason 2 in Forster's sequence, again draws on the introduction. The introduction, written before Hegel decided to expand his book, implies that the phenomenology will contain just a single treatment of history, a history of the shapes of consciousness. But the spirit chapter contains a second treatment of history, dealing not with shapes of consciousness but with real spirits or shapes of a world, and the chapters religion and absolute knowing contain yet a third treatment of history, dealing not with shapes of consciousness but with shapes of religion. 15. The second chronological history deals with social contexts of consciousness, the third chronological history takes up the conceptions of God. 16. I'll come back to this reason. It isn't valid in a moment. Two other pieces of evidence Forster presents in support of his theory cannot be summarized briefly and, in any case, are more conjectural. Readers interested in exploring this additional evidence should consult Forster's book. Point 17. Forster next takes up the reasons Hegel had for adding the three additional chapters, 6, 7, and 8. He thinks Hegel had two reasons. The first reason was to bring about correspondence between phenomenology and related parts of the encyclopedia. Hegel was of, or came to, the view that in order to be a satisfactory introduction to his system, the phenomenology would have to give a provisional presentation of virtually all contents of the system, but this required that it go beyond the originally planned chapters consciousness through reason dealing with the shapes of consciousness. 4. Although these chapters contained a sort of provisional presentation of the one logic, 2. the philosophy of nature, and 3. one part of the philosophy of spirit, they contained no provisional presentation of 4 other parts of the philosophy of spirit, in particular the parts dealing with A. morality and ethical life, and with B. art, C. religion, and D. philosophy. In order to make good this deficit Hegel had to add the remaining chapters of the phenomenology. Point 18. Hegel's second and strongest motive for adding the last 3 chapters, according to Forster, was a developing interest in history. While writing the originally planned first 3 chapters, Hegel developed a strong intrinsic, as opposed to merely instrumental needed for expository purposes, interest in the historical and historicist aspects of the account of the chronological history of consciousness from ancient times up to his own age. He saw the potential for developing these aspects into the sort of broader historical and historicist project which emerges with the addition of the new chapters. 19. This historicist motive ties in with one of Forster's reasons for believing the last 3 chapters were not part of Hegel's original plan. That reason, the third one presented above, was that Hegel wanted to present 2 more treatments of history, one relating to spirit material dealing with the social contexts and the other relating to religion. Point 20. Forster is arguing that both the material under spirit and the material under religion are arranged chronologically. Flaws in the chronology argument. I have serious doubts about whether either of the 2 motives suggested by Forster, particularly the second, had much to do with Hegel's late-in-the-game decision to expand phenomenology. That second motive, again, is that Hegel developed a stronger interest in history and decided to give history 3 chronological treatments instead of just the one originally planned, the history of shapes of consciousness. This reason is weak. To begin with, that first treatment of history, the shapes of consciousness treatment, is not organized chronologically and is therefore not a first treatment of history. In Chapter 4, where history first appears, the discussion moves from 1. Fable to 2. Philosophy to 3. Religion. That is not chronology. And under each of those 3 topics Hegel's material is organized dialectically: thesis first, antithesis second, synthesis third. As for chronology, under philosophy Hegel discusses Greco-Roman Stoicism and skepticism. Then, as we move on to religion, we find Hegel retreating historically from Greece and Rome to ancient Judaism. In presenting the unhappy consciousness microdialectic in Chapter 4, I showed how that dialectic advances from ancient Judaism, thesis, to Greek religion, antithesis, to medieval Christianity, synthesis. Here Hegel's subtopics go chronologically backward from Stoicism and skepticism to early Jewish religion, bells and incense, then return to Greece, religious indifference, which has already been discussed in the philosophy context. That back and forth organization of material is definitely not chronological. Chapter 5 continues the first alleged chronology. But the chapter's material has little to do with history. Its first microdialectic begins with natural laws, thesis, and psychological laws, antithesis, thoughts about which have no significant historical anchorage. The synthesis, phrenology, and physiognomy can be dated. Lavater's work on physiognomy was published in 1772, and Gall's work on phrenology has a 1796 date. But then we move on to Faust, which is not a historical episode. Hegel's treatment of Faust is based on Goethe's Faust fragment of 1790, but the Faust legend is much older and first appeared in a published version in 1587. We have moved backward from 1796 to 1790 and arguably to 1587. The rest of Chapter 5's material, the law of the heart, the matter in hand, laws judged by reason and by tests, has no close historical ties and can't be dated. This isn't chronology. It is, for the most part, fables based on Hegel's observations and theories about human behavior. When, for example, Hegel writes about the spiritual animal kingdom, he isn't talking about a time and place. Conclusion: the first chronology really isn't chronologically organized. Forster argues that the spirit and religion chapters provide two more chronologies. The alleged new chronologies supposedly abandon the shapes of consciousness and replace it with chronologically organized shapes of a world and shapes of religion formats. But I disagree. Chapters 6 and 7 do add shapes of a world and shapes of religion, but they continue to deal with consciousness. Among the many references to consciousness in the spirit chapter is this one: spirit is, in its simple truth, consciousness. 21 The first two paragraphs and various subsequent paragraphs of the revealed religion talk about consciousness. Shapes of a world and shapes of religion merely classify the shapes of consciousness into two broad subcategories. There is a loose chronological arrangement of material in each of the two chapters, but neither chapter amounts to a treatment of history. What we really find is a dialectical arrangement of material. More on this point shortly. I will concede that the material in the spirit chapter is mostly not entirely chronological in its arrangement. Forster presents his interpretation of Hegel's spirit chronology indirectly, but Hegel discusses his subtopics in the following order: 1. Greek morality, including that expressed in Antigone; 2. Rome; 3. Monarchy; 4. The Enlightenment; 5. The Reign of Terror, which came about 50 years after the Enlightenment began; 6. The moral ideas of the German philosophers Kant and Fichte; and 7. Conscience. An immediate problem is that monarchy is older than the Greek and Roman topics Hegel discusses. For example, King Saul, the first king of Israel, was enthroned around 1047 BCE, Antigone was written around 442 BCE. And if this is a chronological survey of the non-religious aspects of human thought and social attitudes, why the big leap from even Roman imperial monarchy to the Enlightenment? What happened to the Renaissance thinkers? In particular, why does a review of ideas about morality avoid any mention of Machiavelli's The Prince, which recommends amoral empiricism as the road to successful governing? Weiser refers to Hegel's Verfassungsschrift essay, 1799–1800. One of the most striking features of Hegel's tract is its outspoken defense of Machiavelli, who still had a terrible reputation in 18th-century Germany. 22 Emphasizing Machiavelli's importance to Hegel, Weiser remarks that Hegel saw the force of Machiavelli's challenge, that moral principles cannot be applied to the political world because if people act according to them they destroy themselves. 23 It seems to me that if Hegel were at all concerned with providing a historical treatment of spirit, chapter 6, and given his interest in Machiavelli, he would have found room for Machiavelli. I think Machiavelli was left out because Hegel couldn't come up with a Machiavelli dialectic. Also, inserting a discussion of Machiavelli would have crippled the 6a, 6b, 6c, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectic under 6 spirit. Beyond the conspicuous Renaissance gap, the chronology particularly falters in the last two subtopics. The Reign of Terror took place in 1793–94, but Kant, whom Hegel discusses after discussing the Reign of Terror, did most of his writing before then. Kant's most important work, Critique of Pure Reason, was written in 1781, 12 years before the Reign of Terror began. As for the last item, conscience, Forster stretches his concept of chronology past the breaking point when he implies that human conscience didn't arrive until after Fichte, thereby completing history's trip from ancient times up to the attainment of his Hegel's own standpoint in the modern age. 24 Surely Hegel couldn't have harbored the ethnocentric belief that conscience began with his generation of Germans and that societies preceding ancient Greece had no conscientious persons. The fact is, the Spirit chapter's substance lies in primarily non-religious ideas about morality and ethics, the realm of human thought or philosophy. Hegel is writing about these shapes of consciousness, not about history. As for Chapter 7, Religion, its material has a somewhat chronological arrangement at the natural-artificial level of the outline, although the Egyptian and Greek periods largely overlap. But under religion in the form of art, we encounter Homer. He dates back so far that historians aren't sure he was a real person. If he was real, he may have lived as early as 1000 BCE, which makes him older than most of the Greek statues covered in a preceding subsection on the abstract work of art. Meanwhile, if Hegel's intent in Chapter 7 were to provide a chronological treatment of religion, how could he possibly have failed to cover Judaism, the religion from which Christianity, Hegel's main concern, evolved? Also, why did Hegel skip Islam, the most important post-Christian religious development? Beyond these chronological flaws in Forster's treatment of history hypothesis as applied to the religion chapter, we have this obvious fact: the revealed religion, Christianity, had to be discussed last for non-historical reasons. Christianity is the first climax of a double climax Hegel has been building up to. The second climax is Spirit's self-realization. Christianity and the falseness of its theology is, in fact, the underlying theme of the entire book. Point 25 It has to come last in the Spirit chapter. The Christianity discussion is where Hegel declares in subtle language, too subtle for some interpreters, that man is God. This discussion is where Hegel reconceptualizes the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Father is abstracted into divinity, and artificial, the Son is abstracted into humanity, and natural, and the Holy Spirit becomes Hegel's spirit, which combines the divine and the human by declaring that the human is the divine, and that the artificial God equals the natural man. As a concomitant of the spirits combining the divine and the human into one man as God entity, the Christianity discussion declares that the death on the cross of Jesus is the death not only of the incarnate God but of the picture-thinking, imaginary, Father in heaven too. And the resurrection becomes understood not as the resurrection of a unique human, Jesus, but as the deification of the entire human race. Surely Forster can't expect Hegel to retreat to discussions of Egyptian and Greek religion after his climactic discussion of Christianity. To repeat, climaxes come at the end. Christianity is not just the substantive climax of the religion material. It is also the dialectical climax. It is the synthesis of the 7a, 7b, 7c dialectic that proceeds from the thesis natural to the antithesis artificial to the synthesis natural, man, equals artificial, God, dot. The synthesis, the revealed religion, has to come last after natural religion, thesis, and artificial religion, antithesis. It has to come last not for reasons of chronology but because a synthesis must follow, not precede, the thesis and the antithesis. I find myself in complete agreement with what Solomon says about Hegel's alleged historicism. The Phenomenology, he writes, is not a book about history, and its structure is not historical. He elaborates, history does make its awaited appearance if rather late in the book, chapter 6 Spirit, but it, like everything else, consists of forms of consciousness which are not strictly historical and which are subjected to conceptual demands. 26 Those conceptual demands, not described by Solomon, mainly entail, a. the need to put the climax, Christianity, at the end of the chapter and, b. the need to put the chapter's synthesis, natural equals artificial, after the thesis, natural, and the antithesis, artificial. I also find myself basically in agreement with what Dudley says: if the stages of the spirit chapter of the phenomenology are intended to parallel those of world history, and to provide a summary or provisional presentation of the corresponding sections of the encyclopedia, then the fact that neither the parallel nor the correspondence is exact weakens the thesis. It is possible, as Forster suggests, that the thesis accurately characterizes intentions Hegel realized only imperfectly. But a more plausible explanation is that Hegel simply did not intend to organize the spirit chapter chronologically. 27. I disagree with the second quoted sentence but agree with the other two. Dialectical motives. Beyond the extremely serious chronology problems of Forster's three treatments of history hypothesis is an even more serious problem: dialectics. As I showed in Chapter 4, and will discuss in more detail in a moment, Hegel's decision to create 4 outline levels of dialectics controls the organization of the last 3 chapters. The overarching macrodialectic is level 1. The 3 primary headings of the late expansion of text material are 6. Spirit, philosophy, human, many, 7. Religion, theology, divine, 1, and 8. Absolute knowing, the synthesis, philosophical theology, human equals divine, many equals 1. These headings form level 2 of the outline. Subheadings A, B, and C, found in both the spirit chapter and the religion chapter, form level 3. And at the outline's 4th level, spirit offers 7 microdialectics and religion offers 3 more. It seems clear to me that Hegel's real motive for expanding phenomenology beyond its originally planned scope was dialectics, not history. Even the original plan was based on dialectics. The absolute knowing chapter, which has the macrodialectics synthesis, was not supposed to be a separate chapter. Spirit's self-realization, the macrodialectics synthesis, was to be the conclusion of the reason chapter, chapter 5. This is why, early in chapter 5, Hegel anticipates spirit's self-realization by writing, "Reason is the certainty of consciousness that it is all reality and that in the dialectical movement, otherness, objects perceived as persons or things other than the viewing subject, vanishes." 28. Repeat, otherness, separation vanishes. The macrodialectic was thus to be completed at the end of chapter 5. Below the macrodialectic was the I2-3 dialectic, universal, particular, universe composed of particulars. Still within the scope of the original plan were the many smaller dialectics, the highly abstract and superficial one in the preface, see chapter 2, the essence-existence dialectic in the introduction, see chapter 2, and the first 12 of the 22 microdialectics, see chapter 4. You can see that Hegel, even before inflating his book, was already enthralled by dialectics. Dialectics was his newfound science. He had picked up the thesis antithesis synthesis idea mostly from Fichte, who had refined the idea from the theses and antitheses of Kant. In the passage of Phenomenology's preface where Hegel praises dialectics, he first criticizes Kant for reducing the dialectical triad to a lifeless schema. But in the next sentence he says that, since Kant, dialectics has been raised to its absolute significance and has been given a true form in which the notion of science has emerged. 29. Although, as I said in chapter 2, Hegel could be alluding to himself as the person who has raised dialectics to significance, thereby creating a science, Kaufmann believes Hegel is referring to Fichte. Dialectics, Kaufmann says, was raised to absolute importance, absolute significance in Miller's translation by Fichte, who made much of theses, antitheses, and syntheses. 30. It really doesn't matter whether Hegel is giving himself or Fichte credit for turning dialectics into a science. What does matter is that, as shown both by his praise of dialectics and by his heavy use of dialectics in the first 3 chapters, Hegel had become a dialectics enthusiast. Obviously impressed with the potentiality of dialectics, Hegel decided to expand his protest against Christianity into a dialectical revolution. Hegel's passion for dialectics is nowhere better illustrated than in his phrenology dialectic. Why on earth would Hegel want to digress on phrenology while discussing the shape's thoughts of consciousness? Kaufmann observes that the first section of the third chapter begins with over 100 pages on theoretical reason but ends, rather oddly, with a discussion of phrenology. 31. He subsequently comments that Hegel dwells at unnecessary length on irrelevancies. 32. And then he writes, Hegel certainly did not manage to trace a necessary development from the unhappy consciousness to phrenology. 33. Solomon is likewise puzzled by the phrenology material. He says it is universally recognized to be the oddest single section of the entire book. 34. The only plausible reason Hegel digressed far afield into phrenology was dialectics. Phrenology provided a splendid opportunity for another dialectic, one especially suited for Hegel's inner-outer dichotomy. Recall that inner refers to the inner universality or unity of spirit, the concept that unites everything in the universe. Inner has as its antithesis outer, which refers to the particularity of the antithesis stage. In the macrodialectics antithesis, spirit acquires a mind, which is subject. Subject misconstrues particular external objects as things other than itself. This is what Hegel means by otherness. But the inner essence of both is the concept of spirit. The reason subject doesn't recognize its identity with objects is that subject sees only the visible or outer aspect of the objects. Phrenology mirrors the subject-object identity problem. In phrenology, one's inner tendencies or personality are supposedly mirrored in one's outer appearance, one's face. In Hegel's phrenology dialectic, the synthesis of inner and outer arrives when a person's inner tendency to murder and the facial characteristics that reveal that tendency are both revealed as truth, the person actually murders someone. Voila! Inner and outer are identical. Another dialectic. We see that, contrary to the belief that Hegel just wanted to get off his chest some ideas about phrenology, the dialectic was designed to reiterate a point: absolute spirit is a synthesis of inner, universality, and outer, particularity. Chapter 7, Religion, is another example of Hegel's uncontrollable urge to cram more dialectics into his book. Solomon comments that this chapter looks superfluous. The chapter on religion might seem well placed, but a quick examination of the sections that make it up and Hegel's introductory remarks on page 410, and following, make it clear that this discussion too breaks the sequence of the book and introduces an apparently wholly extraneous discussion of the history of religion. 35. So why did Hegel write that chapter? Dialectics. Chapter 7's heading provides the antithesis of his new 6-7-8 intermediate dialectic, which moves from 6. Human reason to 7. Divine revelation to 8. Divine reason, produced by the human God, man. Chapter 7's ABC subheadings develop a lower-level dialectic, the natural-artificial dialectic. And within A, B, and C are several new bottom-level dialectics. As he worked on the first three chapters, A, B, and C, and created his early dialectics, Hegel apparently warmed up to his new tool, his science. He kept coming up with fresh ideas for dialectics, ideas he hadn't thought of when initially organizing his material. Maybe Antigone came to mind and he realized it could be transformed into a dialectic. While still thinking of Greek theater, he may have recognized that the actor who alternates between masked, divine, and unmasked, human, would make a nifty synthesis of the divine and the human. And somewhere along the way he realized he could introduce a higher order of dialectics by creating an extended outline having table of contents triads that formed dialectics. I believe the temptation to exploit dialectics to its fullest became irresistible. Hegel decided to add 3 more chapters, 3 because he needed that many to form the highest of his 3 new intermediate level dialectics. Now is the appropriate time to review the 3 new intermediate dialectics created by the addition of chapters 6, 7, and 8. At the beginning of this chapter, Table 1, I presented in more detail Hegel's table of contents outline, part of which is reproduced in Table 2. Hegel's chapter 6, we saw, began with a statement about reason. Hegel had decided to continue his discussion of reason, begun in chapter 5. Reason is the tool of philosophy, revelation the tool of theology. So chapter 6 can be said to represent either philosophy or reason, both of which are the work of humans, who are many. Chapter 7, Religion, relates to theology and revelation, which is the word of the God, the divine, who, or which, is one. These concepts produce four variants of what is essentially one dialectic. 1. Thesis, philosophy, the thinking, ethics, and morality of humans. Antithesis, theology, the divinely conceived thoughts and morality of God. Synthesis, philosophical theology, rational theology emanating from man. 2. Thesis, reason, the product of humans. Antithesis, revelation, the product of the divine. Synthesis, absolute knowledge, human revelation from the true divinity, man. 3. Thesis, man, the source of human moral ideas. Antithesis, God, the source of divine moral ideas. Synthesis, man equals God, the two sources are identical. 4. Thesis, many, humans. Antithesis, one, God. Synthesis, many equals one, alternatively, one composed of many. In the ABC dialectic under spirit, A, the true or essential spirit is just one unified entity consisting of all the particulars of reality. It is a universal. But it does not yet recognize itself as such. The thesis is therefore potential plus union. Refer to chapter 3 for details. But, B, spirit is self-alienated, separated from itself. The antithesis is therefore actual plus separation. Finally we get, C, spirit that is certain of itself, which means what the first sentence of chapter 6 says, reason is spirit when its certainty of being all reality has been raised to truth, my italics. 36 Note that the word truth is part of subheading A, the true spirit. We now have the synthesis, actual plus union. This dialectic, we see, is identical to variation 2 of the macrodialectic explained in chapter 3. In summary form, the dialectic is thesis, potential plus union. Antithesis, actual plus separation. Synthesis, actual plus union. In the ABC dialectic under religion, we get that disguised dichotomy of A, natural, the thesis, and B, artificial, the antithesis. The disguise is the word art. All art is man-made. And anything that is man-made rather than naturally occurring is artificial. The synthesis of natural and artificial is the revealed religion, Christianity. Revealed religion is ambiguous. It can also refer to Hegel's God equals man religion, in which the Holy Spirit is transfigured into Hegel's absolute spirit when man acquires absolute knowledge. In Christianity, as viewed by Hegel, God is an artificial being, man-made, the product of human picture thinking. When God separates from himself and becomes incarnated as Jesus, we get a natural being. Jesus was a real, natural human being. The revealed religion synthesis is the third member of the Trinity, the Holy Spirit. It unites God and Jesus, the artificial being and the natural being, when it settles on Jesus after Jesus is baptized. After all, uniting God and man through spirit possession is the Holy Spirit's job, its raison d'être. Absent the Holy Spirit, people could not speak in tongues, disciples could not perform miracles, and virgins could not give birth. In Hegel's philosophical theology, the Holy Spirit becomes just plain spirit. It unites God and man through self-realization through man's, Hegel's, realization that he and the divine, Spirit, are one. Man is God. In summary form, this dialectic is thesis, natural, Jesus, the Son, a natural human being. Antithesis, artificial, God, the Father, an artificial being created by man. Synthesis, natural equals artificial, the Holy Spirit unites Father and Son in the Trinity. Above the three new intermediate dialectics and spanning the entire length of the book, not just the three change of plan expansion chapters, is the macro-dialectic. Thesis, unconscious plus union. Antithesis, conscious plus separation. Synthesis, conscious plus union. And below the three new intermediate dialectics are 10 more micro-dialectics, beyond the 12 presented in Phenomenology's first 3 chapters. I won't review the 10 new micro-dialectics here, they are in my chapter 4. Suffice it to say that Phenomenology's last 3 chapters, the ones not in Hegel's original plan, add 13 more dialectics. 3 of these, the intermediate dialectics, introduce a new scheme, dialectics concealed in 2 lower levels of outline headings. These 13 new dialectics are, in my opinion, the reason Hegel decided to add 3 more chapters to Phenomenology. Together with the overarching macro-dialectic, the very top level, they provide a philosophical system with dialectics on 4 levels. That's what Hegel had in mind when he expanded his book. Solomon's Beautiful Soul Hypothesis. Microdialectic 19, Duality, has within it Hegel's remarks about the beautiful soul. This is a person of conscience who withholds moral judgment. Hegel says the beautiful soul lacks the power to externalize itself, i.e., to make its moral views known to outsiders. It lives in dread of besmirching the splendor of its inner being, its conscience, by action, so it flees from contact with the actual world, and persists in its self-willed impotence, inability to transform its thought into being action. 37 Stern's interpretation of these words is helpful. The individual comes to see that the best way to secure his reputation for integrity in the eyes of others is to refrain from acting, as action might lead to a misinterpretation of his motives. 38. One theory, so unconvincing as to be preposterous, is that the beautiful soul is Jesus. Solomon develops this theory. 39 After quoting Hegel's words about avoiding action and flees from contact with the actual world, Solomon says this: the beautiful soul abstains from moral judgment, places itself above such judgment, and ultimately amounts to a condemnation of moral concerns. 40 Jesus supposedly fits the description of the beautiful soul because Jesus allegedly, 1. abstains from pressing his moral views on others, 2. refuses to judge others, and 3. refrains from taking action to advance his moral views. But I find that Jesus fails to display any of these 3 characteristics. He, 1. advocates a host of moral rules, both his own and the Old Testament law, 2. is extremely judgmental, going so far as to endorse torture by fire of rule violators, and 3. takes violent action against those who offend his sense of morality. Pressing moral views on others. Apparently noting Hegel's statement that the beautiful soul lacks the power to externalize itself, 41 Solomon says that many of Jesus' teachings were not moral exhortations but metamoral preachings, attitudes to be taken toward moral laws and transgressions of laws rather than laws themselves. 42 I assume that metamoral preachings means vacuous abstractions like be good, love thy neighbor, and do unto others as you would have them do unto you. In other words, nothing specific. But I find in Jesus's preaching an abundance of very specific, concrete moral exhortations. Jesus inveighs against saying you fool, MT 5:21, divorce, MK 10:2, 9, marrying a divorced woman, MT 5:32, accumulating material goods and riches, MT 6:19, 19:24, fornication, MK 7:21, theft, MK 7:21, murder, MK 7:21, adultery, MK 7:21, coveting, MK 7:21, slander, MK 7:21, and buying and selling in the temple, in whose outer courtyards sacrificial lambs, oxen, and pigeons were sold with priestly authorization during Passover, JN 2:13, 16, MT 2012, MK 11:15, 17. Moreover, Jesus preached that the apocalypse, the horrifying, tumultuous end of earthly kingdoms and their replacement by God's kingdom on earth was at hand. Mk 1:14, 15, 13:8, 24-27, Mt 4:17, 24:7, 8, 29-31, Lk 17:29, 30, 21:10, 12, 25-26. Jesus believed God was about to descend from heaven to earth to rule in place of soon-to-be deposed earthly kings. In this eschatological context, Jesus said, "Not an iota, not a dot, will pass from the law until all the new kingdom of God is accomplished." The law is Judaism's Old Testament religious law. It includes all sorts of prohibitions. Among the Old Testament laws thus endorsed by Jesus are those calling for the death, typically by stoning, of a. anyone who tries to convert a Jew to the worship of a god other than Yahweh, Deuteronomy 13:1, 5, b. any child who curses or disobeys his father or mother, Ex 21:17, Leviticus 20:9, c. any bride who is not a virgin, Deuteronomy 22:13, 21, d. every witch and wizard, Ex 22:18, Leviticus 20:27, Deuteronomy 18:10, and e. anyone guilty of sodomy with animals, Ex 22:19. Among numerous other Old Testament laws are those forbidding, f. making images or castings of other gods, Ex 20:4, 5, 23, g. taking the Lord's name in vain, Ex 20:7, h. working on the Sabbath, Ex 20:10, I. killing, Ex 21:14, j. committing adultery, Ex 20:14, k. stealing, Ex 20:15, l. bearing false witness, Ex 20:16, m. eating hares and pigs, Leviticus 11:4, 8, n. having homosexual intercourse, Leviticus 18:22, o. crossing two breeds of cattle, Leviticus 19:19, p. wearing garments made of two different materials, Leviticus 19:19, q. trimming beards, Leviticus 19:27, r. having tattoos, Leviticus 19:28, s. the wearing of male garments by women, Deuteronomy 22:5, t. a bastard's entering the house of the Lord, Deuteronomy 23:2, u. charging interest on loans to persons other than foreigners, Deuteronomy 23:19, 20, v. carrying off a neighbor's grapes, Deuteronomy 23:24, and w. a wife's grabbing the testicles of a man who is beating her husband, Deuteronomy 25:11, 12. Solomon seems to have overlooked Jesus's endorsement of these laws. The laws are not mere metamoral preachings. They are clear and specific. Jesus did not hide his moral views behind ambiguities, abstractions, and, to use Solomon's word, general attitudes. Judging people. Citing Jesus's "Judge not that ye be not judged," Solomon argues that these words put Jesus in agreement with the fact that the beautiful soul abstains from moral judgment. 43 But by judge not Jesus simply meant judging was a privilege he was reserving for himself. Jesus, like some other prophets of his time, was convinced that he was the Christ, or Messiah. What apparently convinced him was a mystical vision, a trance-like state of religious euphoria psychologists call religious ecstasy that he experienced on the Mount of Transfiguration, Mt 17:1, 10, Mk 9:2, 9, Lk 9:28-36. Maurice Gogol, author of The Definitive Life of Jesus, believes that Jesus's self-perception evolved from a sense of a simple prophetic vocation, proclaiming that the kingdom of God was at hand, to messianic consciousness when he began to suffer persecution and rejection during his ministry. Jesus did not believe that he was the Messiah although he had to suffer, he believed that he was the Messiah because he had to suffer. 44 At one point, Jesus thus lamented, "Foxes have holes, and birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head." Lk 9:58. Jesus's messianic delusions were responsible for his decision to enter Jerusalem riding an ass, an act that some Jews expected of the long-awaited Messiah. MT 21:1, 7, the belief rested on a supposed prophecy in Zechariah 9:9. On several other occasions, Jesus directly acknowledged that he was the Christ. MT 16:13, 20, 24:3, 5, MK 13:8, 14:61, 62, LK 9:18, 22. As the Messiah, whom he called the Son of Man, Jesus expected that he, not God, would be the judge on Judgment Day, the climax of the apocalypse. He said that, when he returned on Judgment Day, he would personally judge both the living and the resurrected dead, the quick and the dead of the Apostles' Creed. He promised to separate the sheep from the goats and send to the eternal fire unending torture those people, the goats, who did not follow his rules. MT 25:31, 46. Underscoring his messianic consciousness by saying Jesus elaborated, "On that day, will I declare to them, I never knew you, depart from me, you evildoers." MT 7:22, 23. Jesus's proclivity to judge was so strong that he intended to relegate most of mankind to hell, everlasting torture by fire. Enter through the narrow gate, for the gate is wide, that leads to destruction, for many are called, but few are chosen. MT 7:13, 22:14, LK 13:23, 24. None of this squares with Solomon's assertion that Jesus, as the beautiful soul, placed himself above all such judgment. And let us not overlook the cruel, inconsiderate, self-centered, vainglorious demands Jesus placed on his followers. One man who wished to join Jesus asked permission to first bury his father. Jesus's caustic, "I am the Messiah, me before your father" reply was, "Leave the dead to bury their own dead." LK 9:59, 60. Here the figuratively dead people Jesus says should do the burying are those who don't follow Jesus and who, for that reason, will be condemned by Jesus to hell on Judgment Day. That's why Jesus calls them dead. Jesus is saying that those who don't follow him, or who even pause to meet family obligations, are condemned to hell. Abstains from moral judgment? Hardly. That incident was not just an aberration in Jesus's behavior. Another man declared himself a willing follower of Jesus but then requested, "But let me first say farewell to those at my home." Jesus selfishly replied, "No one who puts his hand to the plow and looks back is fit for the kingdom of God." LK 9:61, 62. Translation: If you pause to say goodbye to your family, I'll throw you into the eternal fire on Judgment Day. How much more judgmental can you get? Jesus's attitude was neither non-judgmental nor forgiving, even less was it humane. This messianic, ego-based propensity to judge was also expressed in favorable judgments extended to those who abandoned their parents or children to follow Jesus, and everyone who has left, father or mother or children or lands, for my name's sake, will receive 100-fold, and inherit eternal life. MT 19:27, 29, MK 10:28, 31. Again, Jesus was judging. Is it possible that Hegel was ignorant of this egocentric behavior, viewing instead an idealized picture of Jesus? It isn't. Hegel quotes the very passages I have quoted. To a youth who wishes to delay the duties of discipleship till he has buried his father, Christ says, "Let the dead bury their dead, follow thou me. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me." We may say that nowhere are to be found such revolutionary utterances as in the Gospels, for everything that has been respected, is treated as a matter of indifference as worthy of no regard. 45 Jesus was judging. He was judging people as being worthy of either the kingdom of God or the eternal fire according to whether they did or didn't place Jesus above everything that has been respected. Ethics by example. Solomon also says Jesus fits the model of a beautiful soul who teaches ethics by example by displaying good behavior. 46 But consider how Jesus taught, "Don't say you fool, judge not, and turn the other cheek" by example. Jesus did the following. Judged the Pharisees and scribes by calling them fools, vipers, and serpents, Mt 23:17, 33. Using a whip made of cords, and presumably backed by a somewhat riotous group of followers, drove from the temple the sellers, their customers, and the animals being sold for ritualized Passover sacrifice, JN 2:15, MK 11:15, 17, LK 19:45. Overturned the tables of the money changers and the seats of the pigeon sellers, JN 2:13, 15, MT 21:12, MK 11:15, 17, and scattered the coins of the money changers, JN 2:15. Here we have a highly judgmental man who swears at, behaves violently toward, and interferes with the Passover sacrifice activities of people whose behavior he thinks is immoral. Is this "don't say you fool"? Is this "do unto others as you would have them do unto you"? Is this "judge not"? Is this the beautiful soul? Do these actions agree with Solomon's statement that Jesus, as the beautiful soul, refrains from action and moral judgment? I think not. It is this sort of megalomaniacal judgmentalism, Jesus's delusions of grandeur and related arrogant behavior, that led Albert Schweitzer to conclude, there is nothing more negative than the result of the critical study of the life of Jesus. 47 Schweitzer continued, we must be prepared to find that the historical knowledge of the personality and life of Jesus will not be a help, but perhaps even an offense to religion. 48 In the same vein, Tillich said of Jesus, error is evident in his ancient conception of the universe: a flat earth, heaven in the sky above, hell below, the stars as small, nearby objects that would fall to earth during the apocalypse, the moon as an independent source of light, demons populating the earth and causing disease and insanity, his judgments about men, his interpretation of the historical moment MT 1628, 2434, his eschatological imagination, the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven, MT 24:30, 49. Solomon's Jesus was Hegel's beautiful soul thesis does not pass muster. It doesn't even come close. Hegel was a seminary graduate and was thoroughly familiar with the New Testament Gospels. He was not ignorant of or unimpressed by the details of Jesus's life, teachings, and behavior. Kaufmann remarks that Hegel, in his early religious writings, considers Jesus by no means the most admirable teacher of virtue but inferior to Socrates and really rather unattractive, made more so by his swaggering self-importance. 50. What is more likely, however, is that the beautiful soul was simply an exaggerated hypothetical construct designed to reveal a weakness in philosophy's romantic movement ideas. For a detailed discussion of the relationship between romanticism and the beautiful soul, I recommend Pinkard's analysis. 51 My own view is that Hegel was criticizing people who have moral or ethical viewpoints but are unwilling to speak up in appropriate circumstances. This is not to say he was endorsing aggressive moralizing, proselytizing, or interfering with others who have different moral persuasions. It simply means that Hegel regarded as a lost soul anyone who was afraid to stand up for what he or she thinks is right. 52 At the same time, he was using the beautiful soul to bring the thesis stage of his duality dialectic to its conclusion and to show why the antithesis, morality, needs to enter the scene. In this respect, the beautiful soul is just another example of Hegel's general procedure of finding problems with a microdialectics thesis, problems that justify introducing the antithesis. Appraising Hegel's thought. At this point in a work about Hegel's thought, if not earlier in a preface, it is customary to politely find something of value in that thought before launching into criticism. But I find it impossible to identify anything commendable in Hegel's thought. Not only is it outdated, even in its time it was without intellectual value. This conclusion applies to both phenomenology and the philosophy of history. I will discuss these two works separately. It is nonetheless conceivable that Hegel can be credited with having favorably influenced other thinkers, so I'll conclude my appraisal by tackling that issue. Phenomenology of spirit. Any appraisal of Hegel's philosophy must begin with an understanding of what its centerpiece, phenomenology of spirit, is. To begin with, it is a book Hegel felt compelled to write in order to advance his academic career. His friend and colleague, Schelling, had already written several books and, through them, had established a favorable academic reputation. Hegel needed to do the same. In his biography of Hegel, Pinkert describes Hegel's predicament in detail. At the University of Jena, as an unsalaried privatdozent and subsisting on an evaporating inheritance, Hegel was desperate for a position, and to get a position, he needed a book. 53. But what to write about? Hegel, in his early writings, had always been concerned about religion, the Christian religion. More particularly, he had been concerned with criticizing Christianity, and his criticism had expressed his contempt for Christian supernaturalism. But he was embarking on a career as a philosopher, so he needed to write about philosophy. How could he combine his deep-seated negative interest in theology, and his desire to refute theology, with his need to write about and his genuine interest in philosophy? Hegel's solution was to write a philosophical theology, a synthesis of philosophy and theology. As Solomon observes, the ideal of a philosophical system was a pervasive demand among the post-Kantian philosophers. 54. Reinhold thus attempted to systematize Kant's philosophy, and Fichte regarded his own philosophy as a system based on Kant's philosophy. Obeying the then current fad, Hegel decided that his philosophical theology would be systematic. The adjective systematic, when applied to philosophy or theology, has no precise meaning but implies a well-defined methodology under which material is developed and presented with sufficient care that all assertions and conclusions are consistent. In a classification system, for example, categories should not overlap, and coverage should not have gaps. Tillich's definition of systematic is as good as any. It is the function of the systematic form to guarantee the consistency of cognitive assertions in all realms of the system's methodological knowledge. 55. In Tillich's case, internal consistency of assertions was obtained by making all claims consistent with what Tillich called the norm of systematic theology, namely, Jesus as the Christ. 56. Jesus as the Christ is the incarnate God of mythology, contrasted with the real historical Jesus. The Christ was fully God and fully man, a theological doctrine Tillich secretly but rationally reinterpreted to mean God is humanity. Tillich made all his claims essentially humanistic redefinitions of Christian concepts consistent with his hidden criterion, God is man. For example, his covered redefinition of salvation, union with God, is becoming a humanist, a definition consistent with the idea that humanity is God. Tillich further systematized his theology, really a pseudo-theology, by adopting Hegel's dialectics. Tillich's system also employed a device he called the method of correlation, which I explain later in this chapter. Hegel's system, the methodology Hegel uses to unite philosophy and theology, is pretty much the same as Tillich's. This is not surprising, given that Tillich's philosophical theology is based on Hegel's philosophical theology. Hegel's implicit norm amounts to Tillich's God is man, except that, in Hegel's case, man is just the most important part of God, or spirit, which is the entire universe. Thesis Antithesis Synthesis Dialectics, Tillich's second methodological tool, is also a tool of Hegel. And in Hegel's system, dialectics is really the more important tool. Since Hegel is synthesizing two disciplines, a system based on the concept of synthesis is a logical choice. Hegel's system has four features, not counting the obscurantist language used to conceal Hegel's atheism. The features: dialectical organization of the material, correlation of the theological concept of God with the philosophical concept of a metaphysical absolute, correlation of the theological concept of the Trinity with the philosophical concept of dialectics, Father, Son, Holy Spirit equals thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Correlation of God's euon life with Spirit's dialectical life, the macrodialectic. I discussed the first feature, dialectical organization of the material, earlier in this chapter under the dialectical motives subheading of my discussion of Forster's late expansion of text hypothesis. To review briefly, Hegel's macrodialectic provides the first level of his outline. Two second-level intermediate dialectics cover most of the second level. The first intermediate dialectic is the part-a-consciousness dialectic, sense certainty, universality, the thesis, perception, particularity, the antithesis, and force, universe composed of particulars, the synthesis. The second intermediate dialectic is the highest late expansion of text dialectic, 6. Spirit, philosophy or reason, the thesis, 7. Religion, theology or revelation, the antithesis, and 8. Absolute knowledge, philosophical theology or rational, man-made revelation, the synthesis. The outline's third level, which applies only to the late expansion of text material, is the ABC subheadings under both spirit and religion. Under spirit, the subdialectic is potential union, the thesis, actual separation, the antithesis, and actual union, the synthesis. Under religion, the subdialectic is natural, Jesus as human, or fully man, the thesis, artificial, Jesus as God incarnate, or fully God, the antithesis, and natural equals artificial, man equals God, the synthesis. The second feature of Hegel's system is the correlation of theology's God with philosophy's absolute. To be theology as well as philosophy, a philosophical theology needs a God. But the divine must be philosophical, a figurative God rather than a literal God. Hegel creates a philosophical God by correlating theology's concept of God with philosophy's concept of an absolute, a metaphysical something or other regarded as a highest reality under which everything else in the system is subsumed. To provide the necessary absolute, the philosophical analog of God, Hegel invents the absolute he calls spirit. And to ensure that the correlation of theology's God with philosophy's absolute won't be missed by careful readers, he arranges for spirit to graduate to the status of absolute spirit when spirit achieves absolute knowledge. Absolute knowledge is nothing more than spirit's eventual recognition that it is all reality, that all the external objects it sees, via a human mind, Hegel's, are essentially itself, spirit. Everything that participates in reality is subsumed under spirit. Technically speaking, a philosophical absolute should be metaphysical, hence supernatural. Hegel's spirit falls short by this criterion. But Hegel takes pains to mislead people into thinking it is supernatural, and maybe even theistic, by referring to spirit as God and he and his. God is immediately present as spirit, for he is spirit, 57, and spirit is the spirit who dwells in his community, 58. So convincing is Hegel's pretend metaphysics that Pippin, who wasn't the least bit fooled, was able to write these perceptive remarks. For many, Hegel is a speculative metaphysician and a failure, either an interesting failure, or simply a dismal failure. For others, he is a speculative metaphysician of great note. 59. We thus have the 15 interpreters from chapter 6 who consider Hegel a panentheist or pantheist, plus a 16th, S. Rosen, who offers a fuzzy interpretation that treats Hegel as a metaphysical ontologist and in one passage seems to imply panentheism. The third feature of Hegel's system is the correlation of the theological concept of the Trinity with the philosophical concept of dialectics. Hegel correlates the three members of theology's Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, with philosophy's thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Father becomes the thesis, Son the antithesis, and Holy Spirit the synthesis. This threefold correlation is in turn based on theology's two separation and return myths, the Yuan 9 incarnation myth and the Adam and Eve myth. Primarily, Hegel uses the Yuan 9 myth. In it, God the Father starts out as one unified entity, the Father represents union. Then the God separates from himself, becoming two, the Father in heaven and the Son, God incarnate, on earth. The Son represents separation, God separated from himself. The third stage materializes when the Son is baptized and the Holy Spirit possesses him, uniting Father and Son through Spirit possession. The Holy Spirit represents reunion, God reunited with himself. In the parallel Adam and Eve myth, stage 1 finds Adam and Eve happily united with God in the Garden of Eden. Stage 2 has Adam and Eve separated from God, cast out of Eden for committing the original sin, eating the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge. Stage 3 arises when Jesus, through his sacrificial death on the cross, atones for the sins of mankind and thereby permits Adam and Eve, and all other minor league sinners, to be reunited with God, not in Eden, on earth, but in heaven. The fourth feature of Hegel's system, correlation of God's euon life with spirit's dialectical life, is intertwined with the third. Hegel reenacts the two separation and return stories with his macrodialectic. The macrodialectic depicts the divine life of spirit, just as the euon myth depicts the divine life of God. The macrodialectic's three stages, once again, are 1. Unconscious plus union, the thesis, 2. Conscious plus separation, the antithesis, and 3. Conscious plus union, the synthesis. Spirit separates from and returns to union, the state of being unified, which is also the state of universality. The thesis, we can see, is the analog of the euon myth's father stage, the state of union, or one unified God. The antithesis is the analog of the myth's son stage, separation, or God separated from himself, and the synthesis is the analog of the myth's Holy Spirit stage, God reunited with himself. In the macrodialectic, spirit, as the reconstituted divinity, does the same thing God does in Christianity's euon myth. Spirit, when it achieves consciousness, that is, when man arrives on earth, first separates from itself by using human minds, collectively its own mind, to perceive external objects that it misinterprets as alien things other than itself. In Hegel's own words, the object is revealed to its spirit, and it does not recognize itself. 60 After proceeding through many intermediate dialectics and microdialectics and thereby becoming educated in the ways of dialectics, 61 Spirit, a slow learner, finally gets the point. It achieves self-realization or absolute knowledge, thereby becoming absolute spirit, by figuring out that the external objects it, subject, sees are essentially itself. The explanation: everything in the universe has the concept of spirit as its hidden inner essence. All objects, including all humans, are parts of all reality. The many are really one, spirit. Hegel uses his philosophical theology to formalize his original intellectual concern, attacking religion. Where Catholicism is concerned, Hegel attacks openly. He does this in his unhappy consciousness discussion. The attack isn't entirely limited to medieval Catholicism. Hegel's negative remarks about confession and absolution, priestly mediation, fasting, tithing, Latin services, and surrendering its consciousness's right to decide for itself also apply to the post-medieval Catholicism of his day. But where theology's fundamental belief in God is concerned, prudence forces Hegel to be subtle. God, after all, is a Protestant belief too. Hegel attacks God in his revealed religion discussion by guardedly declaring that, a. Jesus was not uniquely divine, not the one incarnate God of the Gospel of John, because all men are divine, b. God is dead, the supernatural God of Christianity is dead, and c. the true God is mankind. Is there any value in this philosophical theology? In any such enterprise, the cards are stacked against the author. Theology, because it affirms and glorifies supernaturalism, which is always false no matter what its form, is an unpromising foundation on which to erect a system. Philosophy has the same weakness to an only slightly lesser degree. Much if not most pre-19th century philosophy revolves around such supernaturalistic concepts as the logos, other metaphysical absolutes, natural law, and the divine right of kings. Aristotelian logic, ethics, and the empiricism of Machiavelli, Bacon, Locke, and Hume are the chief exceptions. Hegel avoids incorporating in phenomenology any of these exceptions. Dialectics is not logical by any stretch of the imagination. Ethics. In discussing Antigone, as I have already observed, Hegel conspicuously avoids taking an ethical stand where he has good reason to. And, as noted in my criticism of Forster's three chronologies theory, Hegel ignores Machiavelli despite the existence of a wide historical gap that Machiavelli could help fill. Hegel, in other words, was stuck with philosophy's supernaturalistic models. He did manage to dodge the supernaturalism missile by making his supernaturalism and his metaphysics, a form of supernaturalism, figurative. But by turning to metaphor, Hegel became mired in a different problem, fiction. The simple truth is, phenomenology is a piece of fiction. It isn't true. It isn't even true to life, or realistic. The whole thing is simply a product of Hegel's imagination. It is deliberate fiction masquerading as philosophical insight, knowledge, and truth. Apart from the overt criticism of religion in the unhappy consciousness material and the covert atheism of the revealed religion material with its ambiguous, pre-Nietzsche God is dead remark 62, the whole book is pure hokum. It's a gigantic put-on. And Hegel knows this. He knows spirit doesn't exist and that God doesn't exist. He knows spirit is just a creature he made up. He knows he is seeking to deceive an audience that is inclined to mistake obscurity, esoterica, and pseudo-metaphysics for profundity. 63 He invented spirit because he needed something to write a book about. Spirit is just a philosophical construct Hegel created for the purpose of writing a book about the three-stage life of a fictitious character named spirit. For the same purpose Hegel further refined Fichte's previous refinement of dialectics. Just as spirit is not a real entity, dialectics is not a real natural process of any sort, it is just a method of exposition of fiction. Because it is fiction and is therefore untrue, phenomenology cannot and does not contribute to man's knowledge. On the contrary, because some people take it seriously and believe it contains insights about reality, phenomenology has undermined human knowledge. This is particularly true where the tendency of even some modern philosophers to entertain metaphysical and theological beliefs is concerned. Knowledge of reality has been undermined by Hegel's ostensible endorsement of metaphysics and theological supernaturalism. I'm not denying that fiction can have artistic or entertainment value or that it can be a useful vehicle for attacking baneful institutions, George Orwell's Animal Farm, presenting social philosophies, Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, or attacking religious superstition, Philip Pullman's allegorical His Dark Materials trilogy. But these purposes certainly don't apply to phenomenology. Yes, Hegel is attacking the institution of Christianity, and he is presenting the hidden message that God is dead. But the language encrypting these tendentious elements of phenomenology is far too hard to decipher for the limited serious content of Hegel's book to be of significant value. And, whereas we normally expect opinions embedded in fiction to be supported by readable and maybe even entertaining prose, phenomenology exhibits what Pippin calls the ugliest prose style in the history of the German language. 64. Does anything in phenomenology deserve credit? I could, I suppose, give Hegel credit for rejecting the supernatural and seeing how fatuous Christian superstition is. Even in today's world, where belief is much less commonplace, especially in Europe, than in Hegel's pre-Darwin world, not only ordinary persons but some highly intelligent ones continue to accept primitive Christian beliefs. These beliefs include belief in not only a concerned, benevolent God but in the prudence of kneeling and otherwise humbling oneself before God, God's egotistical craving for praise and veneration, the Holy Spirit, Satan, angels, demons, saints, heaven, hell, purgatory, limbo, miracles, exorcism, the power of prayer, divine creation, Adam and Eve, original sin and the inherent sinfulness of man, Mary's immaculate conception, her being born free from original sin, the bodily assumption of Mary unto heaven, the virgin birth, the incarnation, the atonement, the resurrection of Jesus, the second coming of Jesus, the future resurrection of the dead on Judgment Day, divine law, sin as a violation of divine law, ritualized penance and absolution, baptism, the Bible's being the Word of God, God's having transformed Lot's wife into a pillar of salt, the Great Flood, ridiculous dress codes and vehicle codes, possession by the Holy Spirit, and other foolishness no intelligent person ought to accept. Hegel didn't believe these things. But unbelief was not rare among intellectuals, and much less was it original, even in Hegel's day. His anti-religious ideas weren't seminal. So why compliment Hegel for rejecting superstitions that some other intelligent and sometimes famous men of his time and earlier, Spinoza, Bell, Woolston, Tyndall, Diderot, Voltaire, Hume, and Jefferson, for example, also rejected? Given that Hegel spoke freely of God, implying belief, and that he even claimed to be a Lutheran, I could just as well criticize him for hypocrisy. But I'll withhold that criticism, because I realize the man needed to keep his job. Did Hegel produce any original and valid insights? The only elements of Hegel's thought that even approach originality are the concept of spirit and the Hegelian dialectics. Let's take another look at spirit. If Hegel's spirit really exists, or ever did exist, it would definitely qualify as an original and valid insight. But it doesn't exist. It never did. It couldn't exist. Spirit exists only as a definition. Hegel defines spirit, without telling us, as a physical mental entity in which the physical side and the mental side each had two aspects, one universal, general, and the other particular. The physical side's universal aspect is our physical universe, all reality. The particular aspect is all the things, both natural and artificial, that constitute the universe. The mental side's universal aspect, or mind, uppercase, is the collective mind of all human beings, all human minds combined, including their thoughts. The mental side's particular aspect is particular human minds and their thoughts. This four-part concept, spirit, isn't anything that exists. Even less is it a metaphysical reality, an immanent God. It is only a mental construct that serves as a definition of spirit. The universe and its parts do exist, but spirit is further defined as a partly mental entity with a divine life of separation and return. Because spirit is just an arbitrary, contrary to customary usage redefinition of a word, God, that Hegel is redefining, spirit is neither true nor false. To call spirit an insight is like calling Bishop Robinson's redefinition of God as love an insight, whereas God is love is merely an eccentric definition. So Hegel's idea of spirit does not qualify as an insight, a discovery, or even a hypothesis. Hegel has so far added nothing to human knowledge. I should add that the core concept of Hegel's redefinition of God isn't even original. That concept is the idea that man is divine, or part of God, or partly godlike. This idea appeared earlier in Schelling's philosophy, to some extent in Kant's, and even in Spinoza's. Where Schelling and Kant are concerned, and maybe or maybe not Spinoza, was his mysticism, unadulterated anti-supernaturalism in disguise, the idea that man is part of God, or partly godlike, as with Kant, is again just a definition. Man's godhood exists only by definition. Not only does Hegel's concept of man as the divine lack originality, it radiates absurdity when the divine, the absolute spirit produced by absolute knowledge, is identified with the absolutes of metaphysical philosophy and Christian theology. The absolute is a silly concept grounded in superstitious, prescientific approaches to understanding the universe. Hegel earns nothing but censure for making the concept of an absolute his plaything. The second candidate for the role of an original insight in Hegel's thought is dialectics. Although Hegel's dialectics is original in some of its details, the underlying idea of a clash of opposites goes back to ancient Greek philosophy. And the more refined idea of thesis antithesis synthesis dialectics is borrowed largely from Fichte. Hegel's originality is limited to imaginative ways of coming up with syntheses. Foremost among these approaches to synthesis is the two-part synthesis that borrows one part from a two-part thesis and one from a two-part antithesis. Example: potential plus one, actual plus many, actual plus one. Another approach, wherein the synthesis is A equals B, reveals that B is a disguised form of A. My favorite synthesis format is the one that uses a person as the synthesis. The person in one dialectic is Faust, who turns out to be both a predator, thesis, and a victim, antithesis. In another dialectic, the person is the masked thespian from Greek comedy, who drops the mask of divinity and becomes human, thereby revealing that the divine, masked, thesis, is humanity, unmasked, antithesis. Although Hegel's dialectics has this limited degree of originality, it does not lead to any fresh insights. In phenomenology, dialectics leads to the conclusion that man is a part of God, but that God is wholly non-supernatural, not the God of theism or even the God of deism or pantheism. Hegel calls this conclusion truth, but it isn't truth. It is just an arbitrary redefinition of God. Hegel has created that ersatz God which not who is no God at all. It is just a personal value. God, or spirit, becomes something offered as a substitute for an ignoble value, Christianity's imaginary God. Crossing the dialectical ocean to the far shore of self-realized spirit, Hegel not only dispatches Captain Yahweh en route but scuttles the good ship Christianity at the voyage's end. Both the unhappy consciousness dialectic and the revealed religion dialectic contribute to the scuttling. Again, however, Hegel's science of dialectics has not led to fresh insight. Others recognized Christianity as a farrago of superstitions before Hegel did. And if you should happen to be a Christian, you have all the more reason for concluding that Hegel's assault on Christianity did not produce any insight. Does anything remain in phenomenology that might be admired or that could be considered a significant contribution to human thought? Let us stand back and view the book from afar. Our aim is to let the details fade into the background so as to achieve a better understanding of the whole. If we ignore phenomenology's dialectical structure, not seen from afar, we can see the book as a loosely structured, capriciously selective survey of human thought. This thought, the product of spirit's mind, meanders across a crazy quilt of topics that include philosophy, religion, literature, law, custom, morality, phrenology, conscience, theater, art, nature, the Enlightenment, the reign of terror, monarchic rule, and laissez-faire economics. And since, a, the meanderer is explicitly described as consciousness and, b, a pattern of randomness seems to characterize the meandering thoughts, nothing could be better qualified for the familiar label stream of consciousness than is spirit's journey through time and space. The various stops, called shapes and stations, on spirit's journey yield no discoveries and no original insights. For the most part, Hegel merely describes what happens in the places where spirit pauses. Sometimes, as with Antigone, you expect Hegel to express an opinion, but he doesn't, because the purpose of the stop is to create a beneath-the-surface dialectic, a step in spirit's education in the science of dialectics, rather than to criticize or praise some facet of the surface topic. Where he does express an opinion, as with the unhappy consciousness, he has nothing original, profound, or enlightening to say. On the core topic of religion, later writers George Santayana, Walter Lippmann, H. L. Mencken, Homer Smith, and Richard Dawkins, for example, are far more readable, articulate, expansive, and persuasive in their attacks on religion. 65 And at the end of spirit's journey, all we find is something that is not knowledge or the promised truth but an eccentric redefinition of God. Hegel is offering us that complicated ersatz God for which we have no need. He is telling us not to completely forsake religion. But why not? The philosophy of history. The next question is, does Hegel's philosophy of history have any value? Hegel's history dialectics lead to the conclusions that history's main goals are, 1. Freedom and, 2. Monarchy, and that an important secondary goal is, 3. The monarchs ruling over many political units. Are any of these goals worthy of praise? History's first goal, freedom, seems to be the most important goal. Hegel writes, historical development is the production of an end. That is, the concept of freedom. 66 Freedom is a widely shared human value. Its worth is not something Hegel deserves credit for recognizing. Besides, questions exist as to just what sort of freedom Hegel was endorsing. Digging beneath the abstract concept of freedom to discern precisely what Hegel had in mind, I find it hard to formulate a compliment. If we take the word freedom at face value, a mistake, which to say if we too hastily assume Hegel is applauding socio-political freedom, human rights, Hegel's concept of freedom is too ambiguous and too limited to merit praise. Hegel made freedom a facet of the Prussian monarchy. Monarchy became a precondition of freedom. Not just any old monarchy but contemporary Northern European monarchy. In Hegel's time, monarchy had been around for thousands of years. The early pharaohs of Egypt take us back to around 3000 BCE. Hegel wasn't praising Egyptian monarchy. The Prussian monarchy in which Hegel saw freedom's long-awaited realization was repressive. Though granting its citizens a large measure of personal freedom, Prussia's monarchy practiced censorship and denied the citizens the right to vote for legislators. Hegel endorsed these denials of freedom. Not only was Hegelian freedom too circumscribed, it was too abstract to have much practical significance. The truth is, Hegel's concept of freedom has little to do with what the people of his day, like those of our day, regarded as human freedom or personal freedom. More specifically, the freedom of the philosophy of history has four conceivable meanings. For reasons given in Chapter 3, I am convinced that only the first is valid, but I shall discuss all four to cover interpretations that others might endorse. The four meanings. Spirit achieves a purely philosophical state of freedom, a state having no practical application to human beings. When spirit undergoes self-realization, history, whose end is freedom, has constituted the rational necessary course of the world. Spirit 67. Spirit's self-realization, the synthesis of the macro-dialectic, is spirit's realization, via Hegel's mind, that it is all reality, including both natural and artificial objects. Through the act of self-realization, spirit escapes from the bondage of belief in God, the macro-dialectic's antithesis, and thereby becomes free. Spirit's abstract escape symbolizes man's concrete escape from bondage to religious superstition. Man stops believing in God. This meaning of freedom was developed in detail at the end of Chapter 3, so I won't repeat the details here. What concerns us now is the lack of real-world substance in this philosophical state of freedom. Freedom in this ethereal sense occurs in 1807 and is explicitly described by Hegel as the goal of history. History, according to this concept, is the slow-moving succession of spirits, the humans, both real and fictional, who populate the intermediate dialectics and micro-dialectics, who have as their goal the absolute knowledge found at the end of spirit's path, the path that constitutes history. 68. This clearly means that spirit's freedom is one aspect, I believe the only aspect of the concept of freedom that Hegel, in his philosophy of history, says is the goal of history. And, as I said, this first meaning of freedom has no practical significance, it is just an element of Hegel's fictitious life of the fictitious spirit. In fact, this release from bondage really amounts to nothing more than Hegel's own personal release from bondage to religious superstition. Tübingen, circa 1788-90, point 69. There is no good reason to think the freedom Hegel claims is achieved in his history synthesis is something more than the purely imaginary freedom that the fictional act of self-realization produces. But let's give Hegel the benefit of the doubt by examining the next three concepts. Humans achieve a more practical, but somewhat narrow, form of freedom, religious freedom, when Protestantism arrives. Protestantism, in Hegel's eyes, gave humans freedom from the regimentation, persecution, and fear of medieval Catholicism. People became free to live according to their own beliefs rather than beliefs and practices, example tithing, confession, dictated by the Catholic Church. Protestantism supposedly also gave man freedom of thought. But this freedom of thought existed only in a limited sphere, the sphere of religion. Men, but arguably not women, were now free to interpret the Bible for themselves and to reject some religious doctrines. On the other hand, German Protestant citizens were not free to profess atheism. Fichte found this out when he was falsely accused of atheism and discharged from his professorship at the University of Jena. Furthermore, Protestantism never meant unlimited religious freedom. That idealized Protestantism never existed, not in Hegel's day, not in our own day of fundamentalist attacks on freedom to reject religious beliefs that a. Abortion should be illegal, b. Evolution should not be taught in public school science classes, c. The Ten Commandments should be posted in schools and courthouses, d. Atheists should be barred from holding public office, and e. Legislative sessions should begin with prayer. Humans achieve another form of freedom, more practical but again narrow, when the Prussian state arrives and more or less completes the already well underway demise of feudalism. The Prussian monarch's authority replaces that of the petty princes and supposedly releases the serfs from subjugation. The practical significance of this type of freedom seems to arise largely from the removal of the impoverishing obligation of the serfs to share their crops and handicrafts with the feudal lords. But the extent to which this release actually eliminated tenancy and land rent, and occurred after the formation of the Prussian monarchy, is an issue on which I am forced to defer to competent authorities on German feudalism and German history. I do, however, have my doubts about just how much the arrival of Frederick the Great's Prussia affected the condition of the serfs. The fourth possible meaning of Hegelian freedom is the one to which all other interpreters seem to subscribe. This meaning is sociopolitical freedom in the broadest sense. Essentially, this is the concept of human rights, the attainment of a proper balance between the rights or powers of the state and the rights of the individual. But since proper balance is a highly subjective concept, this fourth meaning is riddled with ambiguity. The only thing that is clear is that, if we assume this meaning of freedom is the correct one, the proper balance is something very close to the balance found in Hegel's Prussian monarchy. I am certain that the first concept of freedom from bondage to God and superstition is the freedom that Hegel calls the goal of history. In other words, I think that all of the books and articles that have attempted to interpret Hegelian history's concept of freedom are way off base. 6 considerations support my thesis that freedom from bondage to God is the only freedom Hegel applauds in his philosophy of history. The first consideration is the deceptive way Hegel introduces history's goal. He doesn't say history's end or goal is freedom. He says history's end is the concept of freedom. This particular concept is something that doesn't arrive until Germanic monarchy arrives, and with it a philosopher named Hegel, born in 1770 and a confirmed atheist by around 1788. Now, the concept of freedom in the usual sense of the word freedom was as old as political history when Hegel wrote. It is not something that arrived with Germanic monarchy. So when Hegel speaks of a concept that arrived with Germanic monarchy, either he is guilty of carelessly wording his statement or he is speaking of an idiosyncratic concept of freedom. Freedom in the sense of spirit's release from bondage to religious superstition is such an idiosyncratic concept. If we assume that Hegel is not guilty of careless wording, that he really means not freedom per se but the concept of freedom, then we must conclude that Hegel is saying that the goal of history is spirit's realization, self-realization, that it, essentially humanity, is the divine and that religion and all religious beliefs are superstition. The concept of freedom becomes the concept that there is no supernatural God, that the only God is a figurative God, the universe, and that spirits, Hegel's, realization that this is so releases spirit from bondage to religious superstition. That is something that happens during the era of Germanic monarchy. To be specific, this concept of freedom arrives with the publication of the Phenomenology of Spirit in 1807. A second consideration favoring the freedom from bondage to God interpretation is that the other interpretations fail to explain why Hegel keeps the meaning of freedom in the history context a secret. And he does keep it a secret. The meaning of freedom, discussed in detail only in the philosophy of right, is encoded there in the same abstract, ambiguous, equivocal, almost impenetrable, obscurantist language that Hegel uses in phenomenology to hide the identity of spirit and the meaning of the freedom that accompanies self-realization. Why? Hegel had good reason to keep the meaning of phenomenology's freedom a secret. Spelling out that meaning in lucid, unequivocal language would have identified Hegel as an atheist and rendered him unemployable in his chosen profession. But if history's freedom is some sort of socio-political freedom, why is Hegel unwilling to say precisely what this freedom is? For example, if this freedom is something that arises from the Prussian constitution, identifying that freedom as what it is would be complementing the monarchy. Why keep a complement a secret? A third consideration is that socio-political freedom in any meaningful sense of the word did not really originate in Hegel's Prussia. What sort of socio-political freedom could Prussia boast of having that could not be found also, and earlier, in England and the United States? England's Parliament passed the Bill of Rights in 1689, roughly 100 years before Hegel came of age. The U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1788, the year Hegel turned 18. The Constitution's first 10 amendments, known as America's Bill of Rights, followed in 1791, 3 years before Friedrich Wilhelm II introduced the liberal Prussian Code of Laws. A fourth consideration is the weakness of the second and third interpretations. The second interpretation, which says that freedom means the arrival of Protestantism in Prussia, is especially weak. If Protestantism truly meant freedom, Hegel would have been free to declare openly both his atheism and his contempt for religious superstition. Instead, he was forced to hide his true beliefs in almost undecipherable language and in a science of dialectics that has remained unexplained until now. The fact is, Hegel was not free to attack religion without losing his Berlin professorship. The third interpretation of freedom, which emphasizes the Prussian states freeing the serfs from exploitation by feudal lords, is highly implausible. This is a narrow concept of freedom that ignores other limitations on freedom that characterized Prussia. And if freedom from serfdom was what Hegel had in mind, why was he afraid to say so? Feudalism and its attendant serfdom were not favored by Hegel's sponsors in the Prussian hierarchy. A fifth consideration supporting the first interpretation of history's version of freedom is the implausibleness of the fourth interpretation, sociopolitical freedom or human rights. Hegel repeatedly alludes in his later writings and lectures on freedom to phenomenology's release from bondage to God concept of freedom. Christie observes that Hegel's most quoted definition of freedom appears in H. G. Hotto's lecture notes taken in 1822-3, 2 years after the Philosophy of Right appeared in print. Hegel initially describes a first moment and a second moment in the evolution of the will, meaning the evolution of spirit and its mind. Christie doesn't recognize the thesis antithesis synthesis language, which uses moment as a synonym for dialectical stage, but Hegel is obviously giving his macro-dialectic a reprise. Christie next quotes Hegel as saying, "Then the third moment is that I-consciousness or subject, a human mind is both with itself. And in this other an observed object, this, then, is the concrete concept of freedom." My interpolations, point 70. The third moment is, of course, the dialectical synthesis. Hegel is describing spirit's self-realization, the conscious plus union event, which is also the actual plus freedom event. Here spirit, using Hegel's mind, realizes that it is both the observing mind, or subject, the I, and the observed object, the other. Subject equals object, because both are spirit. And spirit is all reality, including mental reality, but especially humanity and the human mind. So in the third moment spirit is with, i.e., in, both the I, mind, and the other, matter, it is both mind and matter. According to the quotation, and according to phenomenology, this moment of self-realization is where freedom materializes. The concrete concept of freedom is the outcome of the dialectic's third stage. As we saw in Chapter 3, this macro-dialectic concept of freedom is man's release from bondage to God and to religious superstition. It is what happens in the master and slave parable when the master, God, lets the other again go free. 71 releases the slave, man, from bondage. This release from bondage occurs when a human mind, Hegel's mind, part of spirit's mind, finally realizes that it, not the imaginary supernatural being in heaven, is God, the divine. A sixth consideration further supports my belief that freedom from bondage to God and to religion is the meaning of freedom in the history context. I refer to a quotation from the Philosophy of History, previously cited in Chapter 5. The history of the world is none other than the progress of the consciousness of freedom, my italics, Point 72. Substitute spirit for world in that quotation and you get a good description of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. We saw in chapter 3 that phenomenology is the history of the progress of spirit's consciousness. Consciousness progresses from 1. A primordial, pre-human state of unconsciousness to 2. Non-self-conscious consciousness. Humans have arrived, giving spirit a conscious mind in which spirit is consciously aware of objects, presumed to be things other than itself. 2. 3. Self-consciousness, or self-realization, where spirit finally becomes conscious that it is all reality, hence that those alien objects are really itself. A key external object in spirit's non-self-conscious stage is God, believed during this stage to be a supernatural being living in the sky. Man submits to and becomes the slave of this supernatural God, the master. Master and slave. When self-realization occurs, man, spirit's mind, realizes that the most important object, God, is really himself. There is no supernatural God. This realization releases man from bondage to the supernatural God and gives man what Hegel calls freedom from enslavement by God. Man has now progressed to consciousness of freedom. Hegel's quotation about histories being the progress of the consciousness of freedom thus amounts to a rephrasing of the history of spirits being the progress of the consciousness of freedom. The above paragraph focuses on the word consciousness in the quotation. Let's now shift our attention to the word world. The quotation again, the history of the world is none other than the progress of the consciousness of freedom, my italics. In phenomenology, Hegel occasionally uses God, world, and world spirit, Weltgeist, as synonyms for spirit. By world Hegel means the universe spirit, not just earth. Make no mistake, Hegel's world is spirit. So in the quotation, the history of the world means the same thing as the history of spirit. Hegel is saying, in effect, that the history of spirit is none other than the progress of the consciousness of freedom. The world's ultimately reaching consciousness of freedom is therefore the same thing as spirit's ultimately reaching consciousness of freedom. And that freedom, the freedom discussed in phenomenology, is not socio-political freedom, or human rights. That freedom, spirit's ultimate freedom, is freedom from bondage to God and to derivative religious superstition. In short, in saying that the concept of freedom is history's goal and has been achieved under Prussian monarchy, Hegel is equivocating. He seems to be saying that Prussia's monarchy brought social and political freedom. But he privately means that the twin concepts of spirit and spirit's self-realization arrived with Hegel during the period of the Prussian monarchy. Hegel is having his cake and eating it too, pleasing the monarch and attacking religion. This is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy can sometimes be condoned, but it is hardly something for which we should admire or praise Hegel. Freedom is Hegel's first goal of history, monarchy is the second. Does Hegel's championing of monarchy deserve praise? Not according to my values. I don't believe monarchy is the best political system. Not that there is anything wrong with democratic, constitutional monarchies where the monarch is just a figurehead, as in the United Kingdom. I just happen to prefer the American system under which I live, republican government. So Hegel gets no compliment for treating monarchy as a goal, meaning a laudable goal, of history and as the highest form of government. To be more precise, he gets no compliment for advocating monarchy. He becomes even less deserving of credit when we recognize that the monarchy Hegel endorsed required a monarch with real, not just nominal, authority. History's third goal, according to Hegel's history dialectics, is a state composed of many political units. Now, there is nothing wrong with a nation's having a multiplicity of subordinate units such as America's states, Canada's provinces, the United Kingdom's 4 countries, and Germany's Länder. But neither is anything wrong with a nation's consisting of a single political unit, not counting towns, counties, and non-governing electoral districts, as with Iceland, Luxembourg, and Sri Lanka. And neither is anything wrong with a nation's being small, too small to have subordinate governmental units. Accordingly, Hegel's advocacy of multiple political units, a characteristic of his Prussia, does not deserve praise. Beyond the dubious nature of its conclusions, Hegel's philosophy of history's dialectical foundation is nothing but sand. In Chapter 5, the picking and choosing character of Hegel's history dialectics was illustrated. Hegel's science of dialectics is no science at all. Dialectics is a tool for shaping malleable conclusions, any preconceived conclusions the user wants to reach. Hegel used dialectics to reach the conclusion that monarchy was the goal of history. But Marx used dialectics to reach the conclusion that a stateless society was the goal of history. And in Tillich's dialectics, the end goal of history is the end vanishing of religion. 73. One other aspect of Hegel's version of history deserves attention. This is the ridiculous idea that history moves from east to west, from China to India to Persia to Greece, via Egypt, to Rome to the Germanic nations of Northern Europe. Since Prussia is the only Germanic nation fitting the dialectical prescription of monarchy combined with many partially autonomous subdivisions, that last stop is really Prussia. Hegel's east-to-west interpretation of history has no justification in scholarship. It instead reeks of ethnocentrism, although Hegel's desire to please his sponsors in the Prussian bureaucracy could be what we smell. In any case, even if a general east-to-west pattern could be established, it can't. Hegel has no good excuse for stopping at Prussia. If the pattern existed, why should it stop at Prussia? Why shouldn't history plod farther west to Great Britain, where a truly historic transformation of monarchy into democracy was taking place? And after Britain, why not go still farther west to the United States, where monarchy was entirely supplanted by democracy? We know the answer. Hegelian history stops at Prussia because there's no place like home, Hegel's home. I am forced to conclude that, for anyone who seeks insight, edification, or knowledge, neither phenomenology nor the philosophy of history is worth reading. They offer nothing of value. Readers who believe in the God of theism will not be persuaded to abandon him. Readers who don't believe have no need for the substitute non-supernatural God, spirit, that Hegel offers. They have their own value systems and will not be convinced that revering the universe has any practical applications. They might see practical applications for revering humanity, but such applications originate with opinions the readers already possess. This is not to say that persons with an academic interest in philosophy shouldn't read phenomenology and the philosophy of history. Acquiring knowledge of or insights into Hegel's thought is an entirely different matter. Phenomenology can also provide intellectual stimulation for persons like myself who enjoy the challenge of solving literary, and cinematic, puzzles, whether the puzzles be complex triple allegories or complex dialectical formulations describing mysterious gods, Hegel's and Tillich's. But don't turn to Hegel seeking wisdom. And above all, don't be seduced into believing that dialectics is a science rather than a peculiar literary tool. Hegel's influence on other thinkers. The lack of value in Hegel's thought does not necessarily mean the philosopher's thought is of no importance. It could be considered important for its direct or indirect influence on other thinkers or even on society, provided that it had such influence. Hegel did influence 3 other thinkers, but the practical effect of this influence might not amount to much. The 3 other thinkers are Ludwig Feuerbach, Karl Marx, and Paul Tillich. I deliberately omit Emerson and Dewey, who were slightly influenced by Hegel, Dewey only temporarily, but whose Hegelian ideas lead nowhere. Feuerbach is the least important of the 3. He took from Hegel the idea that man is a manifestation of God, an incarnation of sorts, and amplified this idea into the claim that man is God. According to Feuerbach, there is but one world, the material world. Hegel's supposed fanciful world of metaphysical neurosis, the world of spirit and its delusional ideas, does not exist. Feuerbach, in turn, influenced Karl Marx. He convinced Marx that the real self-alienation was a quality of man. Marx, in his early writings, thus wrote, "Man, who has found in the fantastic reality of heaven, where he sought a supernatural being, only his own reflection, will no longer be tempted to find only the semblance of himself a non-human being where he seeks and must seek his true reality." 74. In addition to indirectly influencing Marx via Feuerbach, Hegel directly influenced Marx. Pippin comments that the mere mention of the name of Marx is sufficient to summarize Hegel's most visible influence on world history. 75 Hegel persuaded Marx that historical change occurred dialectically. Marx praised Hegel for his insight into dialectics even while accusing him of seeking dialectical change in the wrong place, in the non-material world of ideas rather than in the material world of economic activity. The result was the Marxian history dialectics reviewed in Chapter 5. Marx's dialectical synthesis, the goal of his dialectical history, was final communism. This goal was Marx's own original concept, not something he got from Hegel. Marx was a revolutionary and a vitriolic anti-capitalist. The capitalist system, as he saw things, was oppressive and exploitive. It would be overthrown by a revolution of the exploited proletariat and replaced by world communism. The revolution did occur, but in Russia, a country where capitalism had not even taken root. Stalin's dictatorship quickly ensued, along with state ownership of factories and farms. Then, after World War II, more than 40 years of Cold War followed, the Soviet Union versus the West. If these developments could be attributed in part to Marx, Hegel could surely be said to have had a significant indirect influence on history. But what really inspired Russia's Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 was Tsarist rule, not capitalism, and not Marx's theories. Capitalism didn't exist in Russia to any significant extent. The revolutionaries did use Marx for doctrinal purposes, particularly where communism was concerned. But the revolution, with or without communism, would have occurred in the absence of Marx's philosophy. Even if someone could show that Marx's inspiration was necessary for the revolution's occurrence, that outcome could not be attributed even indirectly to Hegel. Marx's revolutionary ideas did not come from Hegel, only Marx's dialectics and his deification of man did. Neither did the advocacy of a communist economic system come from Hegel. The third and most important thinker Hegel influenced is philosopher-theologian Paul Tillich. Absolutely no room for doubt exists that Tillich, like Marx, understood Hegel's dialectics. Consider this evidence. Tillich not only copied the idea of using dialectics from Hegel, he used three of Hegel's dialectical formats: a. Two-part syntheses that combine one part of a two-part thesis with one part of a two-part antithesis, b. The antithesis that is the thesis in disguise and that leads to an A equals B synthesis, and c. The one composed of many synthesis, which reveals that the divine, Hegel's spirit, Tillich's humanity, is both one and many, one universal entity composed of many particulars. Marx borrowed only Hegel's two-part formula. Tillich not only copied the related concept of separation and return from Hegel, he called attention to the concept by writing, obviously, and it was so intended by Hegel. His dialectics are the religious symbols of estrangement and reconciliation conceptualized and reduced to empirical descriptions. 76 In Tillich's pseudo-theology, man separates from and returns to God, separates from belief in the God of the ism and returns to belief in the God above the God of the ism, humanity. In Marx's thought, man separates from primitive communism or gens, the wrong form of communism, and returns to a higher form of communism. As part of the separation and return concept, Tillich copied Hegel's concept of self-estrangement. In Tillich's thought, man becomes estranged from himself when he fails to recognize that the other persons he sees are essentially himself, both are humanity and, as such, both are God. In Marx's thought, man becomes estranged from himself when he becomes separated from his essential self, a person who keeps what he produces. By surreptitiously defining God as humanity, Tillich borrowed from Hegel the essence of Hegel's spirit, namely, the idea that man is divine. Man is by far the most important part of Hegel's spirit, man is all there is to Tillich's God above God. Tillich borrowed from Hegel the concept describing what both men equivocally called God as a four-part, two-level entity that has, a physical or tangible side, all reality in Hegel's thought, all humanity in Tillich's thought, b. a mental or intangible side, mind for Hegel, ultimate concern for Tillich, c. general and particular facets on both sides, and d. a divine life in which the divinity separates from and returns to a state of union. Tillich borrowed many of Hegel's dichotomies, including universal and particular, one and many, union and separation, essence and existence, divine and human, potential and actual, and unconscious, Tillich's dreaming innocence, and conscious, awakened. Tillich borrowed Hegel's deliberately obscure, ambiguous, nearly incomprehensible style of writing and used it for the same purpose, concealing his atheism. Tillich used the phrase negation of the negation, used by Hegel to refer to a dialectical synthesis, to describe his own dialectical synthesis. Marx likewise used negation of the negation. German-born and German-educated, Tillich moved to the United States in 1933. He eventually became America's leading Protestant theologian, with the possible exception of Reinhold Niebuhr. Tillich's dialectical formats closely parallel those of Hegel, although Tillich does not claim that history unfolds dialectically. Tillich's definition of God as humanity, that's definition of, not belief in, comes only partly from Hegel. Tillich also found the idea, in one form or another, in the philosophies of Kant, Schelling, whose philosophy was the subject of Tillich's philosophy and divinity dissertations, Feuerbach, and Marx. His God above the God of the ism, as described in Chapter 3, even has a divine life similar to spirits. Like Hegel, Tillich had to conceal his atheism in order to keep his professor of theology positions and to retain his influence as a theologian. His American career consisted of professorships at Union Theological Seminary, 1933–55, the Harvard Divinity School, 1955–62, and the University of Chicago Divinity School, 1962–65. The 3 volumes of his widely acclaimed and just as widely misunderstood systematic theology were published in 1951, 1957, and 1963. He deliberately added to the misunderstanding by describing his absolute not only in theistic language as God and He but in ontological language as being, being itself, and the ground of being. Being itself is human being itself, and the ground of our being is humanity, the ground from which all humans sprout. Tillich's identifying God with being is part of his so-called method of correlation. This method, which is based on Hegel's similar correlations, correlates analogous theological and philosophical concepts that jointly symbolize analogous humanistic concepts. The result is triangular analogies. The first 2 concepts symbolize both each other and the humanistic concept. God and being thus jointly symbolize humanity. The religious and the philosophical absolutes, Deus and Esse, cannot be unconnected. 77 Why not? Because there exists the correlation of being and God. 78 Tillich also employs the following correlations. The concept symbolized is in parentheses. The correlation of reason and revelation, the realization that God is humanity. 79. The correlation of the Trinity and dialectics, the 3-stage divine life of man, which goes from yes to the God of the ism to no to the God of the ism to yes to the God above the God of the ism. The correlation of Father and Thesis, potential unity of humanity and man. The correlation of Son and Antithesis, actual separation of humanity and man. The correlation of Holy Spirit and Synthesis, actual union of humanity and man. The correlation of innocence and potential essence, potential union with the God above the God of the ism. The correlation of sin and estrangement, actual separation from the God above God. The correlation of salvation and realized essence, actual union with the God above God. The correlation of the fall and the transition from essence to existence, man's fall from the ism to atheism in his divine life. The correlation of resurrection and the transition from existence to realized essence, man's conversion to humanism, the realization that God is man. The correlation of the kingdom of God and philosophy's utopias. Particularly Hegel's Germanic monarchy and Marx's final communism, an idealized all-in-all situation wherein all men recognize all humanity as God. The correlation of theology and philosophy, humanism. You can see that Tillich's method of correlation partially copies and then extrapolates Hegel's correlations. Hegel correlated thesis, antithesis, and synthesis with Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and he correlated theology's God with philosophy's absolute. Almost no one understood what Tillich was talking about when he spoke of God or one of God's alter egos, example being itself. But those who read closely and paid attention to his words could see that Tillich left absolutely no room for doubt that his God was not Christianity's God. He said, if existence refers to something which can be found within the whole of reality, no divine being exists. He also said this, ordinary theism has made God a heavenly, completely perfect person who resides above the world and mankind. The protest of atheism against such a highest person is correct. There is no evidence for his existence, nor is he a matter of ultimate concern. 81 And this, God is the basic and universal symbol for what concerns us ultimately. Everything we say about being itself, the ground and abyss of being, must be symbolic, therefore it cannot be used in its literal sense. To say anything about God in the literal sense of the words used means to say something false about him. My italics. Point 82 Removing all doubt, he identified a feature that is fundamental to all my thinking, the anti-supernaturalistic attitude. My italics. He added that in the first volume of my systematic theology, where I deal extensively with miracles, inspiration, ecstasy, and all these concepts, I try to interpret them in a non-supernaturalistic and that would also mean a non-superstitious way. 83. Tillich even more openly attacked the myths of Adam and Eve, the fall, Noah and the flood, the virgin birth, Jesus's divinity, Jesus's miracles, Jesus's resurrection, the ascension, the second coming, future resurrection of the dead, salvation, heaven, hell, divine law, sin, the Holy Spirit, and the Trinity. Example, if the Christ, a transcendent, divine being, appears in the fullness of time, lives, dies and is resurrected, this is an historical myth. 84 Likewise, the belief in immortality is a popular superstition. 85 Salvation is certainly not what popular imagination has made of it, escaping from hell and being received in heaven, in what is badly called the life hereafter. 86 Instead, salvation is recognizing humanity, the God above the God of theism, as one's ultimate concern. The Holy Spirit. As for the mythology concerning the third person of the Trinity coming down from heaven, forget all about it. 87. Tillich may not have converted many of his students to atheism, given that divinity students have strong religious inclinations, but he surely must have helped a fair number of them to liberalize their thinking and to jettison at least some of their supernatural loads. A second audience, the readers of his many books, was probably more receptive. Known for his liberal views at Harvard, he was considered a de facto Unitarian. Tillich probably attracted predominantly liberal readers. Tillich must have helped some of these readers to confirm existing doubts and particularly to strengthen doubts about God's existence. Tillich's influence brings us back to Hegel. Hegel does deserve partial credit for whatever influence Tillich wielded. I don't think Tillich's drift into doubt during his divinity student days can be attributed to Hegel's influence. Instead, Tillich reacted to the same influences Hegel reacted to. Both men were indoctrinated in Lutheranism as children. Tillich's father was a Lutheran minister in Germany, and both began to question the popular superstitions when they achieved adult intelligence. In college, removed from the influence of small-town parochialism and exposed to a more cosmopolitan atmosphere and to atheistic philosophy, Tillich reacted the way many other intelligent students have reacted. He first questioned and then abandoned his early religious beliefs. It was when Tillich began writing theology that Hegel's thought came into play. Tillich needed a framework on which to attach his ideas while concealing the full extent of his atheism. Hegelian dialectics, the Hegelian God minus its non-human particulars, and Hegelian obscurantist obliqueness of presentation provided that framework. Onto this framework Tillich attached the original elements of his theology: 1. The method of correlation, 2. The related idea that all traditional religious concepts should be converted to symbols for atheistic God as man concepts, 3. the idea that Jesus as the Christ, fully God yet fully man, should be the norm for theology, and, 4. The transformation of the mental side of God from universal and particular minds to universal and particular ultimate concerns. I seriously doubt that, absent Hegel's framework, Tillich could have constructed an imaginative and adequate theological framework of his own design. Without phenomenology, Tillich's thought would in all likelihood be just an asterisk in the history of theology. Hegel, not in Germany and not in his own time but in mid-20th century America, indirectly helped thinking adults shake off the fetters of religious superstition.